What's up, y'all? What's up? Let me fix this thumbnail. Content over the analytics. That's where I was at last time. I think I was in analytics. Dashboard. Man. Hold on, y'all. Let me send this link out. I'm trying to change the title. In the I'm trying to change the title and the thumbnail. So I'm trying to do that now. I did it last night while we was live on my iPad, but I'm not seeing it now. Oh man, I'm trying to get it together, y'all. I'm trying to get it together. Peace, 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 peace. Yo said the Heat won. What's up, everybody? Hold on, let me get the title together. I'm having technical difficulties. All man, this is bullshit. All right, so I went to content. All right. Participants, invite. I know y'all hate me right now, and I apologize. I definitely apologize for this fuckery that I got going on. Boom. But I made a thumbnail for tonight, and I want to put it up. Fuck it. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Y'all can't hear me? Oh, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Was Dr. Ben a fraud? Oh, man. Y'all trying to start some shit, and y'all know I go all the way with it. Y'all are a mess. Y'all about to get me in trouble with the conscious community. But y'all don't care about me. I see that. But y'all know I go all the way with it. So, was Dr. Ben a fraud? I don't know what y'all think. Give me a second. I'm gonna speak to everybody in a minute. Give me a second. I'm really trying to get this. I really want to put this thumbnail up. And change the title. This stuff a little bit more difficult on the iPad because you got to download a whole different application. To I don't know, y'all. This shit giving me issues right now. Hold on, I might have to go on the computer and do it, but I'm gonna definitely do it. Corey, where y'all at? Y'all told me to hit the button. I hit the button. And now y'all pulling a no-show on me. We ain't gonna do that, bro. We ain't gonna do that. Y'all just had texted back group. So I know y'all woke. Hit that button. Let's get into something. But for these guys had me talking about Dr. Ben over here. All right, waiting for them to come in here. I just sent out the link to the pseudo killers. I'm about to send it to the other back chat. Let me see. So I'm gonna have to go on here on the goddamn computer and change every goddamn thing. I didn't want to turn on my computer, but so I'm gonna go over here to my MacBook Pro. Boom. All right. But then I'm gonna go to YouTube Premium. Switch account. I'm gonna switch to the pseudo killers. Hey, we've been stuck on 1,500. My bad. We've been stuck on 1,500 subscribers for the longest time. We gotta get to 2,000. So if y'all, most of the people that's on here now to subscribe. So if anybody is not subscribed, hit the subscribe button. Right. All right, what's up? Now, how do I get into dashboard? Oh, damn, I'm here already. All right. Boom. Found it, y'all. Well, I'm on my laptop, so. All right, so we're going to call this Tuesday Night Raw with PK. Yes, indeedy. So that's that. Thumbnail. So I'm gonna grab this thumbnail, this little thumbnail I created. Boom, drop that right there. This is not for kids. Save changes. Waiting for it to save the change. Boom. All right, y'all, we got a show. We up and rocking. We up and rocking. So, bam, bam. Let's see that on there. All right, y'all, click the link. Let's go. I done did what I supposed to do. I started the stream. I put up the thumbnail. I know I'm a little bit late, but I was in the middle of something. I'm in between two houses. I'm in the middle of something. So, don't kill me. All right, let's see what y'all talking about. Let me speak to everybody. See what's up with everybody. Boom. All right, here we go. Here we go. Q, what up, Q? Close this laptop. What up, Q? Rob Rich. What's up? Anthony Bowman with the telescope. What it do, pseudo killer? Marlon Peace, per Black is in the building. Venice, I was just being quiet. Stoopies, chill on Dr. Ben Stoopies. But yeah, we definitely can pull his card. Like Yassa, what's up, bro? B Gaddafi, Rasta man. Mongo, what up? Rodney Kimmett, what up? Simple as Melvin blocked me. What's up? Ricardo, what up? 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 TNBN. Egypt was a black land. Rodney Kimmett ass bay. Ass nigga. Ricardo Robinson, what's up? Jehudi Mayat, what up? What it do? What it do? How them beats coming along? Send me some beats. Send me a beat because I want to make an intro, but I don't got no bread, Jehudi. You know what I mean? So send me a beat though. I'll be seeing you on the Pro Tools. You know what I mean? From West Africa, peace. What up? What up? All right, we got a little crowd in here. Like I said, I'm waiting for simple as Melvin said, hell yeah. It's just me, Per Black, and Shepherd. Yep. Yeah, buddy. Super Wavy. What's up, Super Wavy? What's up? What's up? What's up? My peoples is in the building hollering at the pseudo killer himself. I am the source. You know what I mean? Yes. What's your name? Nafatalia's New School of Thought. Isn't this the atheist channel? I don't know if no. Unc has a channel called The Real Black Atheist. I think that's the atheist channel. I think most of the pseudo killers are atheists. Or most of us claim a form of atheism. I think we loosely define it in our own ways. I know Unc has a peculiar way that he like to classify his atheism. He called his atheism the real black atheism, and he called himself the real black atheist. Concrete Corey calls himself or go by Corey the anti-theist, right? So he's anti-theism, all right? I'm just a regular run-of-the-mill atheist, right? I don't believe in no supernatural. I don't believe in nothing supernatural. Whether it's a deity, spirit, ghost, ancestor, yeah, I'm just flat out atheist. I'm an atheist, and I don't believe in the supernatural. Yeah, we subscribe to evolution. I don't know if you can particularly call it a belief. We subscribe to the theory of evolution, right? Oh shit, Corey in here. My bad, Corey. Let me let you in, bro. I'm tripping. Yeah, that
What up?
Egypt was a black land. That's a good point. We accept evolution. So Natalia, Nafatel Tallies, or however you say your name. Mike Fox, what's up? What's your issue with it?
What's good with it, Chef?
Corey, what up, bro?
Man, chilling, man.
We have somebody who want to debate us on atheism. So hold on, do you want to debate us on atheism or evolution? You mess around, kick my ass. But I'm gonna send you the link any goddamn way. You know, Unc and them better with that than me. It's nothing you can say that's gonna make me believe in God. For the most part, you're gonna have to do something extraordinary. You're gonna have to produce some extraordinary evidence to beat me up on atheism. Now you might beat me up on evolution, because I have gaps and holes in my evolution. You know, Unc is more on point with that than I am. So if you want to have an evolutionary debate, I don't mind having it with you. I mean, all the conversation, but the
gaps and holes. Shit, at what point? Which one of them holes and gaps is God creating in? I mean, because that's gonna be his ultimate. You know what I mean? If you're against evolution, is obviously you pushing some type of creation or intelligent design or something like that. So
I think she's saying that evolution requires belief.
Mm-hmm.
I hate when they use that.
Right.
Saying if we're not scientists, then we just believe what the science is saying. I know that be their law, the way that they go about it. But I think evolution has a body of facts that supports it more than creationism. So that's where I would lean with that. I think it does a better job at explaining the natural world.
And that's the whole thing. It's not a belief at all. It's an understanding, right? So it's either you understand the way these things work or you don't. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah, I don't think creationism give a good enough explanation of the natural world. So I don't know. That was the link. You can click it. I have no problem with going through some exercise or two with you. Or you was just talking crack. But what's going on, Corey? What's the deal?
Oh man, shit! I see y'all. You hit the button late, man. God damn! But
I know. I was in the middle of something.
Right.
I was in the middle of something, but I had already made the thumbnail. See, that's the thing. Yeah. I had already made the thumbnail, and I was planning on hitting the button earlier, but my girl had worked late in the shop, so when she worked this late, I usually go down her shop and make sure she get out of there.
Right, right. That's
I lock up her shop for her, so. But I thought she was gonna be out of there a little bit earlier, but she had a longer job she was doing, so that's why I'm on a little bit later. Google Scholar, what's up?
That's good.
Ain't nothing.
Peace, Google.
Peace, Corey. How y'all doing?
Man,
Can't
good,
complain.
man.
No, I
Yeah,
wanted
hey,
to come on.
go ahead.
No, I just wanted to come on to chill with you brothers for a while. I was interested in talking about evolution. If you guys were all talking about it,
Yeah,
I'm
we
not.
can get it.
I'm
We can get it. We can get into it. The sister had said something about it, and let's set it up right. Oh, so you don't want to come on right now and discuss it? Okay. Whenever you want to. That's my name. All right, I'm gonna put my name in the chat.
Well, no, because I
So,
don't even know. You know, we don't have to have a debate, but I don't even know what she really, you know, what her point of contention is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So,
let her
because I
come
just
on
want
and
to get an
explain what.
understanding of where, you know what I mean?
Yeah, let her come on and explain what she want to debate about. How she want to go about it. You know, if she
yeah,
want to.
But, you know, maybe it's late, so you know, what I mean, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't,
Miss
you know.
Tiffany. Miss Tiffany said if you saw her question, I don't know what question she wrote.
oh, she's saying Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think I seen her question, or well, I seen her statement. I don't know if she asked me a question. She asked me, "Did we believe in evolution?"
No,
And
Miss Tiffany. I'm talking about Miss
That's a
Tiffany.
kind of a loaded question, though. You know what I
No,
mean?
no, you got two people mixed up here. You're talking about Naphtali. Naphtali is the one asking for a debate. But
Miss
oh,
Tiffany asked. She said, "Chef, were you a Muslim at some point? And if so, do you still engage in any of the customs? If so, how do you rationalize that as an atheist?" Yeah, it's the same way that, you know, you could have been a Christian, and if your family is still a Christian, then you still celebrate Christmas dinner and stuff with them.
mhm.
So I engage in Islam the same way that American Christians that exit a belief system still deal with their families, right? If my family, you know, eat Easter dinner, you know, then I go eat Easter dinner with my family, right? If my grandmother make prayer and tell everybody to bow their head and pray while she bless the food, I bow my head while she makes supplication. Like it doesn't mess with my current understanding because my family have traditional religion, right? I still participate with them. If my uncle and father and them would ask me to come to the masjid for Juma on Friday or to participate in the Eid feast with them after Ramadan, I go do it. You feel me? Just to participate with my family. Like I've been doing it my whole life. Me believing in it, in the religion or the God, no, I don't. So that's how I approach religion, Miss
Yeah,
Tiffany.
I'm pretty much the same way too. I mean, I still go to church on special occasion, not because I believe or anything, but say for
Right.
example, it's a tradition in my family to go to church on the first Sunday of the year. I would still go sometimes, even though
Yeah.
uh, when the preacher starts preaching, I usually just tune it out. But you know, it's just a tradition. It's not belief.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even tune the imam or the preach out if I go to a religious building. I could actually listen to them and I try to take something out of it. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah, I get you.
Because they're speaking to human beings, first off. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Um, so anybody that's speaking to human beings, they actually trying to tell you how to deal with situations. So um, yeah, most of the time I can get something out of it. Um,
mm-hmm.
and I would say for the most part, you know, my family know where I stand at. But like I said, if my grandmother say every year is a family and friends, stop. Is a family and friends night that my every year that my grandmother always invited the family, the church at family and friends night when the where you the church members invite family and friends to hear the word and possibly join the church and get baptized or whatever. So when my grandmother asks us to come to family and friends night, we show up for my grandmother.
Of course.
As a family and support her, you know what I mean? Because she the matriarch and, you know, you have to support her. She supports us, so we support her and her shit. So that's how I deal with religion, Miss Tiffany. What about you, Corey?
Yeah. I know a lot of I'm not definitely my family is Christian, so you know what I mean. Definitely, I go to Christmas dinner. We had Christmas dinner at my dad's house this year, and I know a lot of secular Jews though. Like it's real common for Jewish people to be, you know, culturally Jewish, but don't really necessarily believe, you know, all of the, you know, the Bible and the rest of it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, that's not uncommon. That's just, you know, being a part of society. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We got to participate with religious people. If you're atheist, you still got to deal with religious people,
Right.
and our families and society in general. My daughter goes to a Jesuit school. So I have no problem. Like I will go and sit in one of those chapels and while they going through their communion and different things that they got to do in the school, and I have no problem with it. Shit don't affect me one way or the other. Like I'm not offended by it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Religion does not offend me. I'm not one of those type. I see a lot of atheists that religion offends them for some reason. Religion is not offensive to me. I didn't leave religion because I was mad at it. I left religion because I found a more rational understanding of the natural world. So that's why I left. I didn't leave it because I was offended by it or, you know what I mean? It repulsed me in any way, you know? So.
Well, I think at one point I was offended, but then once you become more educated even further, you know what I'm saying? Then you or maybe not, I don't want to say educated. Well, once you grasp a better understanding on life, you know, once you get older, basically, you know what I mean? Like you said, it just don't bother you no more. You know, it's not offensive. I mean, I just, you know, and that's just that's one of them things that, you know, you gotta just let people have, man. You ain't gonna never win that one. You know, I can just plant seeds. You know what I mean? That may or may not make somebody have a thought. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah, I think it's stages if you really think about it, right? Most people, this is not for everybody, but most people, when you just came out of religion, you were more angry at it. I wouldn't want to say angry, but you know, you were more repulsed by it. And every opportunity you got to say something about it, you said it, right? But the more as time goes on and you gather more knowledge and you become more understanding, you realize it's not about that, and you're more measured in your approach towards dealing with it. You know, so I think it's that. That's why they always say the more militant atheists are normally the one that just left religion.
Right.
Yeah, I can agree with that. What's up?
What's going on, Chef Fennell? Pseudo Killer Official. What's going on, Cosmic Corey? What it do?
Peace.
What's up, Google Scholar?
Peace.
You know what it
is?
Doing? I'm good, man. I'm listening. And Chef Fennell, you said you wasn't offended. I'm absolutely offended by religion. I'm not necessarily offended by the person that practice it, depending on their stance and depending on how far they stick their goddamn chests out. So I find religion offensive because it's degrading to what our ancestors did. Like the shit they had wasn't real, and the shit they had, you know what I'm saying, was against the creator and they should go straight to hell. So a lot of people had that mindset. So even if I was raised in China and I was a Buddhist, I would feel offended by Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And any system that claimed that the system that my ancestors put together, you know what I'm saying, wasn't efficient for what they was doing. So for me, it's just offensive. I think we had somebody on the other day, they was saying how, no, I was on Dr. Mayat joint, and somebody came on an Instagram and said we going to hell. You know what I'm saying? So if I decide to deify the water, because the water, right, is what feed the community, and in the water is fish that feed the community, you can't be mad at that. It's just the way of life. So a lot of times the Christians, Muslims, and Jews, specifically Christians, and specifically Hebrew Israelites, these niggas and Muslims, they arrogant as hell. They swear they got the God, and whatever you got ain't cracking. So that's when it becomes offensive to me. Now, a person that just believes the way they believe, I say it all the time. All human beings got a right to believe the way they want to believe. We got beliefs on this panel. They might not be religious belief, but we believe certain things. So I'm thinking everybody got that right. But as soon as you super arrogant and swear you got the God, yeah, then your whole religion becomes offensive.
Peace, peace, peace. What's goody?
It's good, man.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna.
cute.
Yeah. This cute, man. What's good with y'all, man? How y'all feeling
That's good.
tonight, man?
Feeling good so far. I might as well bang on you first and just get it out. Shit.
Yeah, I was waiting on that. I'm waiting on it. I'm
Yeah,
waiting
you
on
just might as well get your ass first. What the hell you
it.
crazy ass for?
Nah. You know what, man? I kind of agree with everybody. To a degree. On one side, like, nah, you shouldn't feel offended, but on another side, you should feel offended because, let me put it like this: when it comes to the extremists, you should feel
Mhm.
offended because a lot of these extremists, what they do is they muddy the water. Especially which I'm sure you can appreciate, when it comes to the vaccines, like they muddy the water, and they give us a lot of bad information, which subsequently hurts our communities. Like it actually does. But on a colloquial sense, like, nah, like I don't give a F what religious people think. You know, am I an atheist activist? Absolutely. Am I against religion? Absolutely. Because I think religion makes you dumb. I really think that religion makes you dumb. Not saying not saying that you can't be an intelligent person like Francis Collins, who what was essentially the author of the Human Genome Project. I'm not saying that it makes you entirely a walking idiot, but what I am saying is that like Francis Collins wasn't an average person. But for the average person, it does make you dumb. And a lot of times we'll have average people who try to join intellectual conversations with religious beliefs, and it just doesn't jive. But that's kind of my piece on it.
Okay.
Hold on, you ain't
Yeah,
got no.
but
Hold on, you ain't got no.
when I was
Hold on,
saying
you ain't got no slick shit to say behind that, bro. What the fuck?
he's saving his bullets for me. He got
Yeah, that's crazy. He usually
nah,
got
I'm
some
fucking
slick
with you.
shit to say, but it's cool.
Yeah, but when I was saying I ain't offended, I was talking more on the general term, like religion, period, not necessarily Christianity, Judaism, and whatever, Islam. You know, I was just talking basically all religions, you know. I mean, people gonna believe what they believe, you know what I mean? Like I said, the only thing you can do is plant a seed, and that's that.
I gotta say this again, man. Every time I come on this joint, because a lot of times I be on my phone, but now that I'm on my computer, man, Corey, bro, you and your wife, every time I see that picture, bro, like that shit is love. I know the people can't see it, but like that shit is, bro. I know I say it every time, but like that shit is love, bro. And there's so much respect, you know. But yeah, let's get in back to what we was talking about. But yeah, that's love, bro. That's dope as fuck, my nigga. For real, for real.
So I say, for the most part, the offensive part of religion, the reason why it doesn't offend me is because I look at it the same way as somebody being a nationalist, right? For their country. Most people have a nationalistic approach about their country, right? They have love of country. And they think that it's certain things in their country that makes their mother country better than every other country. You see what I'm saying? So the same reason I wouldn't get offended by that, right, is the same reason why I wouldn't get offended by a religion believing that they have the God or the system, right? That's right. The same way, you know, how the Chinese rep or the Russians rep the Russian flag and the mother country. We might look at it and be like, man, there's all kind of shit fucked up about your country. This shit can't possibly, you dig what I'm saying? Now, I done been to poor countries and they rep their country, right? You know, the Puerto Ricans, if you ever go to New York during a Puerto Rican parade, you know, in no way, shape, or form will we ever consider Puerto Rico being a better country than the United States. But you let them Puerto Ricans tell it, they got Puerto Rican flags wrapped around their whole body, and you know what I mean? They repping that shit 100. The same way a religious person rep their particular religion. They supposed to believe that their religion is the right religion.
Hey, that's 100, bro.
Right.
That's 100 because I'm from Miami, Florida, and you see these Cubans, bro. They got that shit hanging from their front to the back of they cars. Like they wear that Cuban flag, but they'll say like they hate Cuba. Like I never could understand it. They hate Cuba, but they still, bro. They rock that flag. Yeah, they fucks with it. Like it's a distinction. That's really what it is. It's a distinction, bro. Like I'm this and you that. That's really what it is.
Yeah, I feel like religion is the same way. They, you know, for a Christian, they gonna definitely believe that Jesus is the right way to God or the right understanding of God. The Muslim believe that, you know, what Muhammad brought was the right, correct understanding of God. The Jews believe that you know, what Moses and the Torah brought was the correct understanding of God. You know what I mean? The Hindus definitely believe that they have the right understanding of God. I don't know no what do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for, Corey or Cube or Stu Peas? The evangelical religions. Most evangelical religions will proclaim that they have the right understanding of God, right? Because that's a part of their proselytization, however you say that word.
Now
right?
you said you said it right. You said it right.
Yeah.
It would make sense because if you believe that your system is the correct system and the best system for humanity, if you don't believe that, then you wouldn't be a part of it.
Part of that religion, right?
Yeah, because it's like, yo, I'm a fan of the Miami Dolphins and Uncle, I'm sure Chef, y'all fans of the Ravens. Like, I finna rep and I finna put on for my shit. So like, no matter what, I finna put on. So like, it's just one of those things, man. To where like, but see, the problem comes when these people can't accept. Like, I can accept, man, the Dolphins been trash for 20 years, but these people can. Like they can't accept, like, yo, like this shit is trash, and you know
Jesus has been Yeah, Jesus been trash for 2,000 years.
Yeah, they can't accept it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's it. That's it, bro.
Well, it's I guess it's a difference between patriotism and jingoism, then, right?
You
Because
said what? You said what?
patriotism, it would be the difference between patriotism and
Mhm.
jingoism.
I don't know what jingoism is, bro.
Well, no, jingoism is just a hyper defense of your country. You never heard this statement, "My country, right or wrong."
Mm.
So
Yeah,
basically, no matter
but you said jingoism?
jingoism.
Nah, I don't know what that is. I apologize,
He
bro.
just he
Spit.
just
No,
explained it.
No. I'm just saying, like, I've never heard that term, but now I know. Like, now I know. Yeah.
yeah. Well, I don't mean to get all philosophical on you, but I was
Oh,
just saying,
damn, I
it
was
depends.
muted. My bad. But I heard of jingoism. What is that again?
He
It's
just
just a
explained it.
hyper
I
partisan defense
came
of
back at the
your
end of
country.
it.
You know,
What it's my
it
bad.
would be like patriotism to another level. Like you taking it too far. Like your country could
Oh,
never do anything wrong.
In
oh, okay.
America, we call that like right wing, like right wing extremism. Like that's what we would call it.
I've heard jingoism in like the media and shit. You know what I'm saying? I heard that term. I just never, I guess, knew what it really meant. I guess,
Yeah,
but
it would be a political thing. It would be
yeah,
more
I
political,
heard that's
but
where I heard that in like the media and shit. Like like
So look, so Unc, is you still on me? All right.
oh,
So Unc attempted to break down Corey's misunderstanding of the what was it? The
the med.
Mediterranean.
Yeah, that was funny too, man. That was hilarious.
Yeah, so I didn't want to. They pulled me into the argument, or I halfway jumped in, but I didn't. I didn't want to get your viewpoint wrong, so I didn't speak for Corey. You dig what I'm saying? Because I know he got a particular way that he likes to break it down himself.
You took a beating for him, though.
It definitely wasn't a beat, and I just
It was a beat.
I chose not to.
He called his Caribbean homies in to jump you, Chef.
Yeah, I didn't really explain my point, and I didn't want to engage. I just wanted to show that
nobody can't explain that.
No, I just wanted to listen. You almost tricked the whole show.
I didn't trick nobody.
No, hold on. Which shows that is some deficiencies in this community, right? Mm-hmm. It's some, and you know it, you feel me?
Yeah, I'm starting with y'all too.
No, if we wouldn't have pulled back, if I wouldn't have pulled, then everybody would have actually thought that Egypt wasn't on the Mediterranean because of a joke you played. You see that? Like basic geography almost got thrown under the bus over a fucking joke. A third grade joke. So it's some deficiencies in this shit. And I'm telling you, you are exploiting them shits.
I'm not. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, just because a city that's in Egypt is on the coast doesn't make a 4,100 mile river Mediterranean no more than a fucking Egypt trading with Nubia make it Nubian. And see, that's the shit y'all like to use. Y'all try to use the fact that they traded with them in a certain dynasty period, and you trade with them, and that make you Mediterranean. Okay, no, I agree. Hold on. It ain't the plants, it ain't the fauna, it ain't none of that. So I'm gonna shut up, and you show us where the Mediterranean fauna is. You show us where the Mediterranean people is. Do you, Corey? I'm listening, my nigga.
What's the fauna? I'm not. I ain't familiar with.
Plants.
Oh,
That's what you said.
vegetation.
Animals.
No,
Yeah, yeah.
fauna would be animals. Plants is the
Fauna,
flora.
animal, flora, plants.
Flora and fauna, right.
Get your
Right.
shit together.
My shit is together. I'm good. I'm good.
So
Show us that.
I don't know what are you saying? Like
I'm
there's
saying
But
that
how
none
is
of
it
that
hard
shit
to
you be
find
saying is right.
fauna on the coast? Like, how is that hard?
No, that's not what we're saying, yo. Get that whole argument. I'm saying that Egypt, Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, does not have the same fauna, does not have the same climate, and does not have the same ecosystem as the Mediterranean.
no.
That's what I'm saying.
Listen. That it's
Don't stammer and stammer.
I was not saying. Listen, you mixing it all up.
Okay, good.
This is what you do the best. This is what you do.
Oh, help me out. We listening.
When I was explaining that, you were saying that the Mediterranean is a racist term. When I was bringing up the fauna, like y'all say, in the flora and all of that, I was explaining how that was not a racist term because it's actually scientific. It's a scientific term. That's why I brought that up. I wasn't bringing that up to say, oh, you can go through Egypt and find all of these different flowers. What I was saying is, you're saying the term Mediterranean is a racist term, and I'm saying it's a scientific term. That's what I was explaining.
Okay, so then what? Think about this for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
The term black can be racist. It's based off of the user and the way you
I don't want to talk. I never talked about
racist.
black. Why y'all always bring me into the black?
No, relax. No.
I don't want to be brought into that.
Yeah. No. Listen,
go ahead.
you have to pay close attention. Any word, if used derogatively, can be racist. So you can misuse the term Mediterranean in a racist way. When you try to usurp another people's culture by applying, right, Mediterranean on it, that term becomes racist because it's definitely changing, trying to at least verbally and scholastically change a culture that is indigenous to certain lands. That's a racist. The way they use it was racist because they was trying to say that the niggas in Africa couldn't have did that. So it had to have been an invading race from the Mediterranean. Come on, man.
Bro, that makes no sense.
No, no. Nobody's. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying. I
You
don't know.
Really?
What you're saying.
So you don't get how they use the Mediterranean and Asia. Okay, you know what? I'm not doing this.
What I'm gonna say.
No, you don't see that. Hey, I'm wrong with that, yo. I made that up.
That didn't sound right to me.
So wait, yo. You don't understand how early Egyptologists said that it was Asia, the Mediterranean, that formed Egyptian culture. You don't get that, or you just fucking
nobody ever said that. Nope.
So
Furthermore, you talk about how they traded with the Nubians first. I'm like, I never argued about who traded with who first. Like that's never been my argument. What I'm saying is,
I don't want to talk. I'm gonna talk to Q.
Let me say this again.
You tapped out.
When we talking about, and then I don't even get the whole point where y'all keep saying, well, when you talk about Egyptians, you can't talk about genetics. It's like, why are they so special? What's so special about the Egyptians that when you talk about them, you can't talk about genetics? You know what I mean? It just don't even make sense to me.
You know what?
I'm gonna can't hardly make it make sense to me. I'm talking about.
I'm gonna wait till you turn your brain on.
And when you're talking about, see, the thing is, y'all saying culture, right? But why is y'all keep trying to make the Nubian culture the Egyptian culture? Like, why can't the Nubians have their own shit? They ain't allowed to have their own culture. They ain't allowed. Them niggas ain't allowed to have their own culture.
Yeah,
they gotta be the same as the Egyptians.
Not tonight.
It don't make sense to me.
Yeah, you rolled down the tracks. I'm letting you know you done went three three
I'm just
different
laying
things
out
away
your
from what we
whole
were saying.
argument. I'm laying
Nah,
out everything you said
nah.
yesterday. You
Nope.
know what I'm saying?
That's not fair,
Just
Corey.
addressing it one by
Corey.
one.
Nope. Since you don't understand how white people, WHITE,
Man, I don't
white
listen.
people, hold
I
on.
don't
White
know
people
about
said
white people and
that,
black
hold
people.
on.
I don't know
Okay.
none of them.
No, white people.
That
Racist
don't
white
make sense
people.
to me when you
Yes, it
start
do.
talking that.
Listen. I'm gonna
Go
say
ahead.
this real quick for you. Racist white people
Mm-hmm.
in the 1800s that started the field of Egyptology called the Egyptians a Mediterranean race. That's the bullshit, bro. And they said it was an outside force that invaded
No, I don't think they did.
And
I don't think they called them Mediterranean race. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they did.
But hold on. How were they not? But hold on, real quick. How are they not Mediterranean? How about you start there and tell us how they're not Mediterranean? I think that'd be a fair place to start. Telling us how they're not Mediterranean.
So I just like to hear you say
they
they are.
Nubians.
No, I like to hear you. No, I like to hear you say that they are. Q. Prove to me, Q, how
listen,
the Nubians and the Egyptians are Mediterranean.
Bro,
The
listen.
Nubians ain't
tell me
Mediterranean.
Real quick.
The Nubians are a different people.
Hey, step to the side, Corey. You already tapped out.
No,
we hear it in your voice.
No, because I'm
you
not
don't
gonna
want
let you do this.
You don't want the work. I'm talking to you.
I'm not gonna let you muddy the water.
How am I muddying the water? You act
the
like
Nubians are their own people.
Why are they not Mediterranean?
Not the Egyptians.
Facts.
Why are they not Mediterranean though?
Because they're Nubians.
They Nubians.
Oh, okay. So why Egyptians not Egyptians then?
Because the Nubians are not. Because the Nubians are not
the
Egyptians.
Is the Egyptians.
What the hell?
And Egypt is on the Mediterranean Sea.
Don't you know?
Hold on.
There's multiple.
No. I want to hear everybody say it.
Nope. This though, real
I'm gonna go down the line. Hold on. I just want to go down the line and making sure I got this right.
No, just because you confused. I'm gonna straighten it out for you.
Are the Egyptians Mediterranean? Yes or no? I just want to get y'all on tape.
Yes.
No.
Corey,
don't answer that.
Let me
Corey,
tell
don't
you.
answer that. Corey, don't answer that. What he needs to say is, were the Nubians Mediterranean? And then you would have to say no. But when the Nubians came into Egypt, you would have to say they became or adopted a Mediterranean culture. You would have to say that. But
before, man, you drinking Cube early in the game. You out the game.
Listen,
you out the contest. You flunked.
But listen,
I think he's right, yo.
Listen.
I'm
gonna ask y'all again.
I'm gonna ask y'all
Negro pins again.
There's multiple Mediterranean.
I'm gonna ask y'all Negro pins again. What makes? Hold on. First of all, I want to hear y'all agree that Egypt is a Mediterranean culture. Chef,
it's one of them. Yes or no? It's one of the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. Okay. One of. Right. Okay.
Yes.
No. My fault. My fault. Cosmic Corey. Is Egypt a Mediterranean culture?
It's one of them. Yes.
It's one of them. That's fine. It's fine. And then y'all would explain how it is that. All right. Okay. Q. Is Egypt a Mediterranean culture? I know you ain't up for the conversation because you're drinking right about now.
Yes.
Okay. See, this is how I know it's a gap. Like
Cosmic,
Chef said, shut up.
No, I'm gonna shut up. Listen,
but go ahead.
Bro, listen.
Go ahead.
At this point,
I'm gonna shut
up. Hold on. At this point, I'm gonna shut up, and all y'all, I got to call y'all Negro pins now. All y'all Negro pins explain to the listening audience with sources, right? That tell us why we should tell our children that the Egyptians, fuck that they black, that don't even matter at this point. Explain to us how we gonna tell our kids, right, that the goddamn Egyptians are Mediterranean culture. I'm muting out. Go for it.
All right, let me help you.
How you gonna tell your kid what? Hold on.
I doubt,
bro. He's assuming I'm teaching my daughter this fucking shit. Like, no, bro. Bottom line is this, bro. When the Nubians came into Egypt, they adopted a Mediterranean culture. Before that, they were not. Now, the people that were in Egypt in the 18, 17, 16, so forth and so on, when you go down the line, Those people, they had a Mediterranean culture. So perfect example. When you had the Hyksos coming there, they adopted. Like there were many people that came in and out of Egypt, but when these people came, bro, they adopted this Mediterranean culture. There's no way around it, bro. I'm sorry, but there's no way around it. When people came in, they adopted it, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Q. Don't nobody jump in. I'm getting y'all niggas one at a time. Q, are you absolutely certain that when the Mediterranean people came in, like you just said, that the people living in the Nile Valley adapted their culture? So give me one item, right, that turned it around for them niggas in Egypt.
Watch
that
this.
Came from the Mediterranean.
Watch
And
this.
then give me
hold on. Hey, Chef, hold on, Chef, I got him.
Jump in it.
Chef,
Why y'all jumping in it?
Chef, I got him. Chef, I got
Why
him.
y'all niggas is jumping in it right now?
Chef, I got him. He just said, tell me when the Mediterranean people came in there that they weren't Mediterranean. This is what he just said to me.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that, dog. I asked you just to, no, listen, we don't got to fight this. This is a smooth conversation tonight. We getting you on tape. I'm just asking you, what was it that the Mediterranean people brought in, right? That the Egyptians...
But that's not what you asked me, bro.
I think that's what I'm...
Bro, no, but that's not what you said.
It's a foolish question because the Egyptians are Mediterranean people.
And there's no way around it.
Why are you jumping in it, though? Why are you jumping in it right now? I got you. But I got plenty for you, though. I'm not asking you that question. I got you. Get out the way for a minute, sir.
Bro, but you can't get around it. Bro, but you... Bro,
why you cut me off in the middle of my question, Q?
Bro, because you already
Are you afraid?
Bro, you already asked it. You already asked it. You said when the Mediterranean...
Q, listen, bro, don't do that. Don't do that.
Come on, get it out, bro. Get it out.
Right. Q, I'm going to ask you again.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Since Egypt is a Mediterranean culture, because of this coastline touching the shit.
Oh my God.
What was it that they adopted and who did they adopt it from?
Bro, okay, let me stop you, bro. You just said Egypt is a Mediterranean culture. So when people come into Egypt and take the shit over, guess what they're adopting? They're adopting a Mediterranean culture. Bro, stop. Bro, please stop, bro. You're killing yourself. You are, see, this is the problem. You already said that they were Mediterranean people. Now you just asked me, well, when the people come in and adopted the Mediterranean, bro, you agree with me that they're Mediterranean people. Why are we even going through this at this point? Just stop, B.
He jumped off.
It makes sense. I would have jumped off a bridge if I said some crazy shit like that. Bro, he literally, bro, hold on. Hey, are y'all my witness? He said that the Egyptians were Mediterranean. Did he just say that? He just said that.
I don't even understand. Well, I'm gonna say this.
He just said that.
Hold on. When you say that, you know, the Egyptians, first off, Egypt is a Mediterranean civilization.
And that's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said.
So by definition, that he's saying that he basically think that there's an outside Mediterranean civilization that came in, that we're saying that outside people from the Mediterranean came in and created the culture or the civilization of Egypt. That's not what I'm saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I never said that.
There are many different Mediterranean cultures, and Egypt is one of them.
Yeah.
So, but he think for some reason that we're saying that it was this particular group of Mediterranean people outside of Egypt that came. No, Egypt is a part of the Mediterranean world. So their civilization is one of the civilizations of the Mediterranean.
And real quick, and it reflects that shit. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
But I even go one step further, Sheffrin. I'll even say that Egypt is the most influential of all the Mediterranean cultures. I'll even go as far as to say that. because I've read research to say that. But you know, the thing is, like, it's just like, I think it's a gap, because when we say it's one of the Mediterranean cultures, right? Like you said, they thinking that it's not. We're saying it's not an African culture, right?
Right. That's
I'm
what
not
it
saying
is.
that the
That's what it
Italians
is.
ain't Italian because they
Right.
Mediterranean. That don't mean they're not
Right.
Italian niggas.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this shit is ridiculous to me.
Hold on. Let me check this real quick, because the brother B Gaddafi says, "Oh, he did not say that, bro." Unc just said that these people were Mediterranean. He said that, and then to the other brother that said no, Cube, he said they came in and adopted it. That's my point. They came in and adopted a Mediterranean culture, because he was talking about what he was talking about. The
The
20
Nubians.
Yeah, he was talking about they
the
came,
Nubians.
bro. They literally came in and adopted it. And you know how we know that they adopted it? Because they didn't change shit. They did
No, they did.
They did everything that the other Egyptians was doing. There's no different than you want to talk about Obama. Oh, Obama didn't change shit. He was just another black man. That's exactly what we're talking about.
I mean, they define. I mean, Egypt's cuisine is a Mediterranean cuisine. I mean,
bro, like there's no way around it, bro. Like we just have to
it's
stop.
ridiculous to me, man. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Gaddafi. I know you fuck with Uncle. That's your nigga. That's my nigga too. But at the end of the day, the nigga was wrong, bro. And you know, if we on some pseudo killer shit, consider that nigga dead. Period. Fuck out of here.
Now I just decided today I'm not even talking about Egypt no more. I want to talk about Nubia. This is what I want. I want to get this straight. I want them to show me that they Nubians, because I'm gonna go a step further, because these niggas, I don't even get it why they making this Nubian fight. Because how does anybody distinguish it, bro? No, when you go over to Africa, right? Nobody's making love like we do over here in America, right? This all African thing, like, no, motherfucker, Ghanaians is Ghanaians, and they gonna tell you they Ghanaians, bro. Nigerians is Nigerians. Don't you fucking mistake him for some nigga from Sierra Leone. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that, right?
Or else he's gonna look at you with the side eye, like, nigga.
Man,
I'll look like them niggas when he really do. Like, you know,
just like Mexicans, right? Like, don't mistake a El Salvadorian for a Mexican.
Or Guatemalan, right?
Yeah.
For Argentinian.
Don't do that.
For Argentinian.
Yeah.
Bro, to us, they all look the same. I don't smashed a lot of these Argentinian and Guatemala bitches. They all look the same to me.
And the same is in West Africa. We all look the same over there. You know what I'm saying? But look, it's not that though. You know what I'm saying? It ain't even close to that. So, and me and Sheffrin, I shared a video, and the video, it was so crazy, man, because it was done 2 weeks ago, right? And this guy don't even have anything to do with our community at all. At least I don't think, right? But he talked about what it was like to be a black man in Egypt, right? So he's a black man from the United States, right? And he's taking a trip to Egypt, and he realized that no, these niggas they don't even want to be African the same way that we are. You see what I'm saying? They don't even claim that shit. This shit's it's nuts, man. Like, we gotta stop this shit. We got it. It make us look bad. It make us look bad. He had the wrong impression about Egypt, but when he went down to Sudan, right, and he was I think it was Aswan, I believe he was in.
Mm-hmm.
The Nubian village.
bro. That's
Yeah,
basic, bro. That's
they
basically when Pan-Africanism goes
no,
wrong.
but let me tell you, they told this brother like, yo, them bitch ass niggas up there, man, they gave us they gave us this little piece of land, right? You know what I'm saying? They came in and they took our shit, you know, because a lot of times that border, that the Egyptian border, you know, receded and contracted, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. The border ain't always been in the same place. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, they making a distinguishment down there. They like, yo, we ain't them niggas,
They ain't
and them niggas
Egyptian.
up there saying they ain't them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Hey, look. Hey, look. In the chat, you got niggas saying no sources. And see, niggas did this to niggas. To where it's like now niggas need sources for everything niggas say. Like
For
niggas can't
common
even
sense.
like niggas can't even take the elementary fucking arguments. Like
Right.
I was talking to a nigga in the chat.
because they don't know geography.
Yeah, and it's like niggas like, where's your source for that? And I'm like, bro, like you don't know the basics of evolution. Like you can't even like look this shit up yourself. Like, why do I have to educate you and give you a source and go through this full on thing? And like, yeah, like the sources thing is cool, but it's like that's for the pseudo niggas, bro.
It's
Like,
overplayed. It's
yeah,
overplayed.
bro. When we talk, when we talk, like we are fluent in the shit that we talk about. We've studied this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if there's some shit that I don't really know, I'll say like, hey, you know, such and such and such. I think this, da da da. And niggas will correct me. Niggas do it all the time. Niggas can get corrected and nobody don't feel no type of way. That's why I fucks with the pseudo killers heavy. But it's like, bro, like niggas want sources for like birth
I
certificates.
have yet
Like,
to see anything that says otherwise. Like what did you show that said it wasn't a Mediterranean, one of the Mediterranean cultures?
no. I'm just saying, like, there's niggas like
No,
niggas.
no, but Unc is on. I think Unc back on, or is he not on?
He jumped back off. Now he
Uh,
back.
Yeah, I just don't agree with that shit. Like niggas just want sources for everything, and it's like,
Can,
bro,
can
like,
I say something?
go ahead,
Go
B.
ahead.
All right, this is Stu Peace. All right, I am Jamaican.
What's going on,
And
Steve? How you
yeah,
doing, bro?
big up to everybody. And the other, the dude that's in Dagger Squad, he's from Antigua or Martinique.
what
What's his
dude?
name?
Garfield. I don't know where Garfield from.
The other, no, the other dude with the accent in Pseudo Killers. That's our king. The
Oh,
dude,
Federal.
Said
Cedric.
I,
St. Peter's or something. Saint
No, I think Curacao.
Curacao, right? But he would tell you that. He'll tell you that if it's a Caribbean culture, he knows that we're talking about all the islands that lie within the
yeah,
Caribbean,
absolutely. That's a
facts.
great
Good point.
example. That's a great example, Stu Peas. Go ahead. Keep teaching, brother.
right? So,
Stupid, you about to get kicked off.
Man,
so
you Jamaican niggas rub me the wrong way. Nah, but go ahead. I'm just fucking with you.
No, Stu Peas teaching
Nah,
though. Go ahead, man.
right.
nah.
So when we say Egypt is a Mediterranean culture, it does not have to be exactly like Italy that's on the Mediterranean or France that's in the Mediterranean, because we have a lot of islands in the Caribbean, and no two islands is exact, but they share similarity in cultures based on the environment that they live in or the environment that surround them. They're all surrounded by the Caribbean Sea. They all have similar climate. Egypt lies on the 30th parallel latitude, right? To the north of the Med. It's a drier climate, less rainfall, right? But it has similar culture to Libya and to Tunisia and to other countries in North Africa that also share the 30th parallel latitude.
Yeah, but so what though?
No, so we can't say that it is a Mediterranean
He
culture.
making a clear point. That's a good point.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying, but I
no,
want him
I
to
agree
get.
with him.
No, I just want him to get to his point though. Like, you know,
No,
like,
He
and that was
made his point. You just missed it.
yeah, I truthfully did. I ain't gonna hold you.
missed his point. You missed his point.
Yeah, I
And
really did. I ain't gonna
what
hold you. I did.
I want to ask Stu Peas though, right? you and Cedric, right? Y'all live in different parts of the Caribbean, right?
Stupies live in Florida.
Oh, okay. Well, y'all from
No,
Damn.
no,
y'all from
no.
parts, right? Right, Stoopy?
Huh?
He's from a different part of the Caribbean than
Yeah,
you, right?
he's from a different island. His island is almost like 800 miles away.
But his cuisine is called Caribbean cuisine, and yours is too, right?
And it's not the same, but it's very similar.
But it don't have. That's exactly my point. That's my point exactly. And I'm so happy you hear Stoopies to clear this up. Where you been at? Why you ain't been here to clear this up, Stoopies, like 2 years ago, man?
But hold on, that's not even difficult. Like niggas
No,
could
it
live.
ain't. It ain't.
But
It's not.
bro, listen, I grew
It's
up in a
simple. It's
I grew up in a certain part of Miami, and if a nigga like just lived like 2 blocks away and grew up in a different part of Miami, he would eat different shit. Like I'm sure that works the same way with niggas in Brooklyn and Brown or whatever the
listen.
fuck.
Listen.
That's
Like,
not
it's the
what we're
same
saying.
shit.
My point is, Q, right? Mediterranean cultures, that don't mean because they're a Mediterranean culture, that don't mean they're exactly the same. It means they have they share similarities,
Bro,
right? But
I
that
agree with
mean
everything you just
exactly
said.
the same.
Has y'all niggas finished yet? I'll let y'all talk. I'm coming with a source.
No, you got off. You got off. You didn't
No, I
let us
didn't.
talk. You
I
got
didn't. I
off.
didn't. No, I let y'all talk. No, I let y'all talk. I'm listening.
For the first thing though, I'll let you
I
interrupt
just
me.
want to read a source.
You
That's
can
all.
cut me off right now. You
No, I
just
just
got
want to read a source.
something.
That's all.
Hold on. You just got to show me something that's it's not one of the Mediterranean cultures.
No, I just want to read something. That's all I want to
It's
do.
gonna say
Like
it's
Cube
not.
said, y'all niggas don't gotta read no sources. I got you, Cube. That's for the pseudo niggas.
No.
Since I
It's
instituted the
fine if
fucking
you want to
rule,
bring some
since
scholarship.
I instituted the fucking rule 10 years ago, I know what the fucking rule was meant for, not for y'all niggas to come change the goddamn
Yeah,
rule.
but I think it's
Now
been
y'all just
abused.
instituted
I
a new
think
rule. We
I
don't
think
gotta
it-
have a source.
No, you didn't say that.
I ain't mad.
You didn't say that.
Let me read. So, okay, I want to really understand y'all, right? Because I don't want to be the crazy old nigga as usual.
And you understand me.
No,
Man, you talk
no.
too much for you not to understand
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
That
No.
would be
But I'm
fucking
saying y'all
crazy.
basically saying because are y'all saying that because they
Hold
traded?
on,
Come on, Cube, you can't make me say all, nigga.
no,
More
bro,
apt.
hold
I
on,
know
bro. I promise I apologize. Bro,
Cube,
I
I'm not
promise,
doing that, Cube. I'm
bro.
not
I
doing that tonight.
promise I apologize.
Cube,
Bro,
I don't want you to promise shit. Just
bro,
shut the hell
B,
up right
bro.
now.
I
No,
promise
no, Cube,
bro.
no.
Please,
It's
bro,
called
please,
patience, bro.
bro,
It's
Hey,
please,
called
Q,
patience, bro.
please, bro,
Cube,
please.
don't
Cube,
give them an excuse, Q.
No,
not,
bro,
Give them an
please,
excuse.
bro.
not running
Bro,
over the show,
please.
nigga.
No,
We're not doing the
I'm trying to tell
please,
you,
sir.
bro.
Let me talk, sir. I'm trying to talk, sir. No,
Bro, I'm trying to tell
relax.
you somebody
Let
is
me
in the
finish.
chat. Bro, I'm trying to tell you
So
somebody is
what,
in.
nigga?
Bro,
So
there's a pseudo in the chat. Why the fuck we arguing with each other when we can get a pseudo up
not.
here?
I don't want to get a pseudo up here. Give him the link.
Bro, I'm telling the sister.
I want you right now because you worse than the pseudo. At least I know they
Come
pseudo.
on, man, bro. Like
I
I'm
want to
trying
see
to.
you.
Yo, there's a
Don't run.
Hey, drop the link.
All right, go ahead.
Hey,
Go
drop
ahead.
the just
Drop
real
the link,
quick.
chef.
Nigga,
Yeah,
Drop
it's
the link, chef.
Tuesday. Why is you drinking on Tuesday night?
No, bro,
Damn.
chill, bro. You tripping on this drinking shit, bro. Bro, there's a sister. Bro, there's a sister in the chat. There's a sister
Cube,
in
it's
the
fine.
chat.
QB, drop the
Man,
link.
you
It's
niggas
good.
is, bro, please, man. You niggas be, y'all, you see, what y'all do is y'all try to illuminate the dumb
Okay,
shit.
go ahead. Go ahead, man.
Okay,
I
there's
can't have fun, so no more drinking jokes.
no, bro. You can do
You
it as
know
much
it's
as you
after.
want. I don't
You
give a fuck
know it's
about that,
after
bro.
9 o'clock.
Bro, I'm still,
Anyway,
I'm still
you know,
on,
I niggas is
I'm still on my shit. Now we got a sister, Naftali. She's in the joint.
that
Drop the link
nigga
for.
turned that half
He already dropped the link. That's what we're trying to
working
tell
on
you.
another
Put the
one.
link already.
Nah, nigga. He just dropped it, nigga. I'm watching.
Sweet
Nigga.
Pea.
Stop.
Sweet
He
Pea,
just
what you
dropped
say?
it.
He already dropped the fifth. That what you said?
No, he
The
said
link.
drop the link,
A half
nigga.
It's not
All
stupid,
right.
by the way.
Cube, she said
Look.
she ain't want to come on
That's
until
Google
Y'all
Friday.
sound
Scholar.
like stupid.
See, look,
Stupid a Trinidadian. I'm not stupid.
Oh, would you? That's who is that? That's
Google Scholar.
Let's Google Scholar.
that ain't Google Scholar. Hey, Google, that is Google Scholar. Come on, my
Yeah,
apologies.
it's me.
You can't even differentiate.
Google Scholar like a
so-
fucking sniper, yo. That nigga sit right back for us to make a mistake and shoot the shit out of it.
So hold on.
No, I'm listening.
Can't differentiate between Jamaicans.
Oh, that's Sweet Pea right there. There you go.
That's nice.
Okay.
I love the Jamaicans.
Yo, this nigga this
Oh,
nigga
you
Oh,
crazy, dude.
Yo,
Google
this-
Scholar lethal though, yo. He'll let you have a whole conversation and dive out of nowhere, yo. You be like, yo, you know you missed that term right there, right?
Right.
Yeah, well, that's my job. I gotta keep y'all on the straight and narrow,
Yo,
you
you
know.
good at that shit, nigga.
But
I ain't
he
gonna lie,
honest
yo.
with it though.
Damn.
At least
Yo,
he honest
yo.
with it though.
Yes, sir. You be think you jamming and shit. And nigga say, but wait a minute. You know the Fura is this and that now. I'm like, I'm thinking that nigga my fault. Yo, be lethal with that shit. You be like, damn, nigga. Shit,
Nah,
we gonna call you
nah,
the
nah,
statistician
I'm
now.
gonna keep it a buck, man. I was just trying to get the sister in there to try to bring her on because when I get on her
with no sister.
She wanna
No.
debate you. That's what she wants. She asked for the debate.
bro, I'm just saying this, bro.
She want to debate you?
No, she
No.
wanna debate Unc.
Man,
Yeah,
I ain't arguing no damn sister, man. God
It's not
damn.
an argument, it's a
oh
debate.
my god,
A
this is
debate
crazy.
about what?
Evolution.
I'm not debating on
Bro.
what shit evolving right now. Talking about we can't want to debate evolution. Humans are still evolving right now.
Hey, let me say this, man.
Hey,
Y'all
Cube, I
niggas
think
get
you had that for you, Cube.
and for real though, y'all niggas gotta stop with that drunk shit because niggas is in the chat saying this wild shit. And like, bro, like
Dude,
for
now
real,
you gonna
like
Cube.
like
it
for
out,
real,
Cube.
like
Cut
hey,
it out, man.
no, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, nigga, I gotta kind of chill with that a little bit because I was
Okay,
really,
that's all I asked you.
no, for real. I was trying to bring this sister on because this, bro. Listen, I was trying to bring this sister on because you know what I'm saying. Like, she really has a platform and she gets busy. I was just trying to bring her on, but like, come
Man,
on,
she ain't getting
I don't
busy
believe
talking
you,
about
Q.
somebody jumped out
I
the
don't
sun,
believe.
yo.
I don't believe your sincerity. I don't even believe
bro,
you
no,
sincere.
stop, bro, please stop, bro.
I
Bro,
don't. I don't believe
promise,
you sincere, dude.
bro, stop, bro. I promise you, bro. Please stop. There's a sister in it, bro. There's a sister in the
Cube,
chat.
stop. Cube, chill. She
Somebody
said
jumped out the sun?
Friday.
She said,
Yeah,
Friday.
She said she can't come on tonight.
Bro,
He missed that.
the
He was
only
She
taking
thing,
just
a shot.
arguing in the chat. Yo, if you want to argue with her, she's only arguing in the chat tonight. She's not coming on the panel.
Yeah, he had 1 eye closed reading that motherfucker, yo.
And plus she want Unc. She don't want to debate Q. She want Unc.
You know what you got?
crazy. Google.
No, that's what she said. She
Boy,
want to
all of
debate on
y'all
evolution.
crazy, boy. All of y'all.
Yes, boo.
She want to debate evolution.
Wow.
She don't want to debate Egypt.
Yeah, we ain't gonna debate no Egypt. We're gonna turn it off. I'm gonna let y'all have that for a minute.
Yeah, what are you talking about? The Mediterranean? You're gonna have to let me have that.
It's
only scientific.
For Q jump me in. So you saying because let me get this straight. Because y'all saying because the coast touch it, right? And like the Delta is the most underdeveloped place in the motherfucker though. But you saying because it touched the ocean. So what makes
how come Trinidad is the Caribbean though? How come Trinidad the Caribbean?
Because it's in the water. Isn't it? I mean, they get I want to talk. I want to talk to Google Scholar and Sweet Peach right now. That's all. So can we agree that in the
Ain't
Caribbean,
nobody on here named Sweet Peas, yo.
Right.
I mean, what is it?
Stupid.
Sweet Peas, my fuck. Stew, like stew. Stew peas,
Yeah,
I got
you make a
I
wrong
never
turn
fucking
one
skip
time,
against stew peas.
and
Stew
you'll
peas, I'll
always
never
make
mess it up
fun
again,
of
stew peas.
No,
I'll never mess it up again. I promise. bro.
It's like you go to a
Stupid.
place for the first time, you make the wrong turn. You'll always make the wrong turn.
All right,
So
I almost made it wrong time. My fault. I hit with the sweet peas, like sweet peas.
He ain't never got nobody name right.
Yeah.
I ain't
I
never
know,
seen
man. Don't
him get
feel
right.
bad. I'm trying. I'm working on this. So I want to ask y'all, gentlemen, right? The reason, right, Barbados and all this is considered Caribbean, right? Because there's a certain cuisine that's consistent. Am I correct in that? Maybe not the
No, that's
same.
not the
No,
reason.
no, that
No,
would
no,
not be.
I'm naming one item at a time. I'm going down the list for them. Right? If you go to the different islands, you'll find some SKV fish, different types of.
No.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking. Stew peas
All
right
right,
now.
my
Stew
bad.
peas.
Okay. All right.
Dude,
Go
in Jamaica and all that, they got different spices, but it's kind of the same. Am I missing that with the food?
Well, the food is one part of it, but I think that came later.
That's all I'm talking about right now. Just
no,
food.
but I think that came later. I think that the idea behind it was the Caribbean Sea. Each one of those islands touches the Caribbean Sea, and so that's where the name Caribbean Islands come from.
Okay.
The fact that they're in proximity, they're close to each other. That means that the food is similar.
Yeah, I was gonna get to it. I wanted to just deal with the food for a moment, so we can clearly see that these foods. Okay, and for the most part, they're islands surrounded by the Mediterranean, the sea. Am I correct?
Yeah, the
They're
Caribbean
surrounded
Sea.
by the water, and the culture is developed. It's a sea culture. Am I correct? Right?
I don't know if it's a sea
No,
culture.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, man. People fish. People swim. Come on, yo. It's a sea culture. Come on, yo.
Well, that's a part of it, but
Right.
it's not
That's a lot of it, right?
it's not seafaring as in people.
I didn't
It's
say
not
seafaring.
seafaring. Yeah.
I didn't say that. I said like people swim. Like part of the culture is to swim. Right? That's a cultural thing in the Caribbean. Right? You swimming, you diving for shells and all that shit. Am I wrong?
Wow, that shit sound racist as all.
It is not
amazing.
racist. It is not racist. That's not
So you
racist.
enjoy the beach. We enjoy the beach.
Shalom,
enjoy
shalom,
the beach.
shalom, guys. What's going on?
That's not right. Hold on. That's not. Come on, man.
Can y'all hear me?
People fish.
I think the sister is trying
man,
to say
some
something.
people spreading out can really dive, yo. They can dive very, very because they grew up diving. Yo, what are y'all talking about? That's not racist.
I know what you're trying to
They
say,
gonna
but
outswim a regular Baltimore nigga. Yo, they better swimmers. They spend their whole life on the ocean. Y'all serious right now? Come on, yo.
no, I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, come on, man. I know. I ain't
culture,
the smartest nigga in the world,
sea
yo.
culture.
It's a sea. Right. It's a sea culture,
Man,
right? It's
you
based.
hilarious.
No, the substance is based off of the sea for the most part. Fish
In some islands, yes.
in some islands, okay.
Yeah.
But okay, so why would we say, right? And how about religion? What about the religion? I'm talking about the indigenous religion there. Wouldn't they deify the ocean?
No, I don't think there's any trace of the indigenous religions left. I think.
No. Prior to Africans and Europeans coming in, but those are because I want to talk about the original people would have had a religion based around the sea because that's what they see the most of. That's the most power. Is
probably.
The sea.
I mean, probably. I wouldn't say that's unfair.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out just because Egypt touched the Mediterranean Sea, it don't even get the Mediterranean weather. It don't get the Mediterranean plants and animals, right? And it don't even get the Mediterranean people because them people wasn't bubbling, I'm saying, at 6,000 BCE. Even give a motherfucker something. What's the joke in making it that?
Seriously. Can I ask that question when you finish?
At 6,000 BC, how old is Egypt?
Man, you gotta get up there. No, you gotta get the people. Gotta start. The culture just don't jump out of nowhere. Come on, Corey. You don't just holler out Egypt and it pop up.
I know it. Just jump
it's development
out of
process. Go ahead.
Done that.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead, please.
Did I hear
This is the
sister voice in
question.
there though? Did I hear sister voice?
Yeah, the
When,
sister
yeah,
was there. Let her
yeah.
introduce
When we
herself.
talk about the
Yeah, go ahead.
Mediterranean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
when we
we can
talk
get
about
off
the
that. I
Here.
heard the
I'm
voice.
still here.
yeah,
How you
yeah,
doing,
when we talk,
sis? How you
Hey,
feeling?
shalom, guys. How y'all doing tonight?
Salami bacon.
Salami and bacon.
Okay.
Salami and bacon.
Salami. Did she say
Unc,
salami or salami? What she say?
Unc,
Nah,
when
peace.
I'm talking about the Mediterranean,
What's
Unc
going
must
on
have
with the
talked
monkey
about the north.
business?
You want to talk about the monkey business? Let's
What's
talk
going
about
on
the
with the monkey's uncles?
Let's talk about the monkey's uncle. So do me a favor, right? Have you introduced yourself?
Yes, my name is Natalie.
Natalie. How you doing, Natalie?
Yes, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. And what faith are you involved in?
I'm a
What
Hebrew.
culture? You're
I'm a
Hebrew?
Hebrew. Yes,
You're
I
Hebrew.
believe African Americans are the people of the book.
Okay.
Mhm.
Possibility. So can you explain to us? Okay. Can you explain to us why human beings got a belly button? You know what I'm saying? Now I can understand. I'm not trying to be crazy. I can understand why a female would have a vagina and a male would have a penis. That would make sense. God would make us so that we could reproduce. That makes a lot of sense to me. I get that part. Functioning sexual organs. Boom. I got it. That makes sense. But what I can't wrap my mind around is why in the hell would God make Adam and Eve with belly buttons?
Well, that's the thing is Adam and Eve didn't have belly buttons. They weren't created through the womb. There is no need for them to have a belly button. The umbilical cord is what's connected to the mother so that the child would be able to breathe. So there is no need for Adam and Eve to have belly buttons. They didn't have them. There's no logical explanation for them to have it.
Did they have toes? They have toes?
Did they have toes?
And toenails. Yeah, it couldn't have been no logical reason to have toenails.
They had toenails. What kind of question is that? My question to you is what is the need of belly buttons for evolution?
So wait a minute.
Don't you answer that question for me with evolution? What is the need for a belly button within evolution?
Hold on, relax, calm it down. I'm saying
you asked me a question. I'm asking you one.
I know, but show me in the scriptures where they don't have belly buttons.
You can show me a scripture where they do.
Because they're male and female.
Okay, but they didn't require it. It's no logical explanation for them to have one.
So you just deduce that they ain't have them, just to say.
Because they were not created within the womb. That's the belly button is utilized for the child to be able to breathe oxygen. That's how the child is able to breathe within the womb.
So it's for nourishment, not for breathing. Nourishment.
Yeah, it's for nourishment. Yeah, it's for nourishment. And they get oxygen to do that too.
And also, I don't share the same doctrine as one was. So let's just get that. No.
So you saying you just gonna say you're gonna start moving parts off the body? I got you. I'm not mad at you. I just want to have that for the record. So can you explain to us how human beings came to be? I want your explanation. I know what everybody on this panel gonna say, but give us a non-religious explanation of it. Explain, because we're biological organisms. Explain that. How did human beings come to be? Did God just and they popped up? You got the pop-up people. Go ahead, explain.
All right. Well, I rather have my presentation ready. That's why I'm coming on here so we can set this up right.
What? A presentation?
Yeah.
She said she want to come on Friday. She want to come on Friday and do a presentation
for Friday, right?
Yeah, I want you guys to come on my show Friday.
She's calling you out.
She said, "You guys, don't leave me out there."
No, all of you guys can come on.
What's the name of your show? Because I want to support you and all your madness.
I have two channels. First channel is African Diaspora United in Christ. Second channel is Natalie New School of Thought.
African what? United in who?
The African Diaspora United in Christ, ADUIC. Hey, don't laugh at my name. That's
Hell no, boy.
African
Question:
diaspora.
You're a
Don't let
Hebrew
it
and
matter.
African at the same time?
Jesus
She-
Christ.
She's a
I'm sorry.
Christian.
I'm
She's
I
a
am
messing.
not a
I'm
Hebrew.
Christian.
fucking.
I'm a Hebrew.
But
And
you
you're an
believe that
African?
Jesus Christ was the Messiah, right?
I do, yes.
And that's what a Christian is.
I do not follow the One West doctrine. I believe that Africans, people, are the true Shemites. Shemitic.
The Shemitic.
Check out my channel. Check it out. You know,
No, I am subscribed to your channel.
You are. Oh, you know who I am.
Of course, I talked with you before. You just don't remember me.
Oh, okay. What's your name?
This is Google Scholar.
Okay, Google Scholar. I don't remember me and you having a conversation, but yeah.
Man. Africans United in Christ. That's the name of the channel.
African Diaspora
Spell that.
United. Diaspora, the diaspora. DIA Spora. Diaspora.
New channel. Africa Diaspora.
United in Christ. Disperse. The diaspora means disperse. The Jews were dispersed. Yeah, I'm just giving the fundamentals as to what my channel means, because you laughed at it. So
that shit funny as a motherfucker. You got me beat with that.
It's not funny. It's very.
Black people be going, oh, yo, y'all say anything, boy. God. You had the mighty Hebrew on here. Well, I done beat him half to death. Regular made a career off of him. He's out of there.
Well, it's not about what you believe, it's what you can prove at the end of the day. So that's what it's about.
On that,
Mighty Hebrew, that's my brother. Mighty Hebrew.
Really? Really? So you're gonna get all crazy shit.
I'm glad you said it's what you can prove. You can prove your.
Wait. You can prove he was raping people. That we can prove that, and they ain't even throwing mud. That's the truth. Convicted felon on that one.
Who's raping people?
Mighty Hebrew. He went to jail
that's
for.
Not true at all. We're not going to do that.
He did. Are you serious? Do you know who you talking to? The nigga went to jail for raping a sister just like you, yo.
No, that's not true. He was.
He did 8 years.
No, he was cleared of that.
He did 8 years first, though. How you gonna get cleared?
Okay.
You know what? I'm not gonna argue.
A lot of people are
no, he faked you out.
A lot of people
you know what? Check this out. I don't even want to debate over religion shit. I'm telling you that nigga is a convicted. He on a fucking list. All right, that's what he is. He's a lying ass nigga. And if y'all want him to get away with that shit, not on my watch. He actually did that, and I'm not making it up. And I wouldn't talk bad about the brother.
If you're convicted, he has a passport. If you're a felon, you can't get a passport.
Man,
so
man, come on.
No, you can. You can depend on the crime.
You can't leave the country. Okay, so for rape, a convicted of rape, you're going to get a passport? No way. No way. You can't get a passport for owing child support. Like, come on. No, don't say that about him. That's not true.
What was he in jail for?
He did.
What was he in jail for?
Yeah, so we listening.
Look,
what did he tell you?
The man was cleared. He was cleared of all wrongdoing. He has a passport. He was able to leave the country lawfully. So,
Oh, so he was exonerated.
And I'm not here to discuss that anyway. This is not about Mighty Hebrew. This is about evolution.
I'm trying to figure out if I want to be in the same presence with people that are allowed to get away with that after disrespecting.
I think you're running.
Yeah, I'm running.
Yeah.
Maybe they do. I might not want to be in that. Google Scholar, you can handle that. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta really think about that now.
She wanted to debate the master teacher.
I remember the nigga got locked up. That y'all delusional with that. And
I'm gonna bring him over here. I'm gonna bring him over here.
No, he's not coming over here.
I'm gonna let him know what you said. I'm gonna bring him over here.
Said that.
He can clear his name.
Tell him God cannot. He can't calm me out with that.
Once you say,
but you're saying stuff about somebody, and that's not right. That's not true.
It is true. It is true.
He has to be able to at least defend himself.
We don't want to hear that. No, I don't need him. He did the time. He did his crime. All right. Daddy said he did the crime. He did the time. He all right now. All right.
Wow. You know what? I don't know if I want to debate you guys either with that. That's not even cool.
Yep. It sure ain't. So we both saying the same thing. So there you have it. We on the same level. How you feel about that? united in Christ. Christ that. See? And I'm a good dude. Yeah. But you can't calm me. Nope.
How are you into doing what exactly?
Calm me and actually listening to that bullshit that nigga saying about that shit. The nigga
this ain't about this. I don't like I said.
I see his face on your channel. I don't understand it. Y'all Christ, but man, get that nigga away from the other women. Like, where's the accountability at? Who gonna look out for the sisters?
So do you be over there with Polite?
No, nigga, I ain't never been over there with no damn Polite. Now what Polite do? Now, when Polite get convicted and go to jail, then ask me that question. Until that point, then it is what it is. And we'll be waiting for the verdict. We'll definitely wait on the verdict. And then watch how it occurs. But until then, it is what it is. So, but since you think the nigga did 8 years, they let him out. Come on, man. He did his time. They let him out. Then he violated like, come on, man. All right. You know what?
Yeah, I don't know what the reasoning for the dialogue right now. I think that
I seen his face. I apologize. My fault. It struck a nerve in me. Everybody know how I get out. Yeah, I'm loud just to nut up. Yeah. But you're right. It's not you didn't do it. You trust the brother, so all right. Okay, so now beat you up on evolution. Now, how you want to get beat up? Now,
you want to debate?
How you want to get got?
I want the debate. Yeah, I'm ready for it. So
we'll have a conversation. It's not a debate. It's already been confirmed by science. Matter of fact,
it hasn't been confirmed by science. It's a theory. But anyway,
don't tell her. You mean tell me you don't even understand that part? You want to have a conversation with us over that? You can't.
Hey, you guys need to stop teaching us the black people this is white supremacy at its finest, and that's what I got to say.
It's white supremacy in the Bible, not?
No, the Bible is a book that is written and talked about people that are from the land of Africa, sir. What is you saying?
Now you're going too far. The Bible has nothing to do with Africa.
We can have a conversation about that too.
So let me ask you this. So we both.
And it's all about it's about what we proven at the end of the day.
Let me finish my point.
Yeah, let's do it.
Obviously, it ain't about what we can prove, because if that was the case, you won't even try it. But
I'm trying it right now.
Groups, hold on for a minute.
I'm the one that's calling you out.
I know, relax. Just relax for a minute. I know you want to try your hand.
I am very relaxed.
I know. Okay, so don't cut me off. Listen, I'm not going to talk long. I promise you.
I got you.
I'm saying, me and you both, we be hard pressed to sit over here and say we not going to use no white man nothing. You like, we both speaking English and we both living in America, right? And the books, any book you got was printed first with a printing press. Gutenberg, white boy, pay all that. So that's not a good thing. Science, all that. White people deal with science. Science is a human endeavor, right? White people clearly modern science. White people leading the way. Okay, black people is thoroughly interested in science, right? So we're not gonna start saying the white man, because then that's not fair. Because you're not judging me with the same standards you're using. We gotta just be fair here.
I just want to make sure I want you to understand my premise when I said that. Right. This is not science. This is supremacy. This has nothing to do with science. I love science. I've taken many multiple science courses.
I don't think you love science.
Yeah, I don't believe that.
Well, that's why we can find that out on Friday, what I do know. And it's amazing how you can tell me what I don't know and you don't even know me.
I said I don't think you love science.
Oh, I do love science. How many science courses have you taken?
That's more than you. Taken any.
Really?
That's not the point. That's not the point.
I doubt that seriously, because I've taken anatomy, physiology, physics, you name it. I've taken it, and I still study science.
I don't believe
you. Can't love science and say evolution is not science. How does that work?
Evolution is a religion. It requires belief.
I don't believe
you. See what I mean?
You don't believe that?
No,
but
I
I
don't believe you
do.
took none of them classes you just named. I'm not even trying to be smart, shorty. I don't
See,
believe.
you're believing right now. You're a believer.
No,
You're
I don't believe you.
Oh, you said he don't believe.
I said I don't believe you. You ain't took no science class and don't know what a theory is. Knock
I
it off.
definitely
That
know
ain't
what
even
a theory
fair.
is.
That's like me
I
saying I
definitely
done
know
read
what
the
a theory
Bible
is.
and don't know that the book of Genesis, yeah, I'm saying, is in the beginning. Like, come on. You would say, what? Knock it off,
I
huh?
definitely know what a theory is, sir.
You don't know what a theory. I tell you what. I will come over there and beat the brakes off you if you can explain what a theory is. But if you get it wrong, you gotta come back, study up, and apologize. How you want to do that? Don't be looking it up. I'm gonna say it again. I'm asking you right now. I'm guaranteeing you don't know what a theory is, right? And I'm saying if you get it wrong, right? If you get it wrong, I'm not going over there to beat you up and make you look bad. Get it right, and I come over there and serve you up. So, sis, what is a theory? What is a scientific theory? Go ahead.
Well, what I do understand is that when you have a theory, the thing is that there is something called a scientific method. And when you have a scientific method, it has to be tested within that method, within that methodology. See, the problem is that
I'm done.
Hold on. You cannot test this within the scientific method because you're not able to be there to witness it.
Ask you a simple question.
You can't replicate this. Can you replicate this within a laboratory?
But you took science class, right?
That's not what he asked you.
You cannot. You look. Do you know who Nash postulates is?
No, I don't change.
No, he asked you.
No.
Everybody stop talking.
Y'all listen to debate already. Like I said, can you replicate hold on.
Sis.
Can you replicate it within a laboratory?
Yes, I can. Now listen.
Let Sheffrin speak.
Let
Sheffrin speak.
Come on, sis.
Let Sheffrin go.
We'll do this Friday.
No, but you gotta listen to what he's saying.
You can't even make it to Friday. Listen to Chef. Go ahead, Chef.
Sis, he asked you a simple question. Like, let's be fair. He asked you, what's a scientific theory? The definition. If you just answer the question.
You can even Google it.
Yeah, you can even Google it, but what you did was crazy.
I'm surprised.
I said that a theory is clearly a belief. It's similar to a belief.
All
right. You are. Well, you can't
failed.
answer it. Yeah, you're wrong.
I failed. Okay. Well, you know
what? Yeah, you definitely
Google
failed.
the word. I'm gonna Google the word right now and see.
Go
what
to
the
Wikipedia.
Word is
No, go to Wikipedia. Go to Wikipedia and read it for us.
Okay, here we go. I just Googled the word. It says
no. Go to
opinion.
Wikipedia. Stop.
It says opinion.
No,
view,
as he
belief.
said a scientific.
I said a scientific theory.
Hold on.
Relax.
Hold on. It says an opinion, a belief, a hunch, a feeling.
She's not even listening.
Let her read it. No, let her read it. Let her read it. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
It says a supposition or a system of ideas intended to explain something, especially one based on general principles, independent of things to be explained. Darwin's theory of evolution, hypothesis, thesis, conjecture, supposition, speculation, postulation, a feeling, a belief, an opinion. That's what I'm saying to you. It's an opinion. It's a belief.
Okay.
Google a scientific theory.
Scientific theory.
Google a scientific theory.
Scientific theory. Go ahead.
Go ahead and do that. Yeah.
Yeah, you winning right now. Now Google what I asked you to. Scientific theory. Go ahead. And we just all part of the learning process, y'all. That's all. I ain't mad at you. You came right over and got clipped right off the bat. It's funny.
I just read what a theory, a definition of.
So you're not gonna Google.
I said Google scientific theory. Come on, yo. Work with us.
The theory that I'll work with you.
Type in scientific theory. No, she got list. Come on.
Scientific
theory, sis. Type it in. Scientific theory. Because we talked about evolution.
A scientific theory differs from a scientific fact or law.
Oh man.
In fact, a theory explains. So it's not a fact and it's not a law. Okay.
She won't
You
read
don't
it.
get it?
I'm
You're
She
not
reading
don't
gonna
it.
want
read it.
to.
Oh my God. This is
Go
What
ahead.
put it in the
Wikipedia.
All
chat?
right, go to Wikipedia. Go ahead.
I'm
Scientific theory. Go ahead.
reading it. A
All right, go ahead.
scientific theory differs from a scientific fact or a scientific law in that a theory explains why or how a fact is a simple, basic observation, whereas a law is a statement, often a mathematical equation about a relationship between facts. For example, Newton's laws of gravity is a mathematical equation that can be used to predict the attraction between bodies, but it's not a theory to explain how gravity works. Facts and theories are different things. They said facts and theories are different things. So a theory is definitely not a fact. It's not the same thing.
Never said they
Theories
was.
are
though.
structures of ideas.
This
Theories
nigga.
are structures of ideas. So it's just a structuring of an idea. Like I
She
said,
just try to pull a fast one on you. I'm the
I
Google
know.
scholar. You
Yeah.
can't fool me. You can't fool me.
That's
You did not.
exactly why. Hold on.
She not
This is
reading to
why
understand
no,
it,
I'm
yo.
reading it. This is why I said we
No,
need
but
to
you're not
share
reading it to
screen.
understand it.
I don't
Yeah,
have
you
to.
know.
This is
Who
what
got
he's
that?
You're,
saying.
Who got
you're
that
reading
screen
to try to
sharing?
disprove something.
You know
Who got
what,
that screen
guys?
sharing?
No, don't run, sis. Don't run. Here
Who
you
got
go.
that screen sharing?
Oh, my
You
bad.
know,
I had
you
my.
know how I get down,
No,
baby. It's
just go
okay.
to
Like I
Google. Just go
said.
to Google and put in scientific theory.
Google, go to Google. I'm reading Wikipedia as you said.
No,
And
go
that's
to
Not. No,
Google
you
and put in
not. No, you not.
no, I'm not.
If it's not.
Oh my gosh, now I gotta lie. That's why I said
Yeah.
let's do
You're
live
pulling a fast
Nah.
one on us.
so
You
people can
pulling a
see it
fast
on
one
the
on us,
screen.
and you didn't know what you read. Scientific theory right here on Wikipedia. You tripping. I don't know what you typed in.
Read it
What?
on. Read it
What?
on.
Oh my
There you
God, now
go.
I gotta lie. Now I'm not reading it. You guys are funny.
Don't move.
Wow,
Hold-
now I'm
Hey,
not reading
hey,
it.
sis, can you see the screen? Don't argue. Can you see the
There
screen?
it
sis?
is. Read it. There it is. A scientific theory differs from a scientific fact. That's what it says. It says it
Are
right
you
there.
serious right now?
Oh my God.
Are you serious right now?
No, look at your screen, sister.
Look at the screen, yo. Stop.
Look at
Before I
the
jump
Zoom
out the window,
screen.
I
be
just
my
read
death.
that. I just read that,
No,
guys.
look at the
You
zoom. Look
didn't.
at the zoom. Look at the
I
zoom.
did it.
No, you didn't.
Read that.
Oh
Read
my
that.
God. I
Read
just
that.
read that.
No, you didn't. Come on, yo. Don't do that to us, yo. We're gonna start to think you
You
ain't
read the
dead.
second paragraph. Read the first one.
First one, yo. Come on, yo. You always start. Why would you skip the first paragraph? Who does that?
She
You
flim
just said
flammed you.
I didn't read. What's
You
the difference
skipped the whole
between
paragraph, sis.
That's what you call a
I
flim
know
flam.
you used to reading the Bible and skipping around, but normally when people reading shit, they start from the top. This ain't the Bible. You dive in and start reading what you
First
want to
you
read.
said I didn't even read it from Wikipedia.
No,
Then when I do read it,
I
He
had no
playing.
idea you was using Bible reading techniques.
okay,
on
so
me.
hold on. What was the problem with what I just read then?
Because you use Bible reading techniques.
I did not know.
You
First I
did when you
didn't
just
read
You
dive into the
didn't
middle
read
of
the
the thing and
first
start reading.
paragraph.
I didn't read it. First I made
She
it up. I was
crazy as
lying.
shit. Hey, you funny, yo.
Okay, you guys are funny. First
Read the
Wait,
first
sis.
paragraph.
Go ahead,
you
Read
know,
the
start off
first
from the
then
paragraph.
beginning.
you
Hey,
turn
sis,
around
come
and
on.
then you say that wasn't
I
Wikipedia.
apologize, sis.
Now
Listen, hold on.
I'm using Bible tactics.
No, hey, sis, no, relax. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's hit the reset
No,
button,
no,
right?
you just said I
Listen.
was lying.
No, I apologize. You wasn't lying. You just was delusional.
Oh, now I'm delusional for reading what it actually says in Wikipedia.
So, sis, you cannot get mad at me if I tell you to Google a word and I say, go to the Wikipedia Encyclopedia and you dive in the middle of the motherfucker. You can't get mad at me.
No, I can use the Heinz. Why would I not use the article?
Why didn't you read the
said to
first
read it.
paragraph though? Why didn't you read the first paragraph though?
Okay, so let me read the whole article for you. Let's read it from the top all the way to the bottom.
First
So you
paragraph.
don't think that's
No,
reasonable?
we're going to read
request?
the whole entire article. Okay,
No,
let's go.
sis. No, sis. I'm saying you don't think it's
Now
reasonable
you
to
don't
start
want me
with
to
the
read
word?
the whole thing.
I
Either
mean,
you
are
want
you
me
just
to
trying
read
to
it or
win the
not.
conversation? So listen,
Let's
I
read
know.
it all. No, let's read the whole thing. So it says here, a scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect, or is that word aspect, of the natural world. So it's an aspect. When you look at the word aspect, that means that it's a form of an explanation of the natural world and universe
What?
that has been
What did
repeatedly
you just
tested
say?
and corroborated in accordance with the scientific method.
No, explain
Using
aspect again.
accepted protocols of observation, measurements, and evaluation of results where possible. Where possible. There's that word there. Where possible. It's not possible. That means that it's not going to be able to be utilized. Theories
What are you saying?
Yo, she is
Now, let her finish. Let her
butchering this,
in
finish.
yo.
circumstances not amenable to experimental testings. Theories are evaluated through principles of inductive reasoning. Established scientific theories have withstood rigorous scrutiny and embody scientific knowledge. Now, it says a scientific theory differs from a scientific fact or a scientific law in that a theory explains why or how a fact is simple.
Now stop. Now
A
stop right
basic
there. Stop right there.
observation.
Stop right there. Stop.
We're
You
going
gotta
to keep
stop.
going.
No, you
Whereas
gotta stop.
a
Come
law
on,
is a
sis.
No, we have to
Sis.
explain it to you because
You
you don't
gotta
know what
stop.
you
No,
read.
I don't need an
Sis.
explanation. I'm going to keep reading.
Sis,
Yeah,
you
you
think
do.
you sitting there reading that thinking that a goddamn law is hiding the theory. You think it's a hierarchy, don't you? I want you to know that
What's
the theory
funny?
explains a law.
I'm positive
The
she don't
law of
understand what
gravity.
she just read. I'm
No, I know that
100%
a
sure.
law
Why
is.
did she just
Hold
start
on.
laughing
You
though?
say I don't explain. Let me explain that. You said I don't
You
understand.
don't
let me
understand
tell
it.
you.
You do not understand it.
Let me tell you what I understand. So what it says to me is that a fact
I'm out.
is different from a theory.
Yeah,
So
sis,
if
a
something is
theory
not, if a
organizes the
theory
facts.
is not
Sis.
a fact,
Yes, exactly. A
how,
theory is an
Organizes
explanation
the
of the
facts.
facts. Yeah.
Yeah, it
no,
organizes the
hold on,
facts.
a law. Hold on. So when a law is like mathematics, 2 + 2 will always be 4, right? But if it's a theory and someone has a speculation or a premise, then that can change. That's why it's not a law.
Cube
Theory
did
can change.
Cube did that to us.
Yeah, Cube did this,
Cube
yo.
did that to us, yo.
So,
Sis,
so,
a
so tell
law
me if
is
you.
not higher than a theory. Nor is it a theory doesn't change to a law, sis.
I never said a theory changed to a
okay,
law. I never said that. I never said
theory,
that.
a law. You act like a law is higher than a theory.
No, I know that a theory is based off of a premise. It's based off of a thought. Meanwhile, a mathematical equation.
No,
Hold on.
Gotta know when to
A
stop.
mathematical
Google.
Yeah,
equation
you
is
right.
not
Y'all
the
gotta
same.
know when to stop, yo. When
No, you
somebody
don't know how to
do
accept
not
it.
want to
Because
get
first
it,
you
yo.
said that I was lying about where I got the information from. First you said I was lying. Now that when I bring the information, you turn around and say that, oh, it's not the same. Which one do you want it? How do you want it?
I'm gonna get Jesus on you.
Okay, but this is not even a debate. Let's just really do the debate. This is nothing. This is even nothing. We're not even talking about evolution right
I'm gonna
now.
get Jesus on you right now, though. I'm gonna
I
get
say
Jesus
you're
on
not
you.
ready for the debate.
Evolution is a
Are we
scientific
gonna do this
theory.
Friday? Are we gonna do this
Hold
right
on,
or
sis.
not?
Hold on,
Are we
sis.
gonna do this right or not?
Evolution. Oh, come on. Evolution is a scientific theory. If you don't understand what a scientific theory is, how the fuck is you gonna debate it?
Exactly.
The thing is that you'll find out on Friday.
No, it's
you
not no
already.
mystery.
No, I ain't. Well,
What's
you go ahead
wrong?
over there.
I
I
ain't
don't
doing it.
understand what the issue is. I haven't provided anything. I don't even have
You
my
have.
presentation
You don't
in
even
front
know
of
what a
you.
theory is.
Okay,
How
when
you
I
know what the
read
theory of
what it
evolution
said,
is if you don't know what a theory is?
When I read
No,
what
you
it
started.
said,
You started
you
commentary like
discarded
you
it.
was reading the Torah, sis. Not like you was reading the Torah. You jumped in the middle of the whole article like you was reading the Torah. You know
No,
how
I
niggas
jumped
do
to
when they
the
reading the
part that
Bible, they
was.
just jump
I
all over
jumped
the
to the
place. You
part
did
that
that.
you said was. You said that was not true. That I was lying. It
All
was
right,
in the
do
Wikipedia
me a
article.
favor.
It was in
sis,
the
can you
Wikipedia
share your
article
screen?
on scientific theory.
All right, hey sister, can you share your screen? And can
No,
you
I
pull up a
cannot.
Bible?
I'm on my cell phone right now.
All
So
right, well, give me a
I
verse.
can share my screen on Friday when I have a presentation prepared. I don't
All
know
right,
why
well,
you guys don't want to wait till Friday.
Listen, let me pull up.
Like Shorty,
hold on. Let me pull up a chapter of the Bible, right? And let me start. Now, I'm not a Christian. I don't understand the Bible at all. Let me just start reading that motherfucker and interpreting it any way I want in the middle of words
and everything like
But
you
you
just
haven't
did.
even, I
And
haven't interpreted
guarantee you,
anything. All I
I
did was read from the
guarantee,
Wikipedia page, as you said.
I guarantee you'll stop me and say, brother, you don't know what the hell you talking about.
Because I read a paragraph off of the website that you told me
You were
to
just
go
reading words. You wasn't comprehending.
I was reading words.
Yes, you was making sounds. Listen, you were making sounds.
That is according to your interpretation then. Okay, so you interpreting from when I say that I was what I say I'm doing, you say that that's not what I'm doing. So that's
you were making sounds.
Okay.
First of all, she hit us with the flim
I was
flam. That's the first thing she did.
I was lying.
I never said you was lying.
From the article. You said I was not from the article.
No.
Yes,
She
you
did
did.
the flim flam.
I never said you was lying.
She went to the second paragraph.
If we rewind the video back, this is recorded. The first thing you said was,
no, I said it, sis.
That is not what it says. You're lying. Then when you go in and you
I never said you were lying. What the?
Then you see that I'm actually telling you what it says.
No, I said it, sis. I said you was lying. I said I didn't believe. See why I don't get into it with females?
Okay, so what was I saying that was made
She was
you
being disingenuous.
Okay, so everybody, yep. Watch this. Everybody stop for a minute. Hold on. Everybody freeze. Come on, let's be adults here. Let me say this real quick, sis. Excuse me for calling you a liar, but you really can't be mad at me because I asked you to pull up a Wikipedia article. You pulled it up. Instead of doing like normal people do that are born and raised in America, you started the beginning of the paragraph. You dove in the middle as if you was deceptively trying not to read something. So excuse me,
No,
sis.
I went to the point that was corroborates with my logic and my understanding. You told me to go to your source, and I read your source.
I will never rely on your logic and understanding.
Sis, that's not, come on, sis, I'm going to say this again. Sis, listen, if a person give you a source, right? Normal human beings start from the top, not unless a person directing them to the source said, I want you to go here and read it. I didn't. I said, pull it up and read what a scientific theory is. You dove in the middle in the article.
Okay, so
and I'm saying that come on, let me finish my point. Listen, you can't come on here and start arguing with me about that. Just say, yeah, you're right. I should have started from the top.
That's fine.
And let's move forward.
Hold on. So let me say this. That's
because
fine.
now I'm monitoring whether I really want to have a conversation with you, because then I'm gonna think you crazy. And I don't want to do that to you since you seem like a nice young lady.
Okay,
so I'm saying, so let's just do it the right way. Let's not start off on a bad foot.
Can I respond to what you're saying? Can I respond to what you're saying?
Wait, we're not debating that. I'm saying you just admitted. You just say, yo, you right. I should have read it from the beginning.
Can I respond? Oh, can I get a chance to respond?
Can I hear you say that though?
Okay, I will say what I have to say. Okay.
No, but if you don't say that, I'm not talking to you no more, because then I'm gonna think you crazy.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It makes no sense.
When you asked me to read it from the beginning, I read it from the beginning. I have no problem reading it from the beginning.
Our argument, sis.
No, it was
not
our argument. First you said I was lying.
You faked this, you did all of that.
I did not. And this is why
it's all recorded like you said.
No, let me tell you why I read it from the second part.
I don't want to hear why you did it. Because your mind ain't working right is why you did that.
No, it is working right. Let me explain to you why. You don't even want to hear me out about it, do you?
Because the part you did read beat you half to death and you don't even know it.
Okay, the thing is
what make it so bad, sis. That beat you half to death unmercifully. You don't even know it.
Because we're still not talking about evolution at all.
Man.
Well, evolution is a theory, and you couldn't explain what a theory is. Scientific theory, that is.
Can I finish what I have to say?
The theory itself is not evolution. A theory.
Okay. So listen to what I have to say.
It's the model.
I read an explanation of evolution. I mean of theory.
Right.
When
not
I
of
read
evolution.
you said when I read my definition of theory, you didn't like it.
I did like it. I wasn't talking about that though, sis. I was talking about the science.
Oh my God.
I'm not listening to you, man. A scientific theory and a theory is two different things. When a scientist talks about a theory, it's different from when you're talking about a theory.
Hold on.
That's the first thing you need to know.
The scientific theory goes.
It's different from a theory that you read.
Definition. Oh my gosh. The second portion of the theory definition goes well with the second, with the definition of the theory went well with the scientific theory, the second portion. That's why I read that. Okay, I have a logical explanation as to why I read it, because it went very well with what I read earlier. Now, it corroborated with what I was saying. You can beg and differ, but that's my explanation as to why I did what I did. You say, why did you go in and read the second part? Because it went with what I brought out just a second ago.
It did not.
That's why I did not.
It did not.
You have your opinion, and
that's
you're
not
entitled
an opinion.
to it.
That is not my opinion. I'm gonna read this again, man. You know what I mean? Because I think you just being funny, yo, at this point, yo.
I don't know. I'm being very serious. I don't know why. First you said I was lying. Now I'm being funny. I'm telling you how I feel about the situation.
And you seem to be a person just can't be wrong. I ain't even talking about your Lord religion and your
You're the one that's saying that you can't be wrong. You can't be wrong, my friend. I'm telling you why I did it. Now, if you don't like it, that's one thing. But for me to tell you why I did something is another.
Whatever.
Okay. I have an explanation as to why I did it. Now, if you don't like what I said, we can read it from the beginning. We can read the entire article. Is what I'm saying.
I'm gonna read from where you read it at.
No, we can read it from the top and go all the way down to the bottom. How about that?
No, how about just reading the part that you messed up? Did you?
No, how about read the part from the beginning and go all the way down to the end?
Nope.
You're being difficult for no reason. You know, it's unnecessary. I'm trying to read your article. I'm telling you to read the whole thing. You said, who reads it from the middle? Okay, but then read it from the top and go down to the bottom.
Now, let's start off where you start off at.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? This
let's start where you at. I'm reading. Hold on. This what we're going to do. We each going to read. Look, I'm going to start. We already read the first part. Now we at the scientific theory differs from a scientific fact. So let's click on what a scientific fact is, sis. Are you ready for that?
Go ahead. You go ahead, because like I said, we can do this on Friday. We can do it right.
The definition of a scientific fact is different from the definition of fact, as it implies knowledge. A scientific fact is a result of repeatable, careful observation or measurements by experimentation or other means, also called empirical evidence. Now, let's go back. Click. Going right back. So now we know what a damn scientific fact is, which is different from a fact. Now, scientific law. Let's click on scientific law. A scientific laws or laws of science are statements based on repeated experiments and observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. The term law has diverse uses in many cases. Okay, it's across all fields of natural science, physics, chemistry, astronomy, geoscience, and biology. Laws are developed from data and can be further developed through mathematics. In all cases, they are directly or indirectly based on empirical evidence. It is generally understood that they implicitly reflect though they do not explicitly exert causal relationships fundamental to reality and are discovered rather than invented. Oh, man. Now, here we go. Now, let's go back to the scientific.
Okay, so where did you read that at? Because that's not in this article.
Because I'm clicking the word on you.
So now you can click the words, but when I read from the middle, it's a problem. But you can click words and go into other articles and do whatever you want to do.
Listen what I'm saying, sis.
No, because that
doesn't make
understand,
sis. Don't listen, sis. I want you to know, sis. Listen what I'm saying. Are you serious, sis? You're so used to arguing with people. I'm not the guy to argue with right now, sis. I'm trying to get some understanding what a scientific theory is.
No, because when I read it from this, hold on. So you get mad at me.
You know what? I didn't get mad. Sis, I wouldn't have got mad at you if you just started from the top and started clicking on every word.
Okay,
that would have been respectable.
Okay, so everything has to be the way that it's your show.
No, it don't, sis. No, listen. Sis, that's like you getting in the car stuff. Sis, that's like you jumping in the fucking sis. No,
that's what happens when you come on somebody else's channel. They set the rules, and it's it's fair.
You know what, sis?
What you guys like it
I'm
to
gonna
be.
save you, sis. Why don't you take your ass to work tomorrow and drive backwards down the fucking street? Go do that and see how much sense that makes. While you being funny over here. Nobody set no rules. It's accepted that when you're reading from a fucking sentence, you don't start in the middle of the sentence or the middle of a paragraph.
You're doing what you
that?
want to do. You get to you get to go into other articles and read read this article, go into other articles. But when I read from the same article that you asked me to read from, you have a problem with that.
So you basically saying, let me get this. Okay. So I'm gonna make it make sense. If you would have started from the beginning of the article, and every time you came to a word,
because I have to read it the way you want.
Whoa. Hey sis, okay. This is what we're not gonna do.
It's on the page.
Hey sis,
it's on the page, sir.
Sis, we're not gonna argue like this.
We don't have to. When you ready to do it on Friday or not? So, you ready to do it on Friday or not?
No, because you're a cutoff artist. You don't even have enough composure to allow each other to talk. How you gonna be able to handle any debate as I'm beating you up?
I've had many debates with people. I'm very
I can't tell how. How, sis? We can't even have a conversation right now. We can't even understand each other. You
call me a liar. You're being offended.
And I said I apologize for that, but I said you can't blame me.
So how do you think I'm supposed to respond after that?
You're supposed to respond and say, okay, thank you for apologizing, but I understand how I should have just started reading in the middle of an article and we just shut up at that point.
You know what? If I would have did it, hold on, let me just say this to you. So if we're going to do a debate and I find some information that I like, but I don't want to use the whole source, but I use half of the source, that's a problem?
No, it's not a problem. It would make sense because you directed that. But I sent you
why is it a problem today, though?
Because I sent you to a damn source and you know that.
And I used what I wanted to.
No, you didn't. If a person send you to a source, I'm sending you to the source for a reason, sis.
Hold on, though.
Because I want you to read the source. I didn't want you to go to the bottom of it and start reading.
Hold on, sir. If I was to if I'm going to do a debate with you and I have a 3-page, hold on.
Ma'am.
If I have a 3-page paper and I choose to use, you're cutting me off. If I have a 3-page paper, hold on. If I have a 3-page document and I choose to use one paragraph out of that 3-page document, what does that mean?
That means that you have made a choice to go to the source that best helps your argument.
Thank you. And when I did that today, you have an issue with that.
Now, why would I have an issue with that?
I have no idea.
Let me explain it to you. I have an issue with that because I presented the source for you to read. You didn't present the source. So you didn't have the ability to make the choice where you want to read it at. I gave you the source. Sis, whoa. Hey, sis, is your mouth connected to my brain? Yeah, is your mouth connected to my brain?
I utilized the source material.
Is your mouth connected to my brain? I'm in the middle of talking and out of nowhere, you just dive in. Like, what type of decorum is that between a brother and a sister, man? I'm not mad at you because you're a Christian Muslim. I'm not mad. I'm saying we should be able to communicate better. I'm not trying to defeat you. I'm simply trying to get clarity on what a theory is so that when we go into the debate, we ain't looking slap crazy. That's all. You can't be mad at me for helping you out on that. And I'm simply saying you don't know what a scientific theory is. And we have a chance to know right now. But you so arrogant and want to beat me up on evolution, you very well might do that. But at this point, I'm just trying to teach you something.
Well, you know,
you don't even care.
I don't even know your name, brother. Let's get some decorum. Let's get some better decorum. What's your name?
My name
Bobby
is
Banger.
Bobby Banger.
Bobby Banger. Okay, Bobby Banger. Okay, Bobby Banger. Well, let me say this to you.
Bobby Banger.
Let me say this to you. I didn't know that there was rules like that. When I'm doing my research, when I'm doing my research, I utilize the source material that best suits my argument. So that's what I did. I chose information. I'm sure when everybody's reading it, you're reading information, you're going to cut and copy the information that best suits you. Well, that's why you chose Wikipedia. You didn't choose any other source. You said go to Wikipedia because that was your best source. I don't have to use Wikipedia. I can use another source because that's what I want to use. You can use what you want to use, but don't get upset with me when I utilize your source the way that I want to utilize it. Now, when you said,
Don't
I
say
want you
now.
to
That's a
read,
breath. Let me
hold
speak
on.
now.
When you said
That's a
for
breath,
me to
sis.
read it from the beginning, I turned around and I obliged and I read your article from the beginning. But I said, let me read it in its entirety. Okay. So you didn't want me to read it in its
No,
entirety.
yes, I do, sis. Listen, now it's my turn. What's your name? What's your name, sis?
Naftali.
Huh?
My name is Naftali.
Natalie, listen to what I'm trying to tell you.
Naftali Holder.
Natalie Holder. Listen. Science ain't no joke. Researching ain't no joke. A true researcher does not research to validate his point. A true researcher gathers all the information on said subject, whether it's for or against. Wikipedia is not my best source. It's a simple source for you.
Thank
And
you.
any part of this source that you read will beat your ass up on what you think in a scientific theory is, sis. So it didn't matter where you started reading it from. You was already doomed once you clicked that page. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You're doomed. The second part that you read doomed you, and you didn't even know it. It told you why you was wrong, but you didn't understand it. So, no, I didn't expect you to go to the source after I asked you to go there and dive into the middle of it. No, I didn't. It surprised me and it shocked me. And no, I didn't think we would argue over that for 3 hours. No, I didn't. You're very, very complicated. So I can imagine how complicated it's gonna get when we start talking about genes and this and that. I can imagine how that conversation is gonna work out. What I do know, it ain't gonna work out well for you until you understand the difference between a scientific theory and a theory. That's all I want you to know right now. What's the difference between a theory and a scientific theory? It's not a belief because you started with that. Our theory, our scientific theory is not a damn belief, sis. It's just not.
Juju, what's going on?
Hello.
Hello, Sister Juju. How you doing?
I'm fantastic. I just wanted to ask a sister question really quick.
You still
Natalie.
there? Natalie
Yeah, I
Holder.
just wanted to make sure I was, I didn't want to cut anybody off. I didn't want to be rude. I'm here. Yes, sis.
Ask
How
you a
you
question.
doing?
I'm
Yes,
sorry, I
sis.
wanted to ask you a question.
Of course.
So you said that you were reading to us. I was in the chat. I came to be a representative for the chat because it has come to a consensus that you weren't necessarily reading, you were paraphrasing. We wanted you to read it to us.
No, I read it. Excuse me, sis. I don't mean to
not finish. Sorry. Thank you. Wanted you to read it because when you paraphrase information like that, it almost becomes intellectually dishonest because, like he was saying, now you're playing a part of a preacher where you're trying to interpret things for us instead of letting us interpret the information as it speaks for itself on paper. That's all I'm saying. So I don't know if you caught that you did that, but you kind of did that, okay? Just saying. And maybe that's where some of the confusion came into. Another thing, so I'm very scientific literate. And one of the hardest things for me to really grasp when I was younger dealing with science is to understand what a scientific theory was and not what a theory is. They're two separate things, So a scientific theory is like a group of facts. Like it's an overwhelming plethora of information that proves the hypothesis. Okay? A scientific theory is not an hypothesis. It's not a guess. It's not an estimate. It's actually something that has been proven over and over again in the midst of, it's a body of facts in the midst of the researcher trying to falsify the information, meaning try to disprove it, and it's still, the results may remain the same. Thus, it is a fact. Okay? That's where we come in as pseudo killers, explaining things that may have gotten misconstrued between the time we've left school or didn't get in school, or we just did not have the cognitive resources to really grasp and understand those concepts. Okay? So there's a difference, a big difference. What you read was a combination of theory and scientific theory, but you read it all at once like it was one thing. Again, that's something that would be considered intellectually dishonest. And for me personally, like, I come on these platforms to learn, to gain a body of knowledge from everyone, you know, regardless of your religion or whatever. I'm non-judgmental. I like to listen for things that I can learn. And I do not want my teacher or anyone to insult my intelligence and try to do otherwise, because then that becomes a manipulative process. Then it's hard to trust you. Then it's hard to hear you when you can't trust who's saying it. So those are some things you just might in the future want to be careful if you consider yourself a teacher, an educator, or whatnot. That's all. So as a chat member, yes, I felt some type of way because you were exhibiting intellectual dishonesty, sis. That's all.
All right. Am I able to respond to that?
Absolutely.
Okay, and thank you so much for your opinion. I do apologize if that's the way I came off. I didn't realize that I was on the stand to be, you know, I read it as it was written. I didn't paraphrase. I started from the second paragraph. I didn't realize that I had to be, you know, line for line, cross every T, dot every I. Again, like I said, I'm just hopping on this. This is not even a real structured debate. We're just having a conversation, just having a good time. But I didn't realize that you guys were being so particular about things. But the thing is that a scientific theory is not the end result of a scientific method. Theories can be proven or rejected, just like an hypothesis. Theories are continually improved or modified as more information is gathered, so that the accuracy and the prediction becomes greater over time, meaning that a theory can be rejected. So, and this is fact. So the thing is that just because it's a theory does not mean that it cannot be rejected. And that's a fact. So I don't, you know, like I said, a theory can be rejected and it also can be improved over time. So when you guys speak on a theory, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a fact. It just means that over time, someone else can come in through their hypothesis and challenge that very same theory, and then it can be rejected based off of the hypothesis that scientist had made. Meaning that when someone comes in and they have an hypothesis or they have a premise, they can cause a theory to be rejected based off of the experiment that they conduct or the scientific methodologies that they utilize that can also disprove that theory and make that theory non-valid. Now, is that a fact?
I don't understand what that
Yes, it is a fact. Thank you.
Whoa. Can I ask you a question?
And I know what I'm talking about. And I know what I'm talking about. All right.
Don't nobody know what you're talking about.
A theory can be rejected.
No. Everybody got to stop. Sis, hold. I got you.
If you guys want to get serious, I wasn't serious, but I can get serious.
Sis, listen.
That's right, sis. Turn up.
No, don't turn up, sis. Don't turn up. Let me say this. Hey, sis.
I am turned up. A theory can be rejected.
I know, sis. Relax, sis. So is that a problem to you, though?
I am.
No, I'm asking, sis.
I got a little offended because
sis, relax. Sis.
Let's do this.
You think you winning, sis.
Let's do this.
No, don't say no. Come on, yo. You hyping up.
She want the smoke. She want the smoke.
No, come on. Everybody stop. Sis, do you have a problem with a theory being overthrown? Come on, y'all. I asked you a direct question. Do you have a problem with a theory being overthrown?
She muted out. She had to hit the hand.
No, I muted out because I wanted to.
No,
give
I'm
you
asking you. I'm
point.
saying, do you have a problem with a theory being overthrown?
No,
And do you have a problem? And hold on. And do you have a problem with you being right there? Are you mad at yourself because you was right just now?
Excuse me, sir. What I'm saying
Do
to
you hear
you
me?
is,
Are you mad because you actually said something right for the first time in the whole conversation? Are you mad at us because you got it right? You just don't understand how right you got it.
Sweetheart, you don't understand how you hear what Cube said?
I'm not listening to Cube right now. I'm talking to you. I'm not listening to Cube. I'm talking to you, sis. I simply said, one, do you have a problem with theories being overthrown? That is essential to science. Things being overthrown. Your religion can't be overthrown. Your religion is your religion. It was right from the beginning. It's going to be right at the end. No matter how much we argue about that, everything in your religion is right, sis. But at least in science, there's a chance to get it right by overthrowing something. So when a theory gets overthrown, that means another theory has to replace it. But it not only has to replace it, it has to explain everything that theory explained and then add to it before it get overthrown, sis. This is what you need to know. You in the wrong goddamn spot at the wrong damn time, fucking with the wrong niggas.
Excuse
God
me.
must have told you to come over here, sis, because now your ass is great.
You're insinuating that I understand that mine is a religion. That's not up for argument, nor is it up for debate. Mine is a religion.
Did Jesus Christ rise on the third day? Did Jesus Christ rise from the dead, sis? Will Jesus Christ come back? You're going to say, yes, he
mine
rose.
is a religion.
Is he the savior of the world? Is he a savior of the world? You're going to say yes. And there's no way we can disprove that, sis, because it's not science.
He rose from the dead. We have evidence to substantiate that claim.
That's fine. But guess what, sis? Sis, I'm not even, guess what? See, you think, sis, guess what, sis? You actually think I'm arguing with you about whether he rose from the dead or not? I'm simply saying, based off of what you got, you said there's evidence. Now, suppose somebody comes behind y'all and actually verifies that, wait a minute, we actually found the body of Christ and he had wheel marks on his chest. He got ran over by a Roman chariot. He didn't die on the cross. He died under the wheels of a chariot. Y'all could never change that, sis, because it's religion. That's the difference between what we do and what you do.
We understand that it's a religion. I'm not debating if mine is a religion, but I am debating.
You missed it again, sis. I'm saying science. Science is plenty of room to be wrong in science, sis. There are plenty of rooms for adjustments. There are plenty of rooms to be. Plenty scientists have been
always
wrong.
have adjustments. You're gonna
religion don't have no adjustments. If there's no adjustments in religion, sis, what are you talking about? Like you said, Jesus died and rose and will be back. There is no adjustment to that, because if you adjust it, then you're no longer a Christian. You can't say Jesus is not coming back. Then you're not a Christian. Then you somebody else. But in science, you can be wrong and fix it and still be a scientist. Yeah, you can overthrow science with better sciences, because science is undefeated. It can only be defeated by better science and better answers and more knowledge. So yes, your little spiel about a theory, you was right, but you don't disagree with what
you're saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying. You're 100% facts. Like, that's 100% true. I'm not One West. I don't carry on the One West doctrine. You're not saying a lie. But what I am going to say is that when you talk about science and you talk about theories, which I understand what a theory is. I understand science.
I said a scientific theory.
Hold on, I understand the scientific theory. I understand that, but what you're missing from what I'm
stop saying is a belief. Then, if you understand it, you will no longer call it a belief.
Hold on,
that's my point.
Hold on, we have to get to. That's what we need to debate: is if evolution is a true theory.
It is, sis.
No, it's not. And that's
Sis,
what we can debate on
sis,
Friday. And let's debate on Friday. Is evolution a true
sis,
theory?
I'm not. What you mean a truth? Now you got a truth theory. So you are admitting now that there is a scientific theory. You're just saying that evolution doesn't hold up to that because of what, sis?
Well,
Because you can't
excuse
see it
me. I
happening.
didn't know that we didn't really look. Okay, when I came on, I was joking around. I didn't get to the real, uh, explanation of things. But now that we're breaking it down, yeah, let's do that. Let's debate. Is evolution a real theory?
It
Man,
is.
the theory and the facts, sis. How about that?
Let's do it
Like
then,
bullshit.
honey. Let's do it then. Let's
Sis,
do it.
look,
I'm here. I'm ready. Friday. Let's do it. Is
sis,
evolution a theory? A
sis, listen.
scientific theory. How about that? A
What?
scientific theory.
Well, the scientists
Evolution
say
is
it
a
is, sis.
fact.
In the theory.
Okay, but then prove it.
Wait, I just proved the scientists say so.
Oh, okay. Science saying,
Same people that made up the definitions you
who
agree with.
Piltdown Man is? Do you know who Piltdown Man is?
Come on, shorty. I can go to the Journal of Nature
Do
and
you know
what?
who Piltdown
I
Man
can
is?
go to the Journal of Nature
Do
in
he?
1913. But listen up.
Do you
I
know?
can go to the
Save
Journal of
it.
Nature
Save
in
it. Let's save
1913.
it. Save it for the
I
debate.
can
Save it
go.
for the debate.
Listen,
Save it for the
sis,
debate.
listen,
Save it.
sis.
Don't use
I'm
this
not
stuff.
saving nothing. I don't have to save this. I can
All
go
right.
to the Journal of Nature in
We're not going to debate
1913.
then. I guess you don't want it.
Listen,
You don't want to debate me then,
sis,
right?
let me,
That's what
don't
you're
cut me off, sis. I can give you the answers. You still gonna fail the test. So my answer is I can go to the Journal of Nature in 1918. There's an entry of Piltdown Man, right? And in that initial rendering of it, right then and there, scientists started arguing that Piltdown Man is not right. Something is wrong. They had a mantle, which is a jawbone, an ape mantle, and a human skull. And they were saying, wait a minute, this looks just like a human skull. But this looks like a chimpanzee jawbone. This doesn't make sense. Now, what you want to say is, you want to say, oh, yo, they carried the front on. Yes, they did. For 60 years, they tried to act like the Piltdown Man was some ancient missing link. But I'm here to let you know that from the get-go, science was already fighting to reject it. That's the process, sis. It's not some va-va-voom overnight religious shit like you got going on. It takes time, sis. So yes, that's the answer to your corny little question that you thought you were going to bring in a debate.
Can I expound upon that?
So go take your little Piltdown Man shit
So you
and
talked about
save it for the
Piltdown
debate.
Man. Hold on. I don't have to use, okay, because like I said, so you sat there and you said a
Erase that
scientist.
slide.
Hold on. I don't have to use
you with that slide. Erase that one.
That is not the only. That's not the only scientific fraud that was actually found.
Everything you got, I'm gonna beat you up.
Do you want me to? Allow me to speak?
Yes, ma'am. Give me some more scientific fraud.
Hold on. You said to me that a scientist said that evolution is real. So I said to you, well, scientists for 60 years have utilized Piltdown Man as a missing link within the theory of evolution, and it was taught and upheld with scientists for a long time. So I'm sorry, your scientists are pseudo at best and willing to go through links. Hold on, and they're willing to go through links, dramatic links, to be able to prove that their theory is an actual.
Stole the whole continent. They stole the whole continent under banner of Christianity. Well, so what? Humans is crazy as hell, sis.
Under Christianity.
Under banner of Christianity, nigga, they robbed and took indigenous cultures and did all that. So what, sis? Humans are crazy. So just because you're a scientist don't mean you're gonna be an honest scientist, sis.
Doctrine. I agree with you, brother. Christianity is a false doctrine.
So then so I told you there was gonna be a rubber in the fucking road, and we was gonna be standing on the other side.
You brought up
yeah, the rubber meets the road.
Hey, peace to channel, man. Peace.
Just because you said a scientist says evolution is true, but then a scientist said that Piltdown Man was true.
Check.
Pastor, she got something from this century, because all the pseudos use is old science. They don't have nothing from this century.
You don't know what I have, sir. You don't have
Hey, I have a question.
You
I have
don't
a question. I
none
have a
from
question.
this century.
I have a question.
If
I have a question.
Meltdown man, then we know what you got.
Peace to the
Piltdown
panel.
Man is just a nice jab, you know, something to laugh at, you know. You don't know what I
Peace.
got. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Woja.
No, sis. No, I'm just saying peace. I'm just saying that I'm here. Peace to the panel. And I just have one question because I just tuned back in and I was listening on my phone. But I tuned back in. But you all have been kind of going back and forth, like toying with debating about evolution. So I had one question: Are Bobby West and Naftali, are y'all going to debate or not? That's
No, I
just
don't.
I think that's what everybody just want to know.
She's not ready. She's not ready. She don't have the basics.
How are we going to debate on something when people don't understand the basics of what it
She
is
don't
that you're
have the
talking about?
basics. I'm sorry.
Show defining, you know.
No, wait. Hold on. Let me say this. Because I get it. Like exactly what CK was just saying. See, if you all don't feel that Naftali has enough foundation to debate, then I think somebody should just say so and say no, or just
I'ma say it. I'll say it.
Well, I guess it's up to
CK the poet will yell it loud and proud. The
Bobby
basics.
Banger. Oh wait. I'm sorry. I may be mistaken because I thought Naftali was challenging Bobby Banger himself or the whole panel. I don't.
Yeah,
maybe I missed that.
All y'all.
Yeah, all of them.
Oh, okay, my fault. All right, then okay, then everybody should just give her an answer though. Like,
What about you? Give her an answer.
Give her an answer.
No. Nope, I'm not in it. Nope.
Why you not in it? She challenged everybody.
No, I just came. Nope, I just came over here to talk.
Me to prove what a theory was. I proved what a theory was.
I came over here to talk about that Mediterranean stuff I heard earlier. That's what I came over here for. I'm trying to go back to that.
Good brother Wujawu.
She said she want all the smoke, even the chat. She want it from.
Thank you, Wuja. Let's get that Mediterranean shit out.
I don't need another
smoke. You can't build a fire.
Go ahead and to the left with that. Won't you go left with that, sis? You hating on another sister? That's cool though. I'm used to it. Anyway, like I was saying,
ain't nobody hating on another sister. Don't pull that female shit over here.
No, that's just
everybody can disagree over here. The females don't have to agree just because they female.
She didn't even know what a theory was. She said I was wrong when I definitely told you. You guys,
you was wrong. I guarantee you, CK no more than you. I guarantee it.
A theory can be rejected. She said I was wrong, and it's actually true. That's real.
Nobody
wrong the whole night.
Because we didn't know what the hell you were talking about. Because you was talking in circular arguments going around in circles.
You crazy.
Wait, see y'all spiraling out of control, boy. Y'all crazy.
And
crazy.
Is it possible that I could push everybody out the way for 5 minutes?
Hold on, man. Wujawu about the debate this Mediterranean.
Nah, man, let's see.
Man, save that for another show. No, we just talking about Mediterranean yesterday.
Hiccups. What's your name, Chef Friend? So no. Go ahead. CK.
No, we don't want to talk to this lady no more. What's wrong with y'all?
I have a question though. Don't be
I'm gonna
mean
come
to
over
the
there and support you, sis.
She don't want to talk to me. She wanted to silence the other women on the panel. So I'm gonna let her.
Nah, don't do that, y'all. Be nice to good sister Naftali. Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Be careful, Chef. You might get some friends.
It's
Naftali. Yes, it's Naftali.
Okay, because I don't like mispronouncing people's name. That's like a struggle.
Natalie Huda. That's her name.
Okay, Naftali. Huda.
Yes, it's a.
I'm giving y'all 2 more minutes, and y'all gotta end this shit.
To make sure I can
move out the way, Chef Friend. Anyways,
so go ahead.
I'm just trying to see if it's possible.
Hey, by the way, the word Naftali means my struggle, so maybe that's probably the issue here, struggling. But I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My struggles with evolution.
You look at the debate.
That means to wrestle, so you know whatever.
CK, continue, sis.
I wrestle.
Anyway,
wrestling is a struggle. Oh my god.
It doesn't mean a struggle. It means a wrestle.
I want to just take this moment to try to see if we can help a sister. Because you know what? Let's just be honest, yo. All of us have been pseudo at one point in time. Some of us are still flipping pseudo and try to pretend like
just get to it.
So You know what? I wish that there was someone that could have talked to me years ago instead of me trying to figure out on my own that I was wrong. So maybe we could take this moment to try to help the sister out. So,
Nah.
good sister, I just want to know from your perspective, like, what is it that you have a problem with, that you're having trouble understanding? And what do you think that we need to go get to help you understand that better?
No, that's why I want to debate it, because there is no understanding that I need. I'm trying to get you guys to understand what you guys are missing.
Okay, so what is your main argument or main
Nonsense.
point?
She gonna overthrow
Hey,
modern
move out
science.
the way, y'all. I can't dagger a pseudo if they don't speak. So please, sister, what is your main issue or concern? What's the main thing that I'm probably missing because I'm coming in late? I don't want to go off of what other people
You
say.
think evolution got something to do with her God and it don't? Then
Speak for the sister, Unc. She can speak.
I actually think evolution debunk her God. That evolution don't got nothing to do with where life came from. She confused from the start.
So that's what it originally started out, Sister Napi? Was it about the Bible or something else?
You know, we can definitely do the debate. I said that evolution is not a real theory, a scientific theory. If you guys want to do the debate, we can. If you guys don't feel
It's called the theory of evolution, sis. So everybody lying.
You know what, since you don't want to
Okay.
debate it, then just
The
say
whole
it. That's
scientific
fine.
community lying, sis. The whole scientific
Okay.
community called it
Hold up.
theory. The Journal of
Yeah.
Nature got 500,000.
I need to make sure that I am not misunderstanding her, Unc. Be
There are
patient.
scientists that there are scientists that actually disagree. That's why
Okay, well, we're gonna need you to go get those scientists and pull that up for us in the listening
yes,
audience.
I can. That's why I'm trying to do a debate. That way you can prove your stuff and I'll prove mine. That's what the
Yeah,
debate
man. She just want to know if Wuja going to debate her or not.
Yeah,
right.
this whole time. Do you want to? Yes or no? If you don't, then that's fine. I mean,
yes or no?
This is
No,
your
I'm not in it. I'm not in it. I'm not in it at all. I'm just here for the Mediterranean stuff.
Yeah, let's get that.
I want to share my screen.
Yeah, I
I'll
gotta
be there
go, guys.
Friday for you,
I
sis.
came on. I was being a good sport.
Sis, I'll be there. What time? I'll be there to talk to you. I ain't debating, nigga. You tripping. I'm having a conversation.
You only debate for equal.
Conversation.
Yeah, I'm definitely not debating.
All right. Well,
We
you
had
know
a
what?
conversation.
You know what? Let me give you my email so we can. Are you guys on Facebook? Anybody on Facebook and Instagram?
I'm on Facebook.
Unc West. I'm Unc West.
Okay, well, send me a friend request, Naftali Israel on Facebook, and then we can talk in the back chat, and then we can set it up right, and then we can set up the thumbnail, set up the the topic, and we can do it right.
So before you go, Naftali, I did want to share my screen.
I know I gotta go to bed, guys. I have to. It's 12 o'clock. I don't know what time it is where you at, but
all I need is 5 more minutes if people stop cutting you off.
You can't.
I am going to share my screen.
Can you come on? We can do this. We can do this.
I am going to share my screen. We are going to go to
CK. Why you ain't listening to the lady?
We are going to the University of Berkeley, and I wanted to see if there's any of these misconceptions that you want us to go over while you here.
He already left.
CK, you try, but she's unreachable. I'm telling you.
Why the hell? Like, damn! Like, if y'all just, y'all wouldn't have just kept cutting. I was gonna be quick.
I did told you to start talking, and you taking too long, giving her space to breathe. You're supposed to snuff that.
I was gonna let her pick the one that she wanted to go
you don't know how
over.
to execute. Nope. You can't be far.
I wanted blood in the street, Juju. Why y'all had to get in my way?
Apologist, Yahweh apologist, and girl, bye. Done.
It don't matter. It don't matter how
Why
well
are
you
y'all
explain.
scaring away the
All right, we got a break. Hold on, we got a break. Let's talk Mediterranean. First of all, hey, whoa. Hey, can somebody please put sister GoFundMe in the thing, please? Somebody put Juju GoFundMe in there, please.
Juju here.
Put the GoFundMe in there, Juju.
Okay, I sure will.
Let's take a moment and add to it.
Okay, give me a minute.
I was going to do it a whole. Let me see. Hold on. You get there yet? I forgot. Got your own GoFundMe. You could definitely put it in there. That was funny.
What?
I'm telling someone else to do it. God damn it.
Give me just a minute. I think. I don't know.
Sure, got a
Thank you. It's in
So
there.
I'm just curious, where y'all find that chick at, man? Y'all stole her. Y'all stole her from Sinetta or somewhere.
No, she's an Israelite. She used to be with JJ and them, but she
Yikes,
doing her
that
own
explains
thing.
everything.
It explains everything.
I was about to say, what the hell?
PK.
What in the name of Job, Moses Ark, and going on up in here?
He asked her to read the scientific theory, and she like flam that shit in
That's why I
paragraphs.
went to go grab that one that explains the theory and scientific theory. I was like, Chef, throw this shit up. Y'all doing too much. Just throw this up. If she don't understand that after reading that, like, oof.
She knew what she
don't
was
get that
doing.
she's
She
not
knew
trying
what
to
she was
learn.
doing. She knew
She's
what
not
she was
trying to
doing.
learn.
Skipped
What'd
a
you say?
paragraph. She knew what she was doing. She was being disingenuous. She
Yeah.
skipped the first
That's
paragraph
called
on purpose.
extreme confirmation bias right there.
She's not trying to learn. She's trying to prove she's right.
Yep.
And I mean, but people need to understand, man, is it's okay to be wrong. Shit, I be wrong all the time. I'll be like, CK, you wrong. And I'm like, okay, you know, can I get a source, please, sir?
Or say you don't
know.
know.
What I mean?
Or
just say you don't know.
Or say you don't know.
Yeah, you can't know everything. Like, you're not gonna know everything, and you're not gonna know everything there is to know about everything. There's always gonna be somebody that knows a little bit more than you, or has a better source than you, or whatever, and you might be able to learn something or shit. Maybe whatever you found out might be wrong, or maybe it used to be right, but the information has been updated.
Right.
And you'll be better in the long run. So now your information has been updated. Now you can share that updated information with other people.
Well, that's what
But you know,
that's what she was. Oh, I just wanted to make this point when she was talking about rejection of the theory and all that stuff. Like, she was trying to make that point, like, oh, that means that scientific theories aren't fact. But she wasn't understanding Ank's point. You know, like, it's not necessarily rejection of theory. It's just more of a it evolves, so it doesn't become exactly the same. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
coming to play, and she didn't understand that, and then she was trying to say, "Oh, you were wrong," because you were saying I was wrong. No, I didn't understand what the hell you was trying to say, because you didn't know what you was trying to say.
It's like if y'all missed the one show that we did about, I think it was like a week or two ago. Yeah, it was a show that we did about a week or two ago, where I had found an article that kind of explains how people that don't believe in evolution, it tends to encourage or instills racism and discrimination and bigotry within the person. And that was a really good show. Like, everybody was able to kind of give their point on the issue. You know, we read a couple articles, dived deep on some stuff. I think the name of the show was called Evolution is Racist. It was clickbait. You know what I mean? We was reading real sources up in there. But like, y'all see what happens, you know, when you kind of even if you aren't necessarily a person that doesn't agree with evolution, but if you're a part of a religious organization, or even a cult for that matter, that wants to perpetuate that, hey, like, my deity or whatever thing that I'm believing actually created everything, and there's no way that all these things kind of evolved on their own through the interactions with the environment or other species for that matter, you know, it can cause people to go a little cuckoo, because because it destroys their belief. It starts to destroy what they believe, because once you find out that one thing is wrong in your belief system, like, it's like a domino effect. You'll start finding out another thing that's not right, and another thing that's not right, and another thing that's wrong. And before you know it, like, you can't follow the religion no more. You can't believe in it no more, because it's been proven wrong one too many times.
Hey, I want to say, I did come on to say something about that Mediterranean conversation.
Let's get it.
That I heard. Okay, but now that you, wait, because you're on the topic of evolution, I just want to say this, and this is my suggestion to you all, or just a statement. The reason why I don't debate people like that on that topic, and here's why. Because I want y'all to notice that she defines, before you all even went to the whole scientific theory route, in her mind, she conceived of a theory as just a belief and an opinion, right? So that's number one. But now check this out. Now she says that, or people like that, they will say that because
wait a minute, she never agreed with the definition of a scientific
No.
theory. She never agreed with it.
No, I'm not.
Well, she
No.
did say that she agreed with trying to be nice about it, but no, she didn't agree.
But
She didn't.
here's the point. But wait, here's the point. What dominates her thinking is that a theory is just a belief and opinion. That's why she skipped to paragraph 2
Right.
when y'all told her to read it. So I'm telling y'all how the psyche work on that.
Okay.
So
Confirmation bias.
So her mind is dominated by theory, meaning a belief or an opinion. And this is why she says it's not a fact, even though nobody ever claimed that that a theory is a fact. In fact, when you read it, it tells you it's not. But
Right.
but that's their thinking. But now here's the thing. So what she's gonna end up doing, if a debate were to happen, is to prove that the opinion or belief is wrong in this area or that area or whatever the case is. Now, the reason why I never debate people like that is because it's unfair. Because when you try to do that to their belief, because they're equating a theory to a belief,
Right.
and then they also have a belief, be it Christianity or whatever. But when you try to do it to their belief is unfalsifiable. So
Right.
you can never even do that. So it's rigged from the beginning. And that's why it's not wise to debate stuff like that with that ever. And that's why I don't. That's why
I tried a different approach. Like, hey, what's your problem? Like, what are you not understanding? Because if you're not understanding something, like, we can go get a source that explains it a lot better.
Yeah, see, something being able to be falsified is the key. And so what she will do, like she brought up Piltdown Man, and that was falsified because theories are falsifiable. But when it comes to her belief, you can't say Jesus was ran over by a Roman chariot instead of hanging on the cross and whatnot. You can't ever say that because it's unfalsifiable. You see, and so it's lopsided. So you're never gonna win. So really, that's why I don't do it. So I'm not saying everybody should reject it, but I'm saying that's why
when people
I don't
read
do it.
stuff, you got to make sure that they actually comprehend it too. Like, hey, after you just read this, what does this mean to you? Like,
he never
how
read
do
it.
you interpret what you just read? Now, if they can't explain that, like, woo, this conversation is not going to go far. That means that there's some lack of comprehension there, whether it's intentional or unintentional.
Yeah, and most of the time it's not intentional. It's that's just the space that people are coming from, and time has to work on that. So that's why I said, Bobby Banger, I think you should just give her an answer.
Bobby Banger told her yes.
Yo, I ain't told her nothing. I ain't debating her.
Would you have a question?
Oh no, you're gonna teach her.
Go ahead.
Ask the question. You're gonna teach her.
Was Dr. Ben a fraud?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Was Dr. Ben a fraud?
Well, first we need you to define what a fraud is first before you respond to that. Make sure we're on the same definition.
Right.
Damn. How we get to the doctor?
I'm not going to.
Did he lie about his origins? Did he lie about his qualifications?
Oh, his I'm not up on the latest info on that because I've seen people say that.
What about the old info?
White people do it all the time.
No, I'm saying as far as no, what I'm saying is that I don't know enough about his credentials and if he lied or not and what he actually presented. I don't know because Dr. Ben is not my go-to person, so I don't know too much about that.
Can I ask Unc, was Dr. Ben a fraud?
Be careful.
Absolutely not. He wasn't no fraud. Shit, he wasn't defraud nobody. Now, did he defraud some white people to get into cows and cheese? Yeah. But I'm shit. What you want me to do, yo? I mean, how am I gonna get mad at that nigga for that?
Right.
Damn, nigga, did he have all the qualifications he wrote down? Nope. But shit, most motherfuckers ain't. A lot of motherfuckers did.
But you got to realize with Joe, that was a very open question. Like, yo, be specific. When you calling somebody a fraud, like what specifically are you calling them a fraud on?
Was he born in Ethiopia to a Puerto Rican mother?
Oh, I don't know.
So does that make someone a fraud just because they weren't honest about where they were born?
Yes.
About that.
What else is fraud? They giving out fraudulent information.
Wait a minute.
What?
So when your grandma doesn't want to tell you her real age, does that make her a fraud?
Yeah.
Wait, does.
No, I mean,
I've been saying
not
she's 60
properly
for
representing
30
like,
years.
I see why CK said to define it. But see, I don't see. My answer is I don't know enough, so I can't give an answer. But if I were to call somebody a liar or a scammer or fraud or whatever, then it would depend because like in order for me to say somebody a liar, I would have to see a pattern of lies, not like a lie or two lies to call somebody a liar. You know what I mean? So it just depends on how people
That's
use it.
why I
But
say y'all need to pull up
I
the
don't know enough.
definition.
I don't know enough
So
to
if you lie,
say at all.
if you lie
Wait a
about
minute.
one, hold on. If you lie about one school that you went to, then
Brazil,
that's not a pattern. But then hold on. If you lie about four schools
wait a
that
minute.
you went to, right? Now there's a pattern, right?
Yeah.
But that means that someone's not being honest. That doesn't necessarily make them a fraud.
It do. Listen,
It
if you
does.
if you get a job in a university off of qualifications that you are lying about, and then
Yeah.
people are paying their money to go to that university, right? To get an education from you because of said credentials, you don't have them, then that's fraudulent. What
Yeah.
else
He
are we
got fired.
talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he got fired for that though, yo.
Wait,
Right,
so listen,
because he was
if that's
committing,
true,
hold on, he got fired because he was committing a fraudulent act. So in that
well,
case, he's a fraud.
well, here's
Yeah,
the
but he
thing.
also got
So
a
He
chance to
was
teach
acting
for
like a
45 years.
professor and a credentialed scholar when he wasn't.
Yeah, and
If
then he
that
got
Okay,
is
another
so
job.
fraudulent, if we're
No,
changing
but he got another job.
the shit just for him,
I know, but
just
then he
say
got
that.
another job. Yo, then he got another job at
I
another
mean, did
college.
people get hurt because of
years.
this quote unquote fraudulent behavior? Did people get
I
hurt?
don't
Like,
know
did people go to jail?
if I sent my child to college, all right? Now I don't know about y'all. If you pay to send your fucking child to college, right? And their fucking professor lied about their qualifications, y'all wouldn't be mad about that $30,000 that y'all just spent.
Yeah,
That's
50
I
years
mean,
ago,
I would
nigga, they
only
ain't
be
even had
mad
no
if they
black
couldn't still
studies,
get the
yo.
degree.
Man, all right,
If they couldn't get the
y'all can
degree,
have
then yeah, I'd be
y'all-
mad. Now, if they still
Nah,
get
yo,
the degree.
Nah.
Y'all
You gotta
can
be
y'all
fair.
all over the
You gotta
place,
be
man.
fair.
Y'all-
Sheffrin is right.
Y'all act
I
like
agree
y'all,
with you.
y'all can have Joe. Y'all
Jeffrey,
can
you
have.
acting like it was a motherfucking algebra 10 class or something. Nigga, it wasn't no black study classes. They was trying to find anybody to teach about that shit. Yo, you tripping, yo. There ain't that one even yo.
Well, I mean, Snoop Peas, you originally asked me a question. I don't know enough to give you an answer, but taking the scenario that Sheffrin presented, if I were to take that as a scenario, and I don't know if none of that's true or not about Dr. Ben.
It's absolutely true. But go
okay,
ahead.
I'm just saying I don't know anything enough.
All right.
But I'm saying,
So,
but I'm going. Wait. I'm going to say.
Okay.
Let's just say that is the scenario. Then, by definition, he committed fraud.
So question number 2, Woodrow. Let me ask Woodrow.
Apologies.
Please, let me ask Woodrow our next question. So if he was fraudulent in his presentation of himself, how trustworthy should his information be?
Well, information, you can vet that.
Now that's a different thing because but here's why. Because if Dr. Ben fraudulently presented credentials to get in a position to do something, the actual acts of what he was doing can be judged in a different light because you could be like, for example, people do it all the time on jobs. People will lie on a resume to get their foot in the door. Yeah. Well, lie. Some people outright lie on a resume and get their foot in the door to do work that they actually do know how to do. But in order to get their foot in the door in the first place, they have to meet a certain criteria that they have to lie about. Right, exactly. So that's different. So I just wanted that to be clear. That's different than so trusting his work versus him defrauding the institutions. If he did that, those are two different things. So we got to understand.
They was spraying black people water hoses. Do you think I give
feel like
three flying nuts about Dr. Ben lying on a resume. They spraying black kids down with water hoses and letting German shepherds loose on them. Y'all serious right now?
So
Where the
now,
hell is y'all
so
moral
now
compass
it's okay
at?
to lie.
Yeah, where's your moral compass at this point?
So when they was spraying black
Where is
people
your
with water
moral
hose,
compass at,
hold
yo?
on. I get you.
Are you
Let me
serious?
I came
let
for
me
the
answer that.
Mediterranean stuff though.
Hold on. Let me answer that. When they was
Don't let
spraying
me get
black people, when they was spraying black people with water hoses, it was black people in colleges still getting degrees. Right? So you can't use that for fucking Dr. Ben.
So that's
You
the
know what I
dope.
mean?
That is fair.
When they was
How's that
spraying
fair?
black people
Yeah,
with
because you're
water
using.
hoses, there was still
Yeah.
black people in colleges getting fucking degrees, yo.
How
Listen,
many? They
So
couldn't even go to white schools at the point.
That
He did
wasn't
it by
Go to
stopping
white
other
schools,
black.
man.
Dr.
Stop
Martin
it.
Luther King. Dr. Martin Luther King went to college. He
What's your
got
point,
sprayed
though,
with water
Wuja?
hoses.
I mean,
Shit
I'm
ain't
calling
stopped him.
Wuja.
Hold on, that shit ain't stopped Dr. Martin Luther King.
That ain't what I said. What I said was,
What
you
are
think
you
I'm gonna
saying?
worry about? I'm saying it again. You think I'm worrying about Dr. Ben lying on some resume to some white college in the midst of some people getting sprayed down? I'm not talking about whoever went to college. I'm saying, dude, that ain't what I'm at. I'm not even thinking about that. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Come on, dude. They busting niggas in the head with water bottles
I was gonna
and
say I
glasses.
do actually have a
You
question.
sit up here judging
Well,
the
a
man
statement and a
because he
question.
lied on the resume in the middle of getting
But
sprayed down with a water hose
it
on his way
don't
to lie
matter
on the
to you.
resume.
Just say when it comes to Dr. Ben, it don't matter that he lied.
No,
to me.
any black person
that shit
walking down the
matter to
street
me.
was privy to getting snatched up and hung. Yo, what are you talking about?
Yo, why Thurgood
You think I'm
Marshall
worrying
ain't had to
about
lie?
somebody
Why
lying on a
Thurgood Marshall
resume?
and them
They
ain't had
can't
to
even
lie?
walk down the street and look at a white woman, yo, to get to the place to lie.
And so
That's not nothing
people.
to me.
It was other black men that went through segregation and Jim Crow, and they still got their degrees and shit.
And I'm
So
proud
if it was
of
good
them,
enough
bro.
for them niggas to do it, then I'm not gonna make an excuse for Dr. Ben.
I'm not making an excuse.
Listen, if there's an excuse that you're giving,
that's not an excuse. I'm not giving an excuse.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I don't. You're
understand what
talking about that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't care about a black man ducking and dodging German shepherds and water hoses and getting called out or raped and getting hung on his way to lie on a fucking resume. I don't care.
That's not the same. We're not even talking about that.
Hold
That's
up.
what I'm saying. I'm gonna say it again. I don't care about a black man lying on a resume. He worked in a white college after he got to be O.J. Simpson running through the fucking airport and might get killed on the way to drop the. I don't care.
So then you're saying
about
what
him lying on the resume.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
So then you're saying what I said you were saying.
No, I'm saying I don't care.
If you said that he had the
care.
fucking dog,
maybe I can bring some clarity to
German
this.
Shepherds and escape getting hung. I'm saying that Thurgood Marshall and them lived in that same world.
And I'm saying, shout out to Thurgood Marshall.
It don't hold water to me.
Okay.
Go ahead, CK.
I know it don't.
I got a question.
I got a question and a statement, but I have a statement.
We talking about the Mediterranean. They trying to not deal with that. See, can you keep allowing them not to deal with that?
I'm working my way to it,
You're not working your way to it. We finished with all that shit.
Want to talk about the Mediterranean?
Well, let me rephrase that. I ain't even talking about that. I'm just talking about what y'all talking about right now. I wanted to make a statement first. I ain't gonna be long-winded.
Come on, CK.
Just what?
You've been long-winded ever since you ran a lady off. The lady ran. We had on here all day. You come here, she run from you.
Man, I guess she knew the daggers. Like I was just caressing the chest with the dagger. Like,
she ain't go for it. How you doing, miss? How you doing, miss lady? She's like, who the hell is this?
And it's the same bullshit in this community that motherfucker, what's his name? Polite get to say he wrote over 100-something books, right?
Oh, you got 99.
Oh man, that ain't even
different
fair,
languages.
yo. How's that fair,
He
yo?
can't verify none of that shit.
How's that fair,
I wasn't
yo?
gonna be long-winded, y'all. I just had a statement
wow.
and a question because my question is for Sheffrin and my statement is to kind of somewhat support what Unc is saying. And I think it just need to be worded a little bit
The
differently.
only nigga in America worrying about a nigga allowing a resume in the middle of Jim Crow. Get the fuck out of here.
Reparations.
Anyways,
I refuse to listen
to,
to you. It's a good
to
argument,
speak.
Chef, but I'm just
Why
not.
didn't
I'm
Dr.
not
Clark
listening to
lie?
that.
Then why didn't Dr. Clark lie?
Hold on. I ain't gonna
What
be
happened? What you
long-winded.
say? What you
Why
Anyways,
didn't Dr.
Don't do
Clark
it.
lie about his resume? Dr.
Don't
Clark
do
wasn't telling people that he went to Fort
goodness.
College.
To
What'd he
speak
say?
to good brother Unk's point,
Hold on. What did he say?
I understand what he is trying to say in regards to the time period.
Right.
Around that time period,
I don't care
that
right now
Ben,
if a nigga allowing this resume. How about that right now? A
I'm
nigga
just
can
saying,
go out
like,
there and lie
I
and get a
understand
job.
your point.
Chef gonna be the nigga to run in there and say, yo, that man ain't got no problem. Get that man fired.
If I care for
I
your
don't believe
children
it.
the same way I care for mine. If
I've
you
listened to
paying
you so
Hey.
many years
$40,000
to know that
for your child to
integrity
get an
matters.
education,
I'm black
and a
to
nigga
Unc.
up
I
here
don't believe
lying on his resume and
I've
don't
listened
belong
to
on
Unc
that
so many
motherfucker.
years, and I know that integrity matters a whole heap to Unc.
Yo,
Hey,
all
I
I'm
think
trying to say.
I think y'all go ahead, CK. I'm sorry because I know
Yeah,
you're trying
I
to
am.
speak.
I ain't trying to be long-winded, but I feel like something that could have been done in a few minutes, like taking an
What you
hour.
say, CP? Integrity.
Anyways, because I keep consistently being interrupted, I'm saying I understand Unk's point. The time period, yo, if y'all go back and start looking at these schools during that time period, they were not accepting Black people at these schools. So a lot of
Right.
degrees Black people definitely could not get, especially during those
Correct.
times, unless you just happen to be in a very liberal state, or you know some white person that got you in somehow, some kind of way, and you just one of the select lucky few during that time period. But I understand Unk's point. But it could have been worded a little bit differently. Does that excuse Dr. Ben for doing that? No, it doesn't.
Okay,
But
okay,
now
here's-
my question
There's a
directed
question
towards
behind that.
Shepard.
We trying to get into the Mediterranean.
Exactly. Patience. Jesus Christ. Anyways, so my question to Brother Sheffrin, it seems like you have a problem with Dr. Ben. So, like, I think instead of beating around the bush, just go directly to it. Like, do you think that we should not listen to nothing that Dr. Ben said? Or do you just have a problem with just some of the things that he says, and you want to agree with some of the things he said that was correct, but you want to correct the things that he said that was wrong? Or you just want to throw the whole person away? Like,
I think we should leave Dr. Ben alone. Period.
All right. Let's move to Mediterranean.
I think that type of scholarship.
So we should throw him in the trash.
And that attitude is definitely problematic. So I would say
And
that.
making
What
the
attitude?
Egyptians Mediterranean now.
Wait a minute. Hold up. What
That's the
attitude? What do you mean,
same shit.
Sheffrin? I just want to make sure that we're not misunderstanding your point.
his Afrocentric viewpoint on Egypt.
Wait a minute. Just to
He
make sure
wasn't
that I'm
even
not
an
misunderstanding you.
Afrocentric.
Do you have a problem?
Y'all said
But
he wasn't Afrocentric.
He wasn't.
Hold
You lost
up.
your mind.
We need to make sure
He
that we're
wasn't a
not
part of that.
misunderstanding
Lost your
Sheffrin.
Man,
We need
you
to make sure that
crazy,
we're not
man. You just made it
misunderstanding
Lost.
the good brother.
Now Dr.
Made
Ben
that
wasn't
shit.
Afrocentric.
Man, John Henry
Listen,
Clark wasn't neither.
you
They wasn't. White
All right.
people made them that. Hey, Wuja, can you please help me? Yo, Wuja, listen.
Jewish.
But no, I just want to make sure that we're not
Come on,
misunderstanding
Wuja,
Sheffrin.
help
Just
me out
one
with this.
more
Wuja.
question.
Seriously.
One
Hey,
more question.
wait. Let me
Hold on, CK. Okay, hold on, CK.
let me characterize what y'all are doing. Let me characterize what y'all are doing. This
Is a
is
penguin
exactly.
a bird?
I'm trying to make sure that
This is
Sheffrin can make
exactly
his
what
point
y'all are doing.
clearly without being
Hold up.
misunderstood. That's
Wait.
all.
This is what you all are doing. This
Is
is
a penguin a bird?
No, listen. This is exactly what you all are doing. You all are merging two things. So a person, listen to this. A person going into a grocery store, stealing food out of the grocery store to feed a homeless child is two separate acts, right? So one, did the person steal? Yes, you have to admit that the person stole something. Should they be penalized for stealing? Maybe, if they're caught, then so be it. But you would judge the reason why they did it as a noble thing, to feed a homeless child who's starving on the street.
Circumstances.
So right. So that's what y'all are doing with that's what it sounds like you all are doing with Dr. Ben. Did Dr. Ben commit fraud? If Sheffrin, what you said is true, then the answer is yes. But now what y'all are actually going on discussing is the other part. Well, he defrauded the institutions, but what did he do while he was in those institutions, and then you have to judge that separately. And so that's what y'all are missing, because you can judge the person stealing versus what they did in terms of feeding the homeless child as two separate things and split it. But for Dr. Bennett, it doesn't seem like you all are able to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I would say that he definitely did the fraudulent shit to get into that position. And when he got in that
he was
position,
passionate about teaching, but I don't think he was trying to do it criminally to try to, you know, make money or, you know, deceive people.
He definitely wanted the money. Listen,
I mean, he died broke,
stood
dude.
on the street corner if he just wanted to give out information, right? So he could have did what the Nation of Islam did. He ain't had to go up in no motherfucking college to get paid, motherfucking paying tuition, and he lying to him. And the simple fact, when he went in there, he went completely pseudo, so that's even crazier. But let's get it. What was you saying? Let's get into
it. Hold on. I did have a follow-up question to the brother Sheffrin.
No, come on, man. CK, no, we refuse to, yo. No more following.
It's based off of something that he said. I'm trying to make sure I'm not misunderstanding.
You dragging us out. We're trying to get the Mediterranean. We trying to get them. What you doing?
Yeah, they trying to beat me up on something else.
It's really gonna help you in the long run, and it ain't gonna be long-winded.
Listen,
it ain't go 45 minutes listening to you, CK.
But damn, maybe if you wouldn't have cut me off a bazillion times, I would have been done a long time ago.
All right, listen. I lost the Dr. Ben argument. Y'all didn't beat me up on that. Now come kick my ass on the Mediterranean thing. Let's go.
Let's go. Go ahead, Woo, and I'm gonna back you up. Go.
Okay, no, I just want to make I came to make a comment on what I heard earlier, because I heard a little bit and then I had to make a run, so I wasn't listening. But what I did hear earlier, I wanted to make a comment, but I didn't have time to pop in, so I wanted to go back to the conversation. And I'm not sure if you said this, Sheffrin, because at the time
I probably did.
You, Corey, and I think somebody else was on the channel at the time.
Cube.
Yeah, Cube was on the channel. Yeah, there you go.
I
Cube
take full responsibility for all that comments.
so you all right, so you said it all. Okay. So
yeah, I'm gonna take full responsibility. Let's go.
Okay, so all right. Now I want to do this to try to move the conversation forward, not to make it go around in circles. So all right. Now, ancient Egypt being a Mediterranean society, civilization, and things like that, because of the geographical proximity of the country of Egypt to the Mediterranean Sea, then it should be plain as day logic of why it would be called a Mediterranean culture. Can we agree to that?
Yes, sir.
Or Mediterranean civilization?
Yeah, I don't agree. Yeah, I don't agree.
Okay, but wait.
He's talking about the proximity, the geography.
No. But listen, so because here's the thing: if you go to Wikipedia right now and pull up Mediterranean countries, Mediterranean countries, it's gonna list 20 or 22 countries, and Egypt is gonna be one of them. Okay. And what they're doing when they show that, what that means is they're showing the geopolitical proximity of those places near the Mediterranean Sea. So whenever Mediterranean comes out of people's mouth, it's putting a location on the map.
I ain't never heard the Israelites being considered no Mediterranean people. So them niggas is right on the motherfucker. See the joke? But go ahead.
No. Okay, so Sheffrin, can you do me a favor and pull up the Mediterranean countries on Wikipedia, and if you could share it, because I can't share it right now.
Gotcha. Let's get it. I'm gonna let Wujai teach right now. Hold on, I'm putting this up for Wujai.
No, because these are things that I know that you guys like to use. So I'm gonna start with what you all right. So
Mediterranean cities, right?
Mediterranean countries. So if you look up Mediterranean countries, whoever's sharing, look up Mediterranean countries.
So all you gotta do is have a coastline to touch it, and that's it.
Come on.
No. So no, watch.
Okay,
I got it.
Okay,
so So here's Wiki's article telling you the list of Mediterranean countries. Now, I don't think anybody can argue against this because this is only telling us the countries that have proximity to the Mediterranean Sea. We can't act like the Mediterranean Sea don't exist, and we can't act like these countries are not near the Mediterranean Sea. So based on what we can't act like and be delusional about, we have to accept the fact that these countries are near the Mediterranean, and therefore we can say
physical.
Yeah, they're physical geographically, which is physical. They're geographically near the Mediterranean Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so by that reasoning, those 20 countries that they mentioned, how many is it? They said 20. Yeah, it's 20 sovereign countries, right? And then they list them down there. Below that, they list them all, and Israel is one of them. That's on the list. So
you
we
mean
got
Jordan. I see Jordan.
Israel.
Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine. They're all Mediterranean countries. So granted. So let's put a big fat period on that. So Egypt is a Mediterranean country by this definition. Can we all agree with that?
Nope.
All right. Nope. So okay, now we're looking right at it. Now we're looking right at it. It's 20. Egypt is one. You got Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and that grouping. Then you got Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and that grouping.
You said a Mediterranean city or Mediterranean culture? What you say?
Mediterranean country. I'm being very specific. What I'm saying.
Okay, so you're gonna go with the Mediterranean country.
It is.
I'm gonna go with the coastline hit. It's just a beach, nigga. Them niggas ain't know what that shit was called. We just threw that shit on there.
No, like we threw the name Mediterranean on the Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean Sea didn't name itself. So, but
the Romans did, right?
Right.
I believe that's the Roman, and Egypt predates Rome. So what the fuck was it called before that?
Yeah, and Egypt wasn't called
African
Egypt.
Ocean, nigga.
Israel wasn't called it.
Israel Egypt wasn't called Egypt too. Your logic falls apart.
No, but I'm saying Israel.
If it wasn't called that when they was, go ahead.
No. But wait. I'm not okay. So I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the labeling per se. I'm saying this is basic geography because I think what people are missing is that the whole thing. I think people are misusing this whole thing about Mediterranean, not understanding that that's just a geographical conversation. That's it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
Yeah, they use it wrong though, Yes.
Yes. I'm about to prove that. Wait. I'm about to prove it. Wait, hold on. Let me do this because I'm showing where the conversation should be and how simple it is and it's done. So people don't bring it up no more. Because it is, geographically speaking, Egypt and all other 19 countries are Mediterranean countries, geographically speaking. Now, when you start talking about culture, now we're in a different sphere of a conversation. Okay, so now, Sheffrin, what I want you to do, because earlier I heard, and I'm gonna put this on you, Sheffrin, but I don't know if you said this earlier.
More than likely, I did.
Okay, so earlier you, Sheffrin, but I think it was somebody else. One of you all said that some group of people called Nubians came up into Egypt and adopted a Mediterranean culture.
Line.
One of y'all said that. One of y'all said that
All
earlier.
of them said that.
Okay, so all right. So now, Sheffrin, while you got your screen shared, I want you to pull up in Wikipedia, the word Buto. Buto.
I'm gonna send it.
Send it to him.
All right,
so you go straight to it.
Here, go straight to it.
Put it into the
Here you go.
The chat or whatever.
Yeah, so they was mixing Mediterranean country with Mediterranean culture, yo. They do it on purpose, yo. And then
Buto on Wikipedia. All right, so now let's read that. So Sheffrin, I want you to read it.
Got it. I sent a group. Got it, Chef?
Yeah, he got it on the screen. Right. So I want you to read that, and so there's one. So I want you to read 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs from the beginning, and that's not too much. We could stop there, but read the first 4 paragraphs of the whole article.
All right, Buto,
Yep.
or Butois, was a city that the ancient Egyptians called Per-Wajet. It was located 95 kilometers east of Alexandria in the Nile Delta of Egypt.
Hold up. Now
What?
pause right there. Pause right there. Now look to your right and look at those dots and see where it is. Just so everybody can know where that is.
It's in the Delta. It's on the coast.
And it's right at the Mediterranean, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so keep on reading.
All right. What in classical times the Greeks called Buto stood about midway between the Tali and the Turmeric branches of the Nile, a few kilometers north of the east-west Butuic River and on the southern shore of the Butuic Lake. Today it is called Tel El Farayan, Hill of the Pharaohs, near the villages of Ibutu or Abutu and Kombutu and the city of Desork.
Okay, so wait, so all that did was inform us of where
geography.
Okay, good. All right, so now let's read the history. And this first three paragraphs right there.
History. In the earliest records about the region, it contained two cities, P and Dep. Eventually, they merged into one city that the ancient Egyptians called Per-Wajet. The goddess Wajet, often represented as a cobra, was the patron deity of Lower Egypt, and the oracle was located in her renowned temple in this area. An annual festival was held there that celebrated Wajet. The area also contained sanctuaries of Horus and Bast, and much later, the city became associated with Isis.
Okay, so that's so basically, just pause you. The Egyptians knew that place as two separate cities that eventually merged, and they called it Per-Wajet. Okay, but go ahead. All right. Now keep reading.
This Delta region was an important site during prehistoric Egypt. It is the site of the cultural developments of 10,000 years, from the Paleolithic to 3100 BC.
Okay, wait, pause right there. So we're dealing with a slow development from 10,000 years up to 3,100 years ago.
Right.
Okay, so that's a gradual. It's a gradual development of that area, right? Okay, so keep going.
Archaeological evidence shows that Upper Egyptian culture replaced the earlier culture of the Delta when Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt were unified.
All right, pause right there. Wait, pause right there. Now, earlier, the statement was made that people from the south, called Nubians, came up into Egypt and adopted a Mediterranean culture. But what the sentence you just read is the opposite. It's saying archaeological evidence shows that the Upper Egyptian culture, which is down south, came up and replaced the earlier culture in the Delta, which is Lower Egypt, and when Upper and Lower Egypt unified. So it's the opposite of what was said earlier. So I just want to point that out. All right, that's very important. We'll go ahead.
All right, archaeological evidence shows that Upper Egyptian culture replaced the earlier culture at the Delta when Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt were unified. The replacement is considered important evidence for the unification of the two portions of ancient Egypt into one entity.
All right, so stop there. That's all. That's all I want you to read. I mean, you can read. We can read more, but I want. But that
no. I think that's your point.
Okay, so that makes the point. So to expound on that point, the statement earlier, and this is what I'm addressing. Somebody said that the people down south, called Nubians, came up into Egypt and adopted a Mediterranean culture. Now, nothing supports that. There's no archaeological evidence that supports that. There's no text that supports that. Now, I know somebody just said it out the side of their mouth earlier, but even according to this Wikipedia article, which everybody has access to, it says the actual opposite, which is supported by text and is supported by archaeology. where the southern people from down south came up or down the river, which is up north on our maps in an northern direction. They came up and replaced whatever was going on up there, not the other way around. So I say this to say that Egypt is a Mediterranean country because of its geography context, in a geographical context, but Egypt is not a Mediterranean culture in a cultural context. All right. And this right here shows it, because you got to ask yourself, where did these people's culture come from that moved down the river and replaced the culture that was up there in the Delta, in the Mediterranean, what you would call the Mediterranean culture?
We stay right there. Let me read the source and then you finish off, Chef. I want to double down.
I want to stick. All right, go ahead.
I just want to double down, then you can pick it all apart.
You know, there's a lot of. All right, go ahead.
It's not. I'm a double down on the exact same point he just made from a different source, from the Brooklyn Museum. I'm gonna stay on Brooklyn curated information. It says 19th and early 20th century historians largely interpreted the archaeological evidence on the African continent through the racist filters that rejected the notion that Africans could create a high civilization. Today, Egyptologists have data that clearly shows that Egyptian culture was invented by indigenous people in southern Egypt and spread towards the Mediterranean Sea about 3000 BCE. This evidence includes distinct jars, bowls like those to your left. It says the decorations on these vessels first appear in the south in southern Egypt. It says by 3400 BCE, and then by 3000 is found in the north. During this period, rectangular house designs from the south replaced earlier oval houses in the north. At the same time, distinctive southern oval-shaped graves began to appear in the north, replacing northern shadow pit graves. It says a southern cult that centered on cattle worship was transferred northward. In this time period, archaeologists cannot determine from this kind of evidence whether this cultural change was peaceful or a result of conquest. Through some evidence, 4 to 5 towns suggest conflict. So they ran them niggas up out of there. But go ahead. I just wanted to double down on that, on this northward movement towards the Mediterranean. Go ahead, Chef.
Stu Peas, you wanted to jump in before I go?
Yeah, please. When did they change from cattle worship to snake worship? And what about the similarities between Medusa and Wadjet? Both are snake goddesses, both are women, both signify justice. But not in culture, they don't have to be exactly the same, you know. But cultures influence each other's. When did the people from South change from worshiping cattle? When they went up to the town that Wuja would just told us about with the 3 dots and start worshiping serpents.
I think
okay, so if I understand
Right.
your question correctly, there were a lot of places that had bull totems in the Delta, and they brought them from the south.
Yeah, but you mentioned a specific area, and you talked about a specific god to differentiate it from the Greeks, right? But the people south was worshiping. People down south Egypt was worshiping cattle.
I didn't separate anything from the Greeks and nothing like that. I'm no, not at all.
Who's Wadjet then? Wadjet that you mentioned. Wadjet.
Yeah, Wadjet means the green one. She was the green one.
She was a serpent goddess, right?
She represented as a cobra. As a cobra, yeah.
Yeah, she was a serpent goddess, right?
Cobra,
so therefore, those people that culture, primary goddess, or one of the primary goddess was a serpent goddess. Just brought up that people from the south who were worshiping cattle, right? So
Yeah.
distinct, them people are distinct. A snake and a cattle is as far from each other as is
Yeah,
possible.
a snake is definitely way different than a cow and a bull. Yep.
Right. So it's total distinct people. True or false?
No, but you're saying worship a snake and stuff. I'm lost because they worship a vulture too. So what's up with that?
But it was a snake goddess, the primary goddess. She appeared. She was a mixture between a vulture and a cobra. Was the same
No,
goddess.
He's just saying
No.
what culture was getting supplanted. That's what he was saying, basically.
Okay,
right?
no. The code, like, it's still on the screen. So from 10,000 years ago to 3100 BCE, there was a slow cultural development in the area, right? That's close to the Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
By the time Egypt became a unified duality, the culture from the south supplanted the culture in the north.
Yeah,
That's what the article. That's what the article says. It replaced it, and
Okay,
the archaeology backs it up because you have the entire Egyptian symbolisms, the writing system, and everything being first attested and first found in the south and not in the north.
Yeah.
Yes, so I'm trying to get what your implications are, Wujao. Are you saying that the culture in the north, that was a Mediterranean culture, but the one that came from the south was not?
Yeah, I'm saying in the Delta, those people in the Delta look different than the people down south. That's in Egyptian sources. I don't want to read it right now. I'm saved it.
Oh.
Well, wait. I'm not okay. So I'm not getting into how any.
Right.
Yeah, right. That's the jump. I don't
want to get into how anybody looked. What I'm saying is the argument. Remember what I'm addressing. The statement was made, and I'm very specific with what I'm saying. I'm refuting the earlier statement, and I'm prevailing in my refutation of that statement. Earlier, somebody said that the people from the south.
I'm taking blame. Cube said it, but I'm gonna take blame for it. Let's
go.
Oh
man, now he said.
No, it was Cube who said it.
No, I was
snitching. No, I'm gonna take blame from it because I can explain. I ain't get my chance to go yet. But
okay, all right. Okay. So here's all right. So I just want to double down on my point. So earlier it was said incorrectly that some people from the south moved into Egypt, moved north, and adopted a Mediterranean culture. And so what I'm saying, and he called them Nubians, and what I'm saying is that the opposite is true. That some people came from the south, moved their way downriver, which is in a northern direction, and they replaced whatever culture and things that was going on up there in the north near the Mediterranean. That's what this Wikipedia article said. No. Forget the word, because that's not the word. I don't even.
Let me know when I can give you niggas clarity.
No, but he said Nubians, so you have to be accurate with what he said. He said Nubians.
Yeah, he said Nubians, and I'm saying because he said that, I'm rolling with whatever he said. I'm saying whoever the people were, the point is they didn't come up into Egypt and then adopt a Mediterranean culture. They came up into Egypt and replaced whatever culture was there.
No, I think that's two different things, right? This is saying southern Egyptians came north and replaced the northern culture. What Cuba's saying is that Nubians came into Egypt and adopted the Egypt culture. That's two different things.
No, he said the Mediterranean
culture. We
have
proof for that though.
He said they came to the north and adopted the Mediterranean culture. So no, but listen, it's on the screen, right? Now we can argue with what we're reading on Wikipedia or not.
No, nobody's arguing that. But it's all saying Egypt. That's the point. This is all saying Egypt. This is not saying anything about Nubians.
No, I know that. But Q, listen, I'm not the one that said Nubians. Q, whoever said it earlier said the word Nubians. My point, though, I don't care who they were.
All right, that's correct. All right. You're correct. you're correcting that the Nubians didn't take on the Mediterranean culture, right? They brought their own, whoever came from the South. You ain't call them Nubians, he did. So you're saying whoever came from the South, right? They brought their own culture and supplanted the culture that was in this place, Butu, right?
That's what the Wikipedia article just told
That's what the Wikipedia article is saying, right?
I'm saying,
now,
I'm saying that
right,
that
so
the North Africans and the Egyptians practiced old Nubian cattle culture. I'm saying it, and I'm double, triple down on it, and I'll read a source for it.
Oh God!
I'm saying it now. I'm gonna say it again. So everybody listen. North African cattle culture, Egyptian cattle culture comes from old Nubian cattle culture. That's what I'm saying. I'm done.
Mm-hmm. So if we agree, so Sheffrin, if what we just read in the Wikipedia article, it disagrees with the earlier statement, and that's all I'm pointing out, is that the opposite of what was said is the actual reality. And so, but nobody's caught that earlier, and I think they let it fly because I couldn't stay tuned in. But in case it wasn't caught, I'm correcting that.
So,
but then now I can elaborate further, but I just want to make sure that point is known so we can put a period.
I won't go into
what Wu saying. Wu, you're saying that they're not Mediterranean? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying who? The Egyptians?
That yes.
Geographically, and I'm going to be very clear on this, and I said it earlier. Geographically, Egypt is a Mediterranean country.
Mm-hmm. But it's not. But the culture, no. Culture, we're talking
culturally, they're not. That's what he's saying.
The culture doesn't come. The culture does not come from the Mediterranean direction. It comes from a southern direction. The Wikipedia is telling you that. The Wikipedia is telling you that, and the archaeology tells you that.
I just read it.
And I can go on for hours and hours and show you receipts, days for days.
So wait, Wuja. So why is it that
I'm not gonna get
why is the Egyptians not called where they came from, but are called where they moving towards? That's some racist ass shit again.
No, listen. Now, can I let everybody, is you finish up?
No, I just want to know, why is it? Who did that? Who started characterizing the Egyptians from where they moving from? Hold on. Why they continually characterizing the Egyptians toward a fucking sea, right? Instead of characterizing where they came from. Who did that?
So I get Gish Gallop, right?
That's not Gish Gallop. That's
one thing. Wuja presents one thing, right? Then you pile on 4 or 5 different other things.
I actually didn't.
Right? So it seems like, so now I gotta, first I had a point to address. Now,
so address that point.
No,
just
y'all
address
didn't
that point.
Hold on, you didn't create a mountain.
I did not.
You just all right, fine. Back to Wuja. Right? Now, Wuja, we didn't establish that it is a Mediterranean country, right? By geographical terms.
That is absolutely correct.
That is absolutely correct. Now, when it talks about a Mediterranean culture, it's talking about the cultures that that was on the Mediterranean, right? So by definition, did the Egyptian culture extend into the Mediterranean? Was it a part of the Mediterranean world?
All in geographical terms, yes.
Because I never said that the Egyptian culture was created in the Mediterranean. When it talks about Mediterranean culture, it talks about the cultures that participated in the Mediterranean and influenced the Mediterranean world. That's what it's talking about. It's not saying that any of them was created in the Mediterranean. It's talking about that they participated and they was a part of the Mediterranean world. That cultural highway. That's what they call it.
Okay, but now I was trying to understand 2 things.
Forget about the cultural highway down south.
But hold up,
nobody said that it wasn't.
So why ain't you classifying it as that then? What's the joke?
Because
the joke?
We already know. Listen,
no, we don't know. We don't know. We don't know.
Stop, huh? The conscious community already call it a Nile Valley civilization.
No, you're already joking. You said it wasn't real.
What? Since I came into this community, since I started reading, right? Before I came into, I read Ivan Van Sertima, Diop, all of them talked about, what's the what's the radio book by Drusilla Dungy? What's her book called?
Yeah, yep, that's it. I forget the name of it.
Yeah, all of these books, right? Prior before me meeting y'all, right, was using these same points, talking about how the South and the Nile and all of this stuff about the Nile, pointing to Egypt's African is indebtedness to Africa, right? So I fully get that point, right? But in a larger context, Egypt also belongs to the Mediterranean. We brought out that and then we got pushed back. That's the problem, Wuja. We got pushed back like we was denying what we previously already, what was already established.
You
so
disingenuous.
But here,
disingenuous, bro. Hold on, Wuja. That's disingenuous.
On who part?
Because y'all joked about the Nile Valley. It was a joke. Niggas even looked it up live. Ain't no Nile Valley. That's some blackology.
Who did that?
Know it, bro. I'm gonna say this
Did
again.
I do
it? Listen, you concrete, all y'all Negro.
You never seen.
You did. You said it was a black. Yo, you and Corey was like,
now
yo, that's a blackology term. You don't remember that, yo?
I never said that.
Okay,
I remember
Corey said
the argument.
Okay,
I remember the argument, but did I ever say that?
Yeah,
I've
you
been
was
in
laughing.
A lot of arguments with all y'all.
Yeah, you was laughing and joking.
I laugh at your jokes too. Hey, I laugh at your jokes too.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying y'all made it seem as, my point I'm making is y'all made it seem as if characterizing the Nile Valley as the Nile Valley was some kind of black argument. When the reality is now Egyptology has gotten away from the quote unquote Mediterranean culture, and now they're classifying it as a Nile Valley culture because the majority of the culture takes place in the Nile Valley and not the Mediterranean Sea. They use it for trade. Just like Inner Africa. They traded in Inner Africa. I don't hear nobody calling it fucking Inner African shit. It's the darndest thing, bro. It's the racism aspect of it. The way y'all misuse it is the joke. It's the misuse of the term.
Okay, so what I want to say is when having a geographical conversation to locate something in space, on the globe, on the earth, on the map and stuff like that, the reference point of the Mediterranean Sea, you got 20 countries that are counted within that grouping. Egypt is one of them. So whatever Egypt does, Egypt could be gambling, Egypt could be at a strippers club or wherever, it could be known for all that kind of stuff. It will always geographically be considered Mediterranean. So like I said, I wanted to put a full period on that and move forward. Now, when we talk about the culture, this is where people are misusing it, because when I hear people talk about Egypt being a Mediterranean culture, we're skipping country, culture, people are using it as if to say that it's not an African culture.
No.
No, wait. I'm
not
saying.
And that's the bullshit.
But hold up. But wait. We can't be naive. Now, Sheffrin, I'm not accusing you of saying it. So I don't want you to think that. But wait though.
So you about to
Corey and everybody around them, yo.
But wait.
Same thing. The fallacy. So this is where y'all argument.
No. Listen, hold up. But Sheffrin, let me just finish. Because I can pull up receipts of clips and I'm not gonna do it right now. It's late. but I am going to do it because I don't want you to think that I'm naive or I'm doing some logical fallacy stuff. I can pull up Chief X saying it. I could pull up conversations on this channel where some people said it. I don't even remember who said it, but I got the receipts.
Well, hold on, what did they say?
They were
said
saying,
it's
okay,
coke,
okay,
and they
okay.
all the same niggas. They all look alike. They all eat
here-
the same food. Say, come on, man.
Oh no, wait.
You in the car with them.
Okay, here's
Egypt, do that. Egypt does participate in the greater motherfucking Mediterranean world.
Man,
No,
they
I'm not, but
trade,
that's not what I'm
nigga,
saying, man.
and they fight wars.
Similar people as the other people in the Mediterranean.
Okay, so why they name it that? Then so then give me a logical explanation on why it's. I'm saying inner Africa was just as important to Egypt as the Mediterranean was.
So okay, so listen.
Do we agree to that?
So didn't I tell you that it was both Mediterranean, it was both Nile Valley, right? We said it was all of these things. It can be more than one thing, yo. But every time somebody say Mediterranean, we get all of this fucking pushback, yo.
Do you know why though?
Go
Is
ahead,
a
Buja.
logical answer for that though, yo? Or am I just a crazy ass nigga? At the
So
end of my
you do too much.
No, so all I'm saying is that the way that the conversation has been unfolding for the past like 6 months now, to me, which is crazy to me, is people are using the geographical proximity of Egypt to the Mediterranean as a weapon. They're weaponizing that geographical fact, because I'm willing to say that as a fact in the period. People are weaponizing that to try to go against and do overkill and go against Afrocentrists and blackologists and all this other kind of stuff. A case in point is the person who's championing that, and people I've heard on this channel, not too far behind, but Chief X is one of the main cheerleaders for that.
I'm in that car.
Okay, So I'll put you in the car. What I'm saying is that I think in a bigger scheme of things, I think that should stop, and people should just acknowledge what the reality is. The reality is yes, Egypt is a country that's included in the Mediterranean 20 countries. So by that definition, by geography, it's a Mediterranean country. The culture, though, gets its origin and genesis from the South.
I ain't talking about the origin.
No, but I'm saying the genesis. What I'm saying that everything that we call in ancient Egypt, all the things that we love, its iconography, its writing system, it's all that kind of stuff, has a genesis in the South, and the way the cultural movement came from a south direction north, a south to north direction, not the other way around that I heard earlier. So in this Wikipedia article supports it by saying that people came from the South and replaced the northern culture. And you have to remember the Delta area, or what's called Lower Egypt, is way smaller than what's called Upper Egypt. Well, you have Tashamau. I'm gonna flip and start using
it's the most populated.
What you mean? Now?
It's the most
or
populated part of Egypt.
No. What you mean?
Yes,
now? What you mean now or back then?
Now.
You got it.
Okay, so all right. So now, yeah, I'll give you that now. Whatever the demographics now.
So you saying that the other parts were more populated in ancient times?
Okay, what I'm saying is square mileage wise, Tashamau, or AKA Upper Egypt, was a larger territorial space than Ta Mehu or Lower Egypt. Because Egypt always saw itself, the Egyptians always saw its own reality as the unification of two separate things, two things.
Hey, Sheffrin, and goes you want the link.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead, Buja, my bad.
So the culture, and see, I'm only saying this because the undertone of the conversation, at least the ones that I've heard from multiple people, but mainly people like Chief X, is that the Egyptians have nothing to do with people in the South, And the term that's been thrown around is sub-Saharan Africans or nappy-haired, this, that, and the third, or whatever other terms that people want to throw around. But the implication is that Egypt had nothing to do with people south or the inner Africans and this, that, and the third. And that is the same, and now I'm adding on, that is the same sentiment that racist early Egyptologists and anthropologists had, and intellectuals of that day. And so it's just a modern parroting of all of those false notions that you cannot back up and prove whatsoever. So I'm saying that I think people should kind of chill off of that and just start explaining things for what they actually are, and start providing some demonstrations and not do so much talking.
For me, the whole thing is disingenuous, because just because you trade with China and have cultural interaction does not equate to now I got my culture from you, or I am a Chinese culture. Nobody says that in academia.
The Mediterranean is not a country.
It's okay, all right, okay, but your culture.
So your Chinese
man,
shit
let me finish my point, yo. Let me finish my point, yo. If we talk about geography, or we talk about culture now, are we talking about geography or culture?
So you didn't hear me when I explained Mediterranean culture.
Okay, and I'm
just
saying,
just ago.
Because you trade in the Mediterranean, just because you trade, I heard you. I'm saying you're wrong, and I'm gonna say this again. Just because you trade with Mesopotamia, and just because you trade with these groups here and there, right? Doesn't the culture exchange, the changing cultural items and having certain cultural wares in your country does not mean all of a sudden your country becomes the thing you're trading with. No expert says that. I can read it. It say it. As a matter of fact, it was damn near wrote that shit for you. It was like they knew you was gonna say that shit. If I read that shit right now, yo, it goes against everything you're saying. And you ain't got one book to back that shit up. If I was to read that right now, Chef, if I read that right now,
yo,
Chef,
come
you a dead
on,
man
bro.
walking, bro.
All right.
Right. You a dead man walking, yo. Just because you listen, that's not it, bro.
Listen, if I'm telling you again that Mediterranean, that all of the countries, right, it's not saying that their cultures were born in the Mediterranean.
We ain't talking about yo.
Listen, it's just like what Stupes use with Caribbean culture, yo. They're distinctions in all of them, but the mere fact that they are all
that's geography too, though. That's geography too. That's all. But see, but hold up, Sheffrin. But I think Sheffrin, what you not admit, at least I'm not hearing you admit, and like I said, I'm not.
I already admitted the Nile Valley shit. I already admitted that.
No. I'm talking about what I'm saying. What you're not admitting is that people are misused. They're weaponizing the geography facts that Egypt is a proximity to the Mediterranean Sea, and the country is considered a Mediterranean country, and then whatever goes on in that country by default would also be called a Mediterranean XYZ. But they're weaponizing that and use it as if to say, now they're stretching it and start lying. They're saying that Egypt had nothing to do with the inner Africans, sub-Saharan Africans, and all the Egyptians are Northern Africans and stuff like that. And I hear that on this channel. I don't remember who said it here, but I know that Chief X is one that said it, and some others that said it. Now I haven't heard you admit that people are misusing it, because now what you're saying now is that
they're in an argument. Listen, they're in an argument, right? So in the argument, Unc don't present all sides. He present his side. The portion that he knows all of this shit about the Mediterranean and the different people. He don't care about that. He trying to prove that it's these motherfucking in the act. So both sides are being disingenuous.
That's not true.
Both sides. Listen,
that's not true.
Both sides are being disingenuous.
Not true.
I will admit that. You dig what I'm saying?
No, that's not true. So I'm gonna read this. Let me show you. Okay. the tradition. Watch this. This what you can't go find this. So if I'm doing what you think I'm doing, then you should be able to go right behind me and find what you're saying about the Mediterranean and all that.
You have
There you
millions of
go.
conversations. No, you have millions of conversations.
Okay, we're gonna have this. Hold on. Make this a million and one.
Man, you have millions of conversations.
And you've never been able to verify that, Chef.
If you will get on here and say that I'm doing something, right, without understanding your point, without acknowledging
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
What are you about to say about me though?
I'm gonna read it. And you gonna know what pop up in it. Your little head gonna pop up. It says the traditions. Watch this. The traditions, the language, and this Saharan Neolithic population largely shaped the development of ancient Egypt and Nubia into great civilizations we know today. In fact, many traits that were once viewed as essentially Egyptian were first attested in Nubia and are thus rooted there and in the desert cultures to the south and west of Egypt. The nomadic pastoral way of life adapted in Egypt and other North African cultures was first established by the most ancient Nubian peoples. Similarly, the language, the shared vocabulary, the Afro-Asiatic languages, which includes ancient Egyptian, points to the origin of these languages to the south of Egypt. So what I would need for me to even concede to any of that shit you said, go find the same bit of information talking about shit coming out of the Mediterranean and somewhere else. And then I'll shut the fuck up in the conversation. So if you don't have that, bro, then that's why I'm not listening to the whole thing about we both sides doing it. No, both sides not doing it, Chef. One side ain't proving nothing, and the other side is constantly reading and proving it. That's what I'm saying. Go get me something to say the shit I said, bro. The other way around. You and Chief X, go get that, bro. Go read what I just read. Go get that, dude. Go get that. Y'all ain't got that in a year and a half. Y'all talk, bro. And it's horrible for me. Go tell me where they talking about Mesopotamia and we thought it was really. Go get all that, bro. I'm right here and I ain't going nowhere, Chef. And until y'all can do it, I'm not listening to that, bro. It's crazy to me.
When did I ever say that the culture came out of the Mediterranean? Because you keep saying it, right? You're
keep saying cultural exchange.
If I say that it's Mediterranean, right? Or do you think that I'm saying that it comes out of the Mediterranean? Because if you get that point, if we can get that point, you still won't find something to argue about.
Wuja got your point. Wuja said
I'm
the argument with culture.
No, listen. If the culture participated, right, and influenced the other cultures on that sea, by that definition, it was Mediterranean. Like geographically and culturally.
Influence don't make you that culture, yo. Egypt has influenced other cultures, don't make them Egyptian, yo.
What?
I'm gonna say it again. Just because you trade in the Mediterranean don't make you Mediterranean. Yo, when?
Not a country.
Yo,
the
what world? What world?
Stop. The Mediterranean is not a country, right? It is not a civilization.
Is it a culture?
All right. Listen, no, but it's cultures that are on the Mediterranean that are called Mediterranean cultures. There are countries on the Mediterranean. There is no country, you know what I mean? The Mediterranean is not a country. It is not a culture. But by it being such a large body of water, the countries and cultures that surround it take on that name. That's all it's saying. It's like saying, right?
The Mediterranean
Like
don't surround Egypt, chef.
It doesn't have to surround
deserts, it. And the Nile Valley surrounds Egypt, chef.
All right.
It just got a coast,
yo.
A coast don't do all that.
You win, yo.
I gotta win. Because I'm telling you now, the very fact that they move it straight from geography to culture, that is the racism, bro. They don't do it for nobody else. So now
why don't they?
Because they don't. It's the Red Sea culture. People traded in the Red Sea. Why ain't they called the Red Sea culture, bro? Niggas traded in the Red Sea all day long. Nubia traded across the Red Sea with India. They all trade in the Red Sea, my nigga, and I know it. So why don't they call them Red Sea cultures, yo? Please help me out with this. I mean, you gotta be able to explain that. Plenty of people trade in the Red Sea, yo. Plenty of people trade in the Red Sea. India ain't in the Red Arabia.
India ain't in
the Red Sea.
India not in the Red Sea, bro.
Man, they traded in the Red Sea, though.
Who?
Stop it. The Ethiopia traded with India. Nubia traded with India. Come on, dude. Plenty people of Saudi Arabian, they traded in the Red Sea. The Shaba, they traded in the Red Sea. Plenty people trade in the Red Sea. So why aren't they called Red Sea culture? Because it's an academic attempt to remove the Africanness out of motherfucking. That's what it is, chef. And you keep acting like that ain't part of it, bro.
It ain't.
You coming in like you just think it's some smooth shit.
It might have been 100 years ago. It might have been 100 years ago. You're having 100-year ago conversation.
I just want to say that I just wanted to correct what was said earlier. And I think that the Wikipedia article prevailed in that effort. And then to elaborate further, when people want to get past all that stuff and get all the crazy talk out the way that Chief X be spewing and jumping in the car, once people want to get out their car and actually talk about Egyptian culture, then people need to be real with it and understand that the genesis of ancient Egyptian culture, most of its contributions to its genesis comes from the south. It's a south to north direction. The kingship, the administration, and everything that latches onto the administration, including the writing system, and so on and so forth. Even the Deshret or Red Crown is first attested in the southern part of Egypt. Not as far down as Buhin or Kustul is found in Nakada on pottery, where you can see the red crown, but yet the red crown itself became an icon or symbol for Lower Egypt. But its earliest material cultural find attestation is prior to the formation of Egypt, and is found in the Nakada archaeological area. Same thing with the white crown. Same thing even with the name Tasseti in the Siali cylinder seal, where you see Egyptian iconography before Egypt was even formed, before Egypt was even unified to become an ancient Egypt or anything. Before we even get to Egypt, we have these symbols and things that exist in an area that scholars like to call a region called Nubia. And so I don't use the word Nubia because that's what's confusing a whole bunch of people. There's no such thing. There's no such country or anything about Nubia. Nubia is simply a regional name, a geographical region, no different than how we say Middle East. But that area right there, which extends from the Nakada archaeological site, anciently known as Nub in ancient Egyptian times, later named Nukt, or Ombos and Kom Ombo, all the way down to around past the second waterfall or cataract. That whole entire area, or even further down, encompassing the cataracts, that whole area, scholars like to call that area Nubia, prior to even Egypt forming. And so this is why you find the word Tasseti or Tasseti being a word that's used and attested prior to the formation of Egypt, but then later it becomes Egypt's first nome. Its first nome, and it was called the nome that was the most front nome, Kenti, which is and Resi, which is a head. So the Egyptians were telling you that the beginnings come from, or the head of their country or whatever comes from the south or lies in the south. And like I said, I could show receipts for days. This is for everybody in the chat and everybody here on the panel. But I didn't realize it was 2:00. I got to roll. I just wanted to clear up that comment I heard earlier, so that hopefully people could get past that at least the meaning of Mediterranean country or culture. Only geography. That's it. Only geography.
So Wuja, if we talking geography, didn't plenty of people trade in the Red Sea on my tripping?
Oh yeah, that's definite. Okay, even the Egyptians traded in the Red Sea.
Okay, so what the fuck
with Saudi with what we now know Saudi Arabia and Yemen.
So what is this asphyxiation on the fucking Mediterranean, dog?
What is your problem with it?
I'm not even talking to you right now.
So
I'm not even talking to you right now.
So the fixation is to weaponize that in a conversation against Blackologists and Afrocentrists. That's really what the conversation is really all about. That's what it's really all about. And it's being misused because it blurs the actual real facts. And it prevents people from really learning. It's like, okay, I'm just gonna go against I'm gonna weaponize the Mediterranean because I can pull up a Wikipedia and say it's a Mediterranean culture or a country, and now I'm gonna weaponize that. Like, see, it has nothing to do with sub-Saharan Africans, therefore American Negroes or African Americans have nothing to do with Egypt. And that's really what it's all about. That's what I'm saying. Once that conversation blows over, hopefully within the next month, it'll be. So
let me ask you this: we
could get into some real information.
Hey, Wuja, let me ask you this before you go. Now, because you keep bringing up sub-Saharan Africans, right?
Yeah.
Now, in the life of the Egyptian pharaonic civilization, did sub-Saharan Africans or North Africans who played the major role in the pharaonic civilization? Since you keep bringing up sub-Saharan, how much sub-Saharan African contribution was it, or did sub-Saharan Africans play in pharaonic Egypt versus the North Africans?
Okay, before I address that, let me ask you: Do you place Sudan in sub-Saharan Africa or in North Africa?
That bitch move like a motherfucker.
What?
I'm asking because it depends. Because it depends on which map you look at. Sometimes Sudan is
whatever map
not.
Whatever map you want to use.
No, it's important for me to use yours.
I want to use the one that gives you the best, to use the sub-Saharan Africans the most for your argument, because you keep bringing it up.
No. That's not my position.
Let's put the Sudan in sub-Saharan Africa then.
Okay, because my position, I dispense with that craziness about sub versus super Sahara and all that. I don't do that. But what I do is that I will say what the reality says, what we can actually show and demonstrate, which is that the majority of the contributions of what we come to know and love about ancient Egypt, it comes from the south. It comes from the area that is south and inclusive of southern Egypt and northern Sudan. In terms of over the 3,000 plus years of ancient Egypt's existence, a lot of people came in and out. Egypt had dealings with people in the southwest to them, which we call Libya now. The Chehenu and the Chemehu, those are two different Libyan type of people that they dealt with, and then people in what's called now Chad and Sudan, and even people in the area they call Punt, which today most likely was somewhere in Ethiopia or along the Red Sea coast and things like that. So I don't get caught up in the supra or sub, Sarah, because I know the origin of that. That is some European centric intellectual, their heyday of trying to slice and dice Africa by creating this Caucasian North Africa and the Africa proper, uncivilized interior Africa. And today we just simply replace those terms to say supra-Sahara versus sub-Sahara. See, I don't get don't fall for that banana and tailpipe. So I just tell it like it is, and I can, like I said, I can show receipts for days, just like I showed in the chat, like the brother room for debate. I was trying to see if he'd come in here, but I gotta go now. But the coastal area is below. It's near the second cataract, and that's where you're gonna find the earliest attestation of Egyptian iconography. Even the writing system. You have an abjad with the ivory tags, and prior to that, you have the cylinder seals. You got the crystal incense burner, and so on and so forth, and even the red crown found in these areas down there. Not the other way around, not up there in the north and stuff like people like to claim. That's not what's going on. Even the language, even the name that the Egyptians call themselves, you do not find that name in Semitic languages or Berber languages or anything like that. Where do you find it? You find it still existing today in Inner Africa. So
what name is that?
Nobody is going to be able to say the Remage.
Can I ask a question?
Oh yeah, peace, Chief X. Yeah, go ahead.
Please, one question.
Sure.
I showed the other day a North African and an Egyptian, and a woman who themselves claimed, she said, I have Mediterranean ethnicity. What does she mean when she says she has Mediterranean ethnicity? This is actually a North African woman saying this about herself. So I'm not one who's going to tell her she's not Mediterranean ethnicity. These are things that they say themselves. So what do you think she meant when she said Mediterranean ethnicity? Because ethnicity identifies with culture. So you can say there is a Mediterranean culture and certain traditions that go along with people in that area. So what do you think she meant?
Okay, so again, well, one, allow me
in
to fully answer.
2022.
Wait.
In 2022.
Allow me to fully answer. One, that question is best asked of her, but regardless of what her answer is or why she said it, it's a geographical statement. The only reason why anybody, her or any Joe Blow, would say that they're Mediterranean anything is because of geographical proximity to the Mediterranean Sea.
No, I understand.
Now,
that's like something we kind of agreeing on already. We agree it's used because of geography and stuff. But I'm adding on and asking, what do you think she meant by herself saying she's of Mediterranean ethnicity? She's saying she has some kind of cultural relations and traditions with other people in the Mediterranean region.
Yeah, I don't know who this woman is. You saw her. I don't know her.
No, I'm not saying you have to know her. I'm throwing out something she said of herself.
No, I get it. No,
and so I'm asking you the question: what is meant by ethnicity? So
okay,
obviously,
if you want me,
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. So obviously, those North African people and people in the Mediterranean, they feel that they have a shared ethnicity as neighbors.
So again, whatever.
Come on,
if you're asking me, wait,
man.
I know, but listen, I gotta get ready to go. So all I want to say is that if you're asking me to explain what ethnicity is, then I can do that. But if you're asking me what does she mean by her saying she has a Mediterranean ethnicity, she may very well have a Mediterranean ethnic background. But I don't know enough to say anything other than that. But I would like to say this too. It doesn't really matter what people self claim. And I'm gonna give you for instance. But wait, I'm gonna give you a for instance, because you got African Americans here in the United States of America who self-identify as Indians and Native Americans. And I dare any of y'all to say, because they say that that's what they are, then that's what they are. But nobody will do that. People be like, nah, you are crazy. You're really an African American. You came from West Africa. Even though, and you call them abos. So people who will claim something just because somebody claims something does not make it so. And that's a logical fallacy. So I will end on that because I don't have time. But I would love to continue the conversation.
You see my screen, Wuja?
Because ain't nobody.
Wujai,
Ain't nobody gonna get past the stuff I'm saying.
So like I'm in California, Wujai. I'm in California. So
right,
yeah,
if
I
go
see
to
a
the
screen.
Wujai,
I see a screen.
if I go to the soul food,
right? All right, we heard you, Chief X. Enough of that. Enough of that, bro. Enough of that. Yeah, this the picture what you was talking about, bro. This is early dynastic scene in Aswan.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Jareb Aswan. Yeah, that's on the rock art right there. And you see the royal procession right there. What you do see is you see a goddamn Nubian dog right there. Right? Because they was actually probably domesticated because they was all the same fucking size. And so they thinking that they was goddamn domesticated. But that's a Nubian dog right there. And there you see the crown that Wujai was talking about. You'll find this later on the Norma palette. I couldn't hear you. Somebody said something.
That was Rockwaller. Go ahead.
Hey, I could have shared my screen, but
you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I was gonna share it real quick.
All right, let me take this off.
And Gozy, I don't know why your microphone ain't connecting. If you're trying to talk, you got to do something.
Go ahead, Wujai, put it up.
To connect your microphone.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna share this right here real quick, just to show people this right here. This is the Siali seal impression. And this is definitely after Williams. So people want to deal with Nubia or the archaeological finds in that area that people like to call Nubia, but I say toss that in the trash.
Don't call it Talsetti. What you gonna call it? Talsetti. It's Talsetti,
yeah, this is
right?
Talsetti. Yeah. So this is what I meant by early iconography existing prior to Egypt's existence itself, prior to the polity or the kingdom that we now know as ancient Egypt, but was called Tawi, Khanu, and Tameri and all the other names that we know and love now. This existed prior to that, and this existed in a location that we anciently known as Buhen, but now called Kustul. All right, so I just wanted to show that so people know that it exists. And in fact, this is coming from a paper called The Location of Taseti and Related Subjects by Samia Bashir Dafa'ala. All right, so if anybody want to Google that, and they can find it. But what I wanted to say, though, is don't fall for the logical fallacies, because I guarantee you that if an Abo were to come on this channel right now, a person that we call Abos, and they were to proclaim that they have a Native American ethnicity or that they're originally from America and stuff like that, y'all will argue that person up and down. But when it comes to somebody over there in Egypt saying that they have a Mediterranean ethnicity, all of a sudden it's like, whoop, I'm gonna believe you. Thank you, sis. Let me use that as a weapon against this other conversation. So don't do that. I ain't having it.
Well, let me ask y'all this. The Nubians, y'all showed the right and stuff originated. Well, y'all didn't say Nubians, but y'all said the South. Right?
For what?
So y'all didn't say Nubians, y'all said it just originated.
What,
in the
writing?
South.
You talking about writing or what?
Yeah,
what
the right. The right.
No. He when he say South, he's not saying Nubia or Sudan.
Right.
But they don't. Sometimes you got to clarify. They just mean like midway between Nubia and Egypt, the South.
No, what I'm saying is that Nubia don't exist. There is no.
I
kingdom.
I understand that. We get that.
Okay, but I'm saying I don't want people to put words in my mouth.
I'm just talking geographical areas for the audience to understand when you say from the South. Like when we say Thinis, that's south of the Mediterranean. Yes, it's south of that, but it's not south as in whatever you want to call Nubia, Sudan. For lack of a better word.
So are we? Hold on. Are we talking about south of Egypt?
I'm talking south of Egypt. I'm talking south of Egypt.
So you saying that the right and
me.
I like to demonstrate. I like demonstration beating conversation. So I'll just show you what I'm talking about. That way, I'm not confusing.
The question is writing. The writing.
No.
I'm trying to.
Well, hold on. Let me just do this because I just want to show this because I don't want nobody to put words in my mouth. Because when I leave, I don't want y'all to say I said.
Oh yeah, we're gonna lie on you.
No, if you're talking about the writing, it possibly came from close by Ethiopia, by the Red Sea, or it possibly came from the Levant. That's not clear yet.
Oh
Talking
well,
about the, you talking about the, you talking about the language.
yeah.
You talking about the language.
No, I'm talking about the
It
writing.
clearly comes from.
Yeah, you
It
mixing up,
clearly
Chief
comes
X. You
from.
talking about the
It clearly
language.
comes from. But hold up.
Oh, okay.
But wait. My what I want to show people where and what I'm talking about. This map is a crop map, but it doesn't have the borders, and so without the borders, people really are clueless when it comes to where something stops and where something begins. And I purposely use this map to show the area that they're talking about. Scholars call Nubia. No such place existed. It's a region, just like Middle East. Okay, so
Right.
and I know y'all can't see my cursor, man.
But
So
Woodrow, are you going to give us the Nubia areas discussion?
No, I
Okay.
don't have time to. I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
I just
we're
don't
clear on
want
that.
people.
We're clear on what you mean.
I just don't want nobody put any words in my mouth when I say South.
I'm definitely gonna lie on you.
Because somebody just said I don't mean Sudan. But the region of Nubia does consist of Sudan, and it does consist of southern portion of Egypt. So I don't want people to lie on me. And scholars will tell you that in a heartbeat that the region they call Nubia does consist of Sudan and Egypt. Okay, let's be clear on that. Today's Sudan and today's Egypt.
Right.
And so that's why I don't use the term Nubia, because some Nubians would be Egyptians and some Nubians would be Sudanese.
But when you say you don't use it, I totally understand you, and I think everybody totally understands you at that point. But I'm talking about when people are teaching and the laymen are listening, they just want something basic. Right.
Yeah, I teach laymen all the time.
But when we if you say some, you may confuse them in a discussion.
No, I don't.
So sometimes no. What? Let me just one sentence.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is today is Sudan. They have North Sudan and South Sudan. So we get that. So we're just trying to make a geographical point in our mind. So what most people understand is Nubia is Sudan and stuff like that. So sometimes it's okay to let us say the word Nubia when we have a discussion and laymen are listening.
Okay, but Chief X, I teach.
But you further confuse it, in my opinion.
No, I don't. Okay, but that's cool. Listen, I teach all the time. I teach laymen all the time, and they get it.
No, we get it when you say it, though. I'm just saying, but
I don't want you to project your possible inability to understand or confusion on other people, because I'm very clear.
Get it.
Okay, so I don't know why you're interrupting me, because
I wasn't interrupting. I was just making a
okay,
point.
We
understand you. Slow down. I'm just saying we totally understand you, because you go over the Nubia geographical thing all the time. So I want to let you know that we do get you and understand you, and thanks for you teaching that. Is what I'm saying.
But all right. So here's the thing. Just a few minutes
guys,
ago.
So the first Egyptians was Nubians.
Wait, but hold up.
I said it.
But hold up. The Chief X, what you said earlier, you said South. I don't mean Sudan, and you're wrong. I absolutely do mean Sudan and Southern Egypt. So that's a correction on your part.
Okay, so maybe I'm mistaking something. Was thinking something else, because at first I thought you guys were talking about language, and then you guys talking about writing. But when I say that, I'm just specifically speaking of where Narmer came from.
That's
what I mean when I say.
I didn't hear anybody bring up Narmer.
When it originally started, when the teachings in the conscious community started, they've always, when they said from the South, they were alluding to Narmer coming from Nubia and Sudan area. This is what they've been alluding to for decades.
Yeah.
So for clarification, I had to nail down and let people know Narmer came from Thinis, not all the way down there in Nubia. And Thinis is between Aswan and northern Egypt. So we had I just wanted to get clarity on that.
Okay, so I'm glad that that seemed like.
So when people use, that's what I'm saying. So when people use a phrase from the South, it's kind of a mind hack. You have to be more specific.
No, but see, that's the point of why I demonstrate. See, I use visuals. I use visuals, and right there, instead of me talking about it,
I'm not saying you, Joe. I'm talking about the historically in the conscious community. I'm telling a story historically in the conscious community. And people's minds are adapted to when people say from the South, they think from Nubia. They're not thinking thinnest. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying historically.
Okay,
in the
yeah,
context of it.
I get you, but
Okay.
I don't think anybody.
Everybody freeze. Where's
I
the
don't think
crown
anybody
come from,
mentioned.
Chief
I don't think
X?
anybody mentioned Namur tonight though.
Right. Okay.
No.
So since
I
we
was
on
just
Nama,
clarifying what I mean when I say
so
stout.
Chief
So I was
X.
just
So then
making a
where does the
distinction from
crown?
yours.
So where does the crown come from that Nama is wearing, though, Chief X?
I'm not sure about the crowns and where they originated. I'm not sure.
So Wujah, could you tell us where the crowns? We just talked about that the guy is wearing.
Yeah,
but
the
I
oldest.
I do know they had crowns in the Levant area, also pre-dynastic.
The oldest attestation of the Hedjet crown is in Buhin, area, which is right within this blue circle area, down here, right next to the T and the word Wawat, down in this area down here. So if y'all want to know, to be precise, down here it's called Buhin. It's called Kustul now.
Buhin.
Yes, Kustul.
Okay.
But it's Buhin in ancient times. That's where you'll find the white crown. And up here in Nakada area, in archaeological site of Nakada, it's roughly around about this area right about here. We see the word Nakada, and I can blow that up. That's where you'll find an early attestation of the red crown. And by early attestation, right here, early attestation, I mean what we could tangibly hold and see. It's on pottery that exists to this very day. And so I want to keep the map shrunken because I want y'all to see the proximity of all of this stuff in relation to way up here, the Mediterranean. But I gotta go, so I appreciate the bill. But Sheffrin, I hope you got my point earlier. I just wanted to correct that thing I heard earlier.
Hey, before you go, Woodrow, I'm in California, and sometimes when I eat soul food or I pop lock and break dance back in the day, somebody in New York might do that. So in our ethnicity, we share similar traditions and a similar culture and behavior.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true.
So when a person in the Mediterranean say they have a Mediterranean in the Mediterranean say I have my Mediterranean ethnicity, they're saying the same thing.
Yeah, because today we have but this is why Bobby Banger keeps saying 2022 we have globalization, we have international travel. So the lady that you're talking about could very well be anchored into a Mediterranean ethnic group.
Right. So my point is that geographically it's Mediterranean, which you agree with, and there are some cultural reasons why they call themselves Mediterranean culture or Mediterranean ethnicity. It's a combination of things. So I just didn't want to let that pass.
Well, they also, a lot of people also say they have an Arab affinity. They'll say Arab. They'll say Arab all day long.
It's a multiplicity of shit.
And yeah. So, but I don't think that's, nobody argues that in 2022. I don't even think that's
right. So just before you go, I just wanted you to be clear that my argument has always been that Egypt is simultaneously. I'm the one who started this argument. Egypt is simultaneously Mediterranean, Near Eastern, and it's North African.
That's not true.
Egypt is in North Africa.
Let me say this real quick. More
that's not
shoreline. Yeah, it's not true. More of
what's not true? What's not true?
Hey, I gotta go, man. Let me stop sharing my screen.
Egypt's shoreline is on the Red Sea than the Mediterranean. I'm gonna say this again.
Hey, but peace to the panel, Bobby. I interrupt you. I got to roll out.
Hey, peace, happy birthday to you, yo. We was gonna throw you a birthday party, but Uncle and them ain't show up. So
he just got a birthday spanking.
He said, hold up, who? Me got a birthday spanking? Are you?
Yeah, it's geographically and it's ethnicity and culturally.
Wow.
Nah. See, that's what I mean. See, that's what I mean. People go.
You gotta go.
I know people gonna say that when I gotta go. People gonna talk that trash when I gotta go.
Which I don't know. He gotta go without he see me and he see me in the queue. He gotta go.
Nah, that's late. You 3 hours behind.
He see my name in the queue. That's when he started saying he gotta go.
Listen,
let me let the audience
you can pull up anytime.
Put that on the record.
Listen, I don't just want the smoke on this. I want the cause. I want the lighter that lit the fire. All right. But anyway, peace, y'all.
Yo, running.
That's why Chevron. That's why they say the Greco-Roman world. They share cultural, affinities.
Like what? Explain that to us, Chief Vex,
I mean,
because I'm gonna tell you right now, more than Egypt is on the coastline of the Red Sea than on the Mediterranean. We ain't calling it that. So what cultural affinities do Egypt get that made Egypt from the Mediterranean? And what culture are you talking about, Chief Vex? What would that be?
I'm not a economist or an expert on the Mediterranean culture. I'm just simply stating what the same thing Wujaro said. Yes, they're African. I've always said that. They're Mediterranean, and they have a culture from the Near East and Levant.
Yeah, I never heard that. I heard
It's a transcontinental country. This is just a fact. I mean, if somebody's in denial of that truth, then
I never heard that, Chief Vex. I heard there were culture exchanges between. I can pull up a document right now that'll clearly tell you that there are cultural, although there are cultural exchanges. Don't get it twisted.
That's not what I said. I'm simply saying that simultaneously they're Mediterranean, they're African, and they're Near Eastern. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. You're talking about a different argument.
That's
a
we
fact.
saying the same thing. No, that's not a fact. They're not simultaneously none of that.
Okay, well, every scholar and all the literature, all the journals say so.
No, they don't say that.
Okay,
you made that up, Chief.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't seen you bring up no serious.
I've shown that. I've shown it 100 times already. I'll just refer you to a video.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I believe you. Yo.
Okay.
I know you tried it. I know you tried it hard. You die hard.
I can point it out to you right now if you want.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You gonna pull it up, Chevron?
You can share your screen.
I got my cell phone. I don't know how to share my screen on my cell phone. Usually I'm on my desktop.
You mean a Chief X video?
No.
That's gonna be approved.
We've already shown here. It's not my video. We've already shown the Egypt describes itself. The scholars describe Egypt. What it is a transcontinental country. You disagree?
It touches.
You know what? Never mind.
3 continents. It touches.
We know it is. That's you don't have to think it.
But fundamentally, what Egypt is not none of that.
I'm not saying fundamentally.
None of that. They have cultural exchanges with those things you just mentioned.
Chief, can I ask
cultural
Uncle a question?
Context.
Go ahead, Steve.
Uncle, earlier you said that Egypt share more of it, has more coastline on the Red Sea than than what it has on the Mediterranean. I will agree with you on that. But I will also put it to you that Egypt have a larger population because where the delta is, where the Nile flood into the Mediterranean, on the Mediterranean side than it had ever had on the Red Sea side.
You said what?
That
it
Egypt
has more of its population on the Mediterranean coastline than they do on the Red Sea coastline.
Right, and here's a dagger of all daggers.
No, hold on.
Let him finish.
No, you want to hear this? It's one sentence. I'm agreeing with you, Stupid.
Where's the
So as a result of that, even although the country is large, let's use 2020 and look at Russia. Most of Russia is desolate land. Most of the people live in the West.
Yep.
So although it share a large border with the Chinese, most of the people are Europeanized.
European. I try to tell Uncle them that before they argue me down.
He said what?
About Russia. Yeah, one day y'all was saying that Russia was that they were Asian, and I'm like, yo, most of the Russians live in motherfucking Western Europe. Like all of that Eastern shit is basically uninhabited.
So most of the Red Sea land in Egypt is uninhabited. Is desert land.
Right.
Most
so
of the people
this is
Mediterranean.
This is also stupid. Also, this like 90% of the people living in Egypt live close to the Nile Delta, which is northern Egypt.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, they're definitely Mediterranean people. 90% of the population live by the Mediterranean.
All right,
it's where it's bustling and hustling at.
All right, I'm gonna bust and hustle this source in your head. Curated information once again. Located, watch this, because this is something you won't say, but you overemphasize. You too, Stu Peas. Let me read.
No, like people crowd certain areas like Atlanta and Los Angeles.
That's fine. Let me read this. Located on the African continent, Egypt is nevertheless often perceived. See, you're perceiving as being part of the Near East. That's people's perception. While its ties with various Near Eastern cultures in both ancient and modern times are well established. See, we're not denying that. Watch this. Egypt's deep African roots and profound religious, artistic, linguistic connections to other African cultures have often been overlooked, Chief X. Alternative theories regarding the origins of the pharaonic civilizations, often guided by racist assumptions, have omitted the African context altogether and instead propose ideas ranging from invading white race and goddamn extraterrestrials. The part I want to make clear here is that they perceive it to be Near Eastern. And yes, it had various ties to certain Near Eastern cultures, okay? Ancient and modern. But its deep roots and deep ties, linguistics, art, religion, is tied with other African cultures. And this is my argument from day one, Chief.
That's not what that piece said.
Okay, I'm done. I'm finished.
That piece did not say that at all. Let me explain. I can explain what that piece said.
Go ahead and rock. I'm gonna get off here. You can explain what I'm going to do.
Okay.
240, rock out, bro.
All right.
Peace out.
Peace out.
All right, Juju.
Okay, so here, let me explain what that did say. All right, peace out, Aunt.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so what that did say is it was letting you know off the rip the ties with the Near East and the Mediterranean is well established and known. When something's tied, meaning it's bound, it's set. We got all that. That's good. It's so much information on that in all kind of fields of education and disciplines. That's solid already. They're saying, but there's another component that's less talked about that had a little influence. So, and that down southern in the southern area. That's all they were saying. Calm down. It ain't like that was a holy grail or something.
Chief X, I would not say a little. I would not say a little.
No, I mean, I'm just being humorous right now. I'm just saying that's. But just slow down.
Yeah, but they gonna
in
hold
general,
you to that.
That's what that piece was saying. But
you have to
Stu, hold on, Stu. I'm gonna be finished in a second.
Yeah.
In general, I'm just saying what the article was saying. It's just saying that we got this covered. Now, here's another aspect. That's what it was saying. Forget I said little.
All right, let me say something now.
Okay.
People don't want. At first, I didn't accept this. To me, Egypt was a black land. It's black people build the pyramids. It's African people build. Black Africans build the pyramid. I do not. I have changed. I've said it's not white people build it. It's dark skinned people build it, but it's not West African build it. Right. That's all I'm saying. Is they're their own distinct people, but they.
So you're saying neither black or white.
Yeah, I'm saying distinct people to that population.
Right. So neither black people or white people, right?
Right. Neither.
We agree to that. Neither black or white built the pyramid.
Right. And I'm not denying that they were not influenced by the South.
You know, Chinese people are neither black nor white. Right.
Right.
These.
Yeah, but when I say white people,
hold on. Let's take a look, because the source say the Egyptians were neither black nor white, right? So now think about that. Chinese people, I'm not saying that they were Chinese, but Chinese people are neither black nor white. the majority of the Earth's population is neither black nor white.
Basic
Arabs
common
are
sense.
neither black nor white, right? Most of the North African population is neither black nor white.
All of India. All of India. All of India is neither black or white.
Let me finish. What I was about to say is that southern Mediterranean people to the south of the Mediterranean, those are the people that the Egyptian would have looked like. Those are the people.
Yeah, I agree. Because if you think about it, most people, right, would categorize, you would say Egypt, or if you take Egypt out of it, right, you would say black people. Something is going to come to mind about black people. If you say white people, an image in your mind of white people is going to come up. But it clearly says that out of those two things that come in your mind, black and white, the Egyptians were neither of those two. So I don't know how people want to deal with that.
Right? But here's the thing, though. Here goes the thing, though. People want to go to what they look like. Okay, so check this out. I look like people in Ghana. When I went to go visit Ghana, I look like people in Ghana. We look similar. You couldn't tell me if I put on some Ghana soccer gear that I wasn't a Ghanaian, right? But I have admixture through the slave trade, Atlantic slave trade. So I have European in me, right? So a lot of blacks out here got 70% African in them. So if they're telling you that the modern day Egyptian retains in general about 67% of the ancient Egyptian, you would have to say they look like what the modern Egyptians today look like, from my common sense.
Beautiful.
That's just what my common sense says.
That is what common sense led me to when I started reading on this shit. I realized that because
so
at first I said,
this is what I'm saying. So when we come out look like, just give them credit to who's there right now. It's okay.
And we can all enjoy that they're Africans. Do we all agree that they're Africans? That they reside on a continent that is called today Africa?
Yes, they're North. I'm specific and say North African.
Listen, I don't get nothing out of them being on the continent. That don't, you know what I mean? I don't know about
Chevron.
It's just land. It's just earth.
Chevron. Okay, Chief X wasn't there when I asked the question. Can I ask Chief X a question? Please.
Go ahead.
Please. Is Dr. Ben a fraud?
In my opinion, yes, but we don't have to go into that.
All right. Is he a major contribution to this argument?
Yes.
Yes, he is. To me, in my opinion, I've called him the cult leader, and we've been in his cult.
So, a fraud. Let me stop. Chef, stop me.
I used to be a cult member. It's okay.
Chef, hold me back. Hold me. Hold me back. That's all right. Hold me, yeah. Yeah, but seriously, the Egyptians, why we can't just admit it was them who built the pyramid? They might have been influenced by the Sudanese because it was a cosmopolitan city. It was New York City of the time. Where it is on the Mediterranean, they've always been interaction between north, south, east, and west. It's a green, fertile piece of land, rich in agriculture, because it is flooded every year by the Nile. So imagine how bountiful the harvest would have been.
This is what I want to ask Chevron. I got a question.
Let me finish. Egypt is not like other lands, where the land dry out after certain year and people have to move from place to farm. You could have thousands of years of continuous farming in the delta because the Nile flood every year, bringing rich topsoil. So agriculture wasn't a problem there. So it must have been cosmopolitan. Imagine without fertilizer what land looked like. You had to rotate land every 5 or 10 years. Egypt didn't have to do that. Every year the harvest would have been bountiful. So it would have attracted people from all over. Go ahead, Chief.
This is what I want to ask Chef Ron. If King Tut and Queen T, oh, by the way, they put a claim on me talking about Egypt ain't had nothing to do with Nubia. But when I continuously say Nubians was in Egypt, giving honor and in procession to King Tut, King Tutankhamun. You know the photo I'm talking about, Stupides? Chef Ron, hello?
Yeah, I know what the relief you're talking about.
Right, yeah. So they bring in honor and in a procession and doing it big, and they was giving honor to the king of Egypt, who was King Tut.
They was vassals at that time.
Huh?
They were vassals under the Egyptians at that time.
When you say vassals, what do you mean?
Basically that they were tributaries. They were being colonized or ruled.
Right. And it was bringing tributary. That's I forget to use that word. That is totally on point, correct. Right. Mm-hmm. Also, they had three of the individuals had rope on them as slaves.
They was bringing slaves with them too.
Right.
So
right. Right. So
they was
these black
gold.
folk.
You seen them bringing their cattle. They were bringing them gold, and they were bringing them slaves. Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. So these black folk in this procession, you see them eventually bowing down and giving honor to, like they was worshiping and paying tribute and all the above. And they was giving honor to King Tut, King Tutankhamun. It says King Tut and Queen T DNA, their biological ancestors come from the Near East. Is that a fact you've heard? Chef Ron, have you not heard this?
I think I've seen the DNA.
Yeah, just look up DNA, mummy's DNA, and they have Queen T and King Tut's DNA in there. And they're both from the Near East. Right? So if their biological ancestors, Queen T and King Tut, people originate biologically from the Near East, I mean, this is pre-dynastic time. So meaning these groups with this genetic makeup have been going up and down the Nile all the way to Aswan for thousands of years before Egypt formed. So sometimes I'm talking about before Egypt, the Egypt state formed. Because Narmer and whoever was up north were still the same kin and bloodline. Everybody flowing up in there before Narmer, his great-great-grandparents, have been coming up and down that Nile. A Near Eastern people, a people from the Levant, pre-dynastic times, all the way down to the tip of Nubia. This is my understanding.
All right, so this would be the problem, right? That the Egyptian, right, is still genetically African. So how do you reconcile the Egyptian being African, right, with a Middle Eastern component? Because we know, that if that's what the DNA say, you know what I mean? So then the only thing that you would be showing is admixture.
Right. So it goes to that migration. Yeah, for all of them years, that migration back.
Yeah, but again, there was an autochthonous component that's high that you can't. You dig what I'm saying? That indigenous autochthonous, component, that's high in the modern, that's in the Egyptian population. How do you account for that? I think in Egypt, in the West, they call it one thing, but in Egypt, in the East, they call it the distinct one is called the Coptic component.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's indigenous African. So again, only thing you will be showing at this point is that they had admixture from people in the Near East. And we already know that. But it don't mean that they were Middle Eastern people.
Right.
Because that Coptic component, is there. Now,
I agree with that.
Are they, I think all of those elements that you're talking about, right? That's what makes an Egyptian. And that's what separate that North African, right? And that Egyptian from sub-Saharan Africans.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? So I don't think it's difficult. You know what I mean? Like I think it's all spelled out right there. Now the lookership shit, you know what I mean? I read a source that said that many of the Egyptians would appear to be like African Americans, or would appear, you know what I mean? Meaning ranging in complexion and phenotype, like the African American did, right? We go all the way from Klay Thompson to Shaquille O'Neal, or from Klay Thompson all the way down to Lil Boosie, right? That's our whole range. You know?
No, you're missing out one.
I was laughing at that somebody.
Hold on. From Meghan Markle's son to Wesley Snipes. Meghan Markle's son, the one that she have with Prince Harry. He's a black man. We range all the way from that baby.
Yeah, that's true. If we use the American rule, that's the point. Because the American rule was, if you have any African ancestry, right, then you were African American. Don't matter how you look, right? If they can prove that you had an African ancestor somewhere in your bloodline, right, that they could point to, then by that fact you was African American. So I mean, by that standard, that the Egyptian can go from the African American, the damn near white person, all the way down to Lil Boosie.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That range is, you know what I mean? Or it could be just the lightest of the African Americans.
But I was laughing because somebody said we come in all shapes and colors, but I was just laughing to myself because being specific. West Africans, I'm talking about indigenous West Africans, you're not gonna find none with straight hair. 100% nappy and hardly coiled. 100%. You're not gonna find no blue-eyed. Any of that kind of variation, which is extreme, would be someone who's admixed. People just thought I was crazy when I was saying that. I guarantee you can't find one of them tribes fucking with that cattle with no loose curly hair. None of them Mossy got no loose curly hair. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but without the admixture, I agree. I mean, for the most part, that and we argued that because, they were saying that the way the Egyptians portrayed themselves on the walls wasn't accurate. And that always messed with me because it's like, they actually portrayed skin colors and skin complexions, right? So why would they painstakingly show skin color if they skin complexion, if that's what they were talking about? You know what I mean? Like, why would I make somebody brown, this color brown, right? Being symbolic. Now, symbolic is when they would make somebody green, right? Or blue, right? You see sometimes Osiris is colored green or blue. Now, those different things can mean death. vegetation, those things are symbolic. But when you are actually painting skin complexions, I don't think that's symbolic. They're actually representing something that they see in nature, right, with the people. When they painted the Nubians dark skin, they wasn't fucking around. You feel me? You know, when they painted the Libyans a certain complexion, they wasn't fucking around. Like, they was actually painting generally what they seen, right, the Libyan looking like to them. When they painted themselves a certain color, they were painting themselves generally looking a certain color.
Can I get Stu P's? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Stu P's.
No, I wanted to get Stu P's opinion on something.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Here's my question to you, Stu P. Like, coming through the conscious community, and I used to follow a lot of stuff that Amin Rasquad would teach, and they started getting into science, right? And we got to talking about classifications, right? A lot. Classifications of humans and people. This is the thing that they was into at this time, right? And how it was intelligent to classify things so you can teach and elaborate. This, you know, and that the Europeans made these certain classifications, whether we're talking about physical anthropology or genetics, right? And that's fine and dandy and great. We can't progress without that. So I also think it's fine. I want to ask you this question, Stu P's, to classify geographical areas for understanding and elaboration when teaching and talking. I see nothing wrong with saying sub-Saharan Africa. I see nothing wrong with saying North Africa or East Africa. They're just classifying geography for understanding. Like, I can't just say Cambodians is down with them Armenians was down with, just because they're on the continent of Asia. You get what I'm saying? So when I'm talking about a certain region and people, I have to, and it is intelligent to classify it and say Southeast Asia, so they can know what kind of group of people I'm talking about. So do you have a problem with classifying geography like these people are starting to have now, which they never had before?
It's two sides to the story, Chief. I don't have a problem with it because I am not thinking about it in a mean-spirited nature. I'm just calling the place based on geographical location. But the European used it in the past, Africa, the dark continent. And then when we tend to mix science with emotion, it tends to leave a bad taste in our mouth. Because scientifically, there's nothing wrong with classifying that, listen, above the Sahara is North Africa, below the Sahara is another part of Africa. West Africans live below the Sahara. Right? But it is used in a racial context. That's why I understand. But I don't have a problem with the classification. Right? Because if you're dealing with the science, if you're dealing with logical arguments, there's no problem with classifying it. Just like we didn't have a problem to say most of.
So, right, so because a classification, like a classification don't have feelings. It just is what it is. So a classification can't be racist.
People can use it in a racial context.
A person can be racist. But when we're just speaking English, sub means below. And there's a geographical hot air area where you'll die walking through called the Sahara. It's saying these people are below this Sahara. That's just like plain, simple English with no feelings. If someone puts feelings into it, then hey, something's wrong. or somebody's playing a mind game. That's just my opinion.
No, I understand where you're coming from. And I understand that the argument that you brought to the conscious community, it may not be a new argument because I've never I've never heard it in detail like how you explained in the conscious community. Right? But I've heard similar arguments in the past. Right? But it was used as a racial component. But you are not using it as a racial component. You're just saying that, listen, give the people in Egypt their due. We are West Africans. We have a beautiful history and culture. Let's start celebrating it. Let's start researching it, and let's start enjoying it.
Well, let me tell you an agenda. Let me tell you what the agenda is. This is the psychology behind it. So what people do is they want to make us all one big happy human family. We all just one Africa. Let's get along, get along. Let's remove these classifications and borders and titles, and there's no black people. And forget all that. That stuff is crazy. Just erase all that. It's racist. And so we're all one. That means I can blend in and sneak my motherfucking ass up there and be a North African too, and be an Egyptian too, because there's no border lines and we all one African people. I'm African, they African, we all one, that's me, that's family. This is the psychology behind calling all of these geographical borders racist. It's not, in my opinion. It's just people who are racist themselves trying to place themselves somewhere in human history where they don't belong. So they come up with this racist geography argument so they can fit their ass in. That's just my opinion. Chef Ron, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. A and Gozy, click the link. It's back in the chat, yo. Yeah, I'm here. The arguing over the geography is that shit gets exhausting to me, because everything becomes racist, right? Now I agree that things had racist undertones at one point, but if modern people are still using them, then they found a use for them, right? When people are not being racist no more, but they still can use the terms, right? Then those terms serve a function other than the racist functions. Like you said, it's just geographical at this point. Sub-Saharan just means below the Sahara. Like, now when you put racial shit on there, then you're doing that, because it's a lot of things that was used as racism back in the day that's not used as racist no more. And you know what I mean? Just think about it. In the 50s, in the United States, most people use the word Negro to describe African Americans.
Even Negroes themselves.
Even Negroes themselves. Dr. Martin Luther King and them use Negro. You feel me? W.E.B. Du Bois and them use Negro. Ain't none of you niggas smarter than them niggas. You feel me? So I ain't even trying to hear that. But at that time, right, it was cool for them to use that. It was acceptable at that time. Now we done grown past that, right? Where most of us don't like to use the word. We done outgrew that word, right? And then in science at that time was using Negro, right? And Negroid. And if you lived at that time, then you was using. You seen J. Rogers in them. They used it in their writings. Ain't none of you niggas smarter than J. Rogers.
But Sheffrin, if you go to Spain, and there's an application, and they ask you to tick race, what it's going
And
to say?
it's
Is it
going
going
to say
to say black
Negro.
or is it going to say Negro?
Yeah, it's going to say Negro.
Right.
And if I want that job, I better motherfucking put Negro. I better scratch in that bubble that say Negro. You dig what I'm saying?
I put other.
So,
but look,
so
I put other.
Stupi, so
But look though.
Hold on, and Gozy, you said you put other. You can
Yeah, I ain't
put
got
other,
time.
but when you hand in that application, they look this a goddamn Negro. That's
I play games, bro. My surname ain't even, Euro. I play a lot of games with them for where I work at. I play games. Trust me, bro. That's another story.
Right.
Well, it goes before you go. I know you got stuff to say, but before you go ahead, I was going to ask Stu Pease. When you asked me about Dr. I'm just trying to still being kind of humorous. When you asked me about Dr. Dan, before I came on, you brought him up and asked people of fraudulent. And you began to say, which you didn't finish your sentence because you got cut off. If someone would lie about this, then they may lie about other things, you were saying.
It speaks to your character.
Right. So like it's not only because they only spoke on the educational dishonesty, but he didn't. He claimed he went to 3 different universities, but on top of that, lying about your ethnicity and where you're from,
where you were born,
and where you were born
in Ethiopia,
because there's nothing Ethiopian about him. You know what I mean? So these are it's several things, like I guess you can say if you just lie about simple things, what else can you
Ethiopian and Puerto Rican.
He's not. Listen. The man is not phenotypically Ethiopian or phenotypically Puerto Rican. We have long established what those two people look like. He does not look like Haile Selassie or Gabriel. He does not have any of those features.
Y'all crazy as hell.
He's on the other extreme like a motherfucker. He's straight West African.
He's straight West African. Bantu to the core. And this man came to the community and said that he's Indian. It's like a black person say, I'm Indian.
Well, he said Bantu to the core.
Hold on, man. But we do got Afro Puerto Ricans like Roberto Clemente. So was he like Roberto Clemente?
No, he don't look like Roberto Clemente. He don't look like Big Papi and them. No,
he don't look like Haile Selassie, Gabriel. He don't look like any of those people. The gentleman said, listen, he was born in 1918. His mother was Puerto Rican, Jewish Puerto Rican. So his mother left from Puerto Rico on a ship and went to Ethiopia.
He didn't say Afro Puerto Rican either.
Yeah, Jewish Puerto Rican. So his father came from Ethiopia, found his mother in Puerto Rico, carried her back to Ethiopia. I need to understand the year in that's before 1918. More than likely is a ship passage. He went to Ethiopia. In Ethiopia, this man now went to school in Brazil, Spain. The man went to school. He left from Ethiopia.
England, because he said he went to Cambridge.
He went to England, Spain, Brazil. So listen, this man was traveling, and then by the age of 22, 1940.
So what was he? Was he Haitian for real? What y'all think he really was?
When he came to America,
I don't know what he was.
To America, he said he had his doctorate.
Straight Congo.
Goddamn, not one of them Nigerian scammers.
Oh, a scam artist. Guess what? He was a scam artist, and he realized that he fit into the round hole fit into a square peg, so he made himself comfortable. And he said, okay. He was doing the polite shuffle.
40 million black folk. Dr. Ben is the only black folk in the history of mankind that we have to say he had to lie to get the job. But he's the only man on earth.
Why did Dr. Henry, Dr. Clark got the job. Dr. Clark taught at university.
I'm sorry, Ngozi had to.
Yeah, I'm coming to Ngozi. Dr. Clark didn't lie about his academics. He did not lie. Dr. Clark stated who he was, and he taught at very high level. So why did he have to lie? And Dr. Clark was 2 years older than him. Dr. Clark never come up with that imaginary. Listen, he was the only child for Ethiopian man. I needed to understand that.
They gonna
That
cancel
culture.
you.
He's the only.
They gonna
No, man,
cancel you.
no. Think about it. He's the only child for Ethiopian man.
You
Where
wrong.
have you ever heard that in 1918 an Ethiopian man having one child?
You wrong for this, stupids. They gonna cancel you.
He was
the
married.
conscious community is gonna cancel you, bro. Do you understand?
Listen, he was married 3 times. Tell me the name of one of his wives. I dare somebody in this community to tell me the name of Dr. Ben, two or 3 wives.
You going to hell.
Dare anybody
Oh,
to find the name
you going to the lake of fire
of Dr. Ben wives.
Man.
He had 3 wives. If he's that stalwart in the community, Marcus Garvey had 2 wives.
Ngozi, why you instigate this?
Hey, I'm just listening, yo.
You wrong too.
Ngozi, tell me the name of one of Dr. Ben.
Chevron just airing this shit out. Chevron wrong as hell.
Show me a picture of Dr. Ben wife, of one of Dr. Ben's 3 wives.
I've never seen his wives, brother. Never.
He had 3 wives. But yet still he end up having to have somebody in the conscious community looking after him when he was an old man. And he had 3 wives.
Ooh, they gonna cancel you, bro.
Yeah, that's weird, bro. I never was a Dr. Ben fan. I like Dr. Clark. They both was ahead of my time, but I got hip to Dr. Clark. I never really dealt with Dr. Ben.
Dr. Clark was a real deal. Dr. Ben was a fan.
Oh, you in trouble, Ngozi.
I didn't.
No. Wujaro said the same thing. Wujaro straight said, nope. I didn't really fuck with Dr. Ben. I fuck with such and such.
I just fuck with Dr. Clark. I ain't really.
Y'all is wrong.
Listen. The University of Cambridge, I wanted to be honest. The University of Cambridge can find the grades of everybody else, but they can't find Dr. Ben grades. There's no history of him attending any class in Cambridge. The university in Spain has no history of he attending any class. This man was comfortable with being called doctor.
Are you calling him a liar?
Of course he was a liar.
Hey, where do you think he was from though, my brother?
He look like a Haitian. But
oh man.
No, lie. Don't look like a Haitian. Let me tell you what he looks
He
like.
definitely look Haitian.
No, it's lie.
He look like he can do some voodoo.
No. He look like he come from one of the small islands.
He look like the dude Papa Dot. No.
Right.
Hey, you know what he probably was though? I don't know. He could have been Panamanian. That's what he probably was.
That's possible too, because I grew up with some Panamanian friends.
Did he speak Spanish?
I grew up with some black Panamanian friends.
He went to school in Brazil. Has anybody ever heard Dr. Ben?
I think Dr. Ben did. I think he did speak Spanish.
Did anybody else ever hear him speak Portuguese?
No.
Did anybody ever hear him speak Geese? He's from Ethiopia. What's the language here? Geese? Did anybody ever hear him speak Geese?
Arabic or something. I don't think no. I think Geese is a small language that's still spoke there.
You in trouble, Chevron.
No, tell me, Chevron, has anybody ever heard him speak Portuguese? He went to school in Brazil. He got his master's, so he had to write papers in Portuguese.
He went to school in Brazil, Barcelona, Spain,
England.
Egypt, North, and Cambridge, like
Compton, Bronx, wherever.
Because he got his doctorate in Moorish from which university?
I think Barcelona, Spain, or something.
Yeah, Barcelona in Spain. The one on Moorish cultural study from Spain. The university have no history of him. And this man, you're back in, I can speak about this because I studied the Moors. I studied this, I studied that. And you don't understand, you don't question him integrity, that this man will bend the truth?
That's a lot of things, yeah. It's a lot of things that got to be correct. I think academia really didn't deal with him like that. I know Dr. N.T. Joke was definitely the real deal.
Yeah, he was definitely a credited scholar. Him, Obanga, I think the dude Finch, Van Sertima.
Jeffrey, I have one more thing to say about Dr. Ben. I want you to vision 1,000 books. Imagine 1,000 books. How much books do you have in your house, Chef?
About
Look
two.
around. You have about 500 books, right?
Yeah, I got a few books.
You have about 500 books. Now imagine the space that 500 books take up in your house. You have about 500. Imagine the space 500 books take up in your house. Dr. Ben had a library of 35,000 books. That's what we're told in the conscious community. Now, I did the maths. In order for you to acquire 35,000 books, you'll have to be buying 25 books every day of the year for 40 years.
Wait, do it again. Say it again, Sleepy.
In order for you to acquire 35 books, you'll have to be buying 25 books every day of the year for 40 years.
Damn.
Do you understand that?
That sounds like fantasy.
No, do you understand? Chef, have you ever bought 25 books in one day?
I don't think so.
Imagine buying 25 books every day for 40 years to get 35,000 books.
That's
crazy.
crazy.
Like, no, we need to understand the bullshit.
Yeah, that's a polite claim.
That's a polite claim. That's a Will Chamberlain claim to sleep with 25,000 women.
Yeah,
I've been telling people, I've been like polite talking about he speaks 7 languages. You can't even speak Spanish.
Spanish, right?
I mean, like how you speak 7 languages, but Spanish ain't one of them.
I'm not even properly use English. Chewing some big words and don't even know the proper meaning of it to entice and to confuse people.
Hold on now, Dr. Ben. Let's hold on. Let's fix this. He definitely, I think Reggie said he donated his library
to the Nation of Islam.
You're talking about Dr. John Clark.
No, Dr. Ben.
So did he have 35,000 books?
I don't know. I don't know, but he must have had a large collection. If you donated, to an organization, then you must have had a main collection.
So
I don't know if it was 35,000.
The Nation of Islam paying storage for 35,000 books. I needed to go to your library. I needed to go to your library tomorrow morning. Everybody go to the library and ask the librarian in that big ass library that you see if they have 35,000 books. And I will guarantee you that big ass library that you go to, there's not 35,000 books in that library.
It may in Barnes and Noble, it might not be 35,000 books.
In Barnes and Noble, there's not 35. I want to go to Barnes and
Noble. Yeah, that's amazing. They probably all his books. all the ones he didn't sell.
Right.
Yeah, I want you to tell me about the 35,000 books.
They got 100 copies, about 25,000 copies of Black Man of the Nile and his family.
Yeah, they need to just keep it real. Dr. Ben was getting them thousands of dollars to take a tour. As soon as he get up out there, he out there tricking.
I want you to tell me that.
Running around the world tricking it.
I don't know. I would say my whole argument with Dr. Ben, it came from Unc's argument, basically saying that he don't care because at that time it was racism when it was time for Dr. Ben to go to school. But I said, hold on. Well, then why would we make that excuse for him when you had other black people who went to school and excelled at that time, right? They didn't go about lying. They went to school in spite of racism. So he couldn't do it in spite of racism, but all of the other black people at that time that went to school did it in spite of racism. I'm gonna give more credit, right, to the nigga who did it in spite of racism and still went through the vigor of going through school. You feel? Now everybody's circumstances is different, right? But obviously, Dr. Ben was in an exceptional mind, right? If he can retain all of that information, he would have been in somebody's fucking school if he wanted to. You feel me? Like,
yeah. But more so when they bring up that time period, the time period where you're getting whipped, that's that emotional race card play. I'm trying to tap into your emotions.
Yeah.
And then you can break you down so you can say, yeah, racism, yeah, they was whooping them, yeah, water hoses, yeah. And
Just
break you
think
down
about all of the
just
stuff,
so you
right.
can make a fake ass point.
Think about the stuff that Dr. Ben said he did. He said he was an architect, right?
Right.
He was a lawyer,
You
right?
said he was a lawyer too?
Yes. Say he went to school. His father sent him to school to be an architect. Then he went to be a lawyer.
To be a lawyer.
Back, be a lawyer. Then the goddamn historian, then the Egyptologist. I'm like, God, damn, yo, you got master and doctorates. You know, a lawyer is a doctorate degree in law. You feel me?
Basically, it's a JD.
Yeah, a goddamn architect. That's mastery level. That's a master's.
Yeah, they can call you. They can call you counselor.
Yeah, like yo, and then a goddamn Egyptologist. I think that's a doctorate.
Yes.
That's you get 3 doctorates.
But all of these before he was 25. I needed to understand it. All of this, he was born 1918, and he came over by 1940. The early 40s, he was telling people that was prior to 1945 when he got the job with UNESCO. He got the job with UNESCO in 1945. So by the time he was 27 years old, he already was a lawyer, an architect, a doctorate, and an Egyptologist.
I think he said he was a civil engineer for UNESCO, right?
Right. By the time he was that age, he had already acquired those degrees.
Did the UNESCO ever said he worked for them?
He's a great storyteller. I tell you that.
Man.
What?
He's one of the greatest storytellers there's ever been in.
Y'all think he wouldn't lie about Egypt? You know what I mean?
I mean, I think that a lot of the Afrocentric community exaggerated about Egypt because the Afrocentric community don't know a lot about Africa. They don't understand the diversity of Africa. They don't understand the genetics of Africa. They don't want to deal with that because Africa does not belong to exclusively what we live with black people or dark-skinned people. So, I mean, you know, we
ruled the world in Goldie.
I mean, the only time Homo sapiens were dark-skinned is when they first developed and they first spread out. But people are absent of a lot of those mutations that people developed and stayed, or the people that stayed and developed in Africa independently. I mean, some traits that we have as sub-Saharan Africans is very new. We have a lot of variance to us when you deal with the mutations that we have. Some of the more glacial Caucasoid morphology and certain traits is much older than Negroid, but that's another story. People don't want to hear that right now. You know, looking at the time when even hair, they found the hair shaft in South Africa, which goes back 200 some thousand years. It's an article on it, and the hair shaft ranged between 60 common sub-Saharan African ranges between 68. They literally say in the article that the hair texture of early Homo sapiens was intermediate between European and sub-Saharan African, which means that the earliest hair texture that Homo sapiens had was very
Light
close.
curl.
It was like it was close to Australoids. That's what it was.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about that.
Yeah. So once we understand Africa completely, even dealing with Egypt, and we deal with, the people that made up Egypt, the people in Egypt, you follow the EM215, that marker of men, because that's the common marker that splits from EM35, and EM35 splits into EB68, which morphs into EM78. EM78 has three major clades that's still in Egypt: EB12, EB32, and EB22. Another one leaked out towards the Mediterranean, further out of the Mediterranean, or the Balkans, which is the EB13. So when you start following that, you can see what layers of who makes up who. But most of the modern Egyptian men and women were highly Eurasian. These dudes, see, the problem is when you deal with human leukoantigens and sexual selection, if we really follow evolution, and I mean, I know we adults, we up late, so we can speak, we brothers in here. Those dudes in that area have been screwing or having sex with women, Eastern Mediterranean type women,
with white women. The Egyptians love white women.
For thousands, even before a dynastic period.
There is no Eastern Mediterranean women.
I mean, why would they say it's not? When you look at the mighty countries.
I'm just not. That's been the thing. It's Mediterranean, not a thing. You said Mediterranean.
Yeah, but here's the thing: the northern.
I'm just bugging with you.
I get you, Chief X. But the northern part, Egypt is a transcontinental country. So when you go to the Delta near Baris and near Alexandria, the Delta is on the Mediterranean Sea. All of the banks of the North Africa, or the books of the North Africa, stretches near the Mediterranean. And then the eastern part of Egypt or the southeastern part is near the Red Sea. The western part is near Libya. So Egypt is a transcontinental country. So it makes sense that some borders will be closer to the Mediterranean, while the interior culture will be closer to other layers. So that area makes sense of geographically, it makes sense what they'd be genetically. All of the mitochondrial DNA in that area was highly Near Eastern or Chalcolithic Eurasian components that's been coming in for a long time. But the paternal marker is highly EM78. So when you brought up Chief X, King Tut, his mitochondrial DNA was K, his paternal lineage was R1BVA8. R1BVA8 came back into Africa through the Green Sahara, through Gibraltar, near Spain, and crossed over the Iberian Peninsula, going into North Africa for 6,500 years. It's an article called People in the Early Green Sahara. But mitochondrial DNA K inserted back into the Nile Valley through Sudan, through the pre-Proto-Neolithic B culture. And if you look up the pre-Proto-Neolithic B culture and you see the genetics, you see mtDNA K there. If you look at the old Nubian A culture, there are certain things that you see that's similar. See, you got to get. I agree with Wuja when he say don't get caught up in Nubian term, because there has been a lot of human back migration going through Sudan for a long time, especially with this Nubian A group that was responsible for being part and parcel of the Nakata. So if you look at certain customs that they had culturally, they have these seated women, these fat seated women in a Nubian A culture. You find it with the pre-Proto-Neolithic B culture that was near Jericho, which shows an early Neolithic Libertine time.
When you finish, I got a question. When you finish, I got a question for you.
Okay. So not Neolithic Libertine. I mean, not the Chalcolithic Libertine tie, which is the Carpet Age, and not the Bronze Age Libertine tie, but more of the earlier Libertine tie that had clusters or certain affinities with early North Africa for thousands of years. But that Chalcolithic phase of the Levant, which came in and mingled with the Neolithic Libertines, also inserted themselves into Northern Africa. Now, let's take those Eurasian components out that's been there for a long time, even with the Ibero-Maurutians. Ibero-Maurutians go from 30,000 years to 10,000 years before the Capsian culture. So you have people coming from the far Near East going backwards and forward into North Africa as early as 30,000 years ago. But we do know the early basal Eurasians were brown skin or darker skin because they were absent of the ilanine that turns into thyrionine, which is the A11T mutation, which is sodium, potassium, calcium exchange of 55. So that mutation would have been...
Repeat that last 10 seconds. They were absent of the...
They
And
was
continue.
absent of that. So the basal Eurasians that we call Ibero-Maurusians or even the Natufians at this time period did not have SLC245. So they would not have been lighter skin like they really became fairer skin in the eastern part of the Mediterranean before those Neolithic farmers started to expand. So what I'm trying to say is that you have waves of Eurasians, not just one phase, going into North Africa at different time periods. The earliest phase was the basal Eurasians that split off the early North African Aterians, went toward the Arabian and Levant, and then some of those people back migrated. And it's a possibility that haplogroup E that we carry as African men, EM96, probably developed in Arabia 70,000 years ago before diversifying in Ethiopia. But that's another story. So we focus on this, and then we focus on those people coming back, mitochondrial DNA U6, mitochondrial DNA M1. She descends from mitochondrial DNA L3, which is Northeast African, without the 3515 mutation. She becomes MNN somewhere in Levant or Arabia. Some of these people come back in. The most basal ends was found in these early North Africans. But these people were not fair-skinned, these early Eurasians. What Eurasians were the ones that, because Homo sapiens usually take the same routes. We move around in the same phase. If you really study our species, we got to understand that. Now, us south of the Sahara, aka sub-Saharan Africa, we also represent three phases. We represent a Paleo-North African component, which gave us the haplogroup E that we have. We represent a ghost population, and that ghost population could have been something like Jebel Ahud, north of Morocco, which is an archaic Homo sapien, or a transitional Homo sapien, or possibly Homo Bodhi that they renamed from Homo Rhodesian man or Homo heidelbergensis, and early hunter-gatherers that was crossing through the southern parts of East Africa going over there. All combined created our unique cluster that we have independently as sub-Saharan Africans. You get what I'm saying?
Ngozi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get off this. Are you still here, Stupies?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Is Shefford still there?
Yeah, I think he's here.
Yeah.
He probably asleep. I'm gonna get off here after I ask you this question. Because I know Sheffron probably falling asleep or he about to. But before I go, I wanted your opinion on this, because this is like an enigma even to scholars, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you call those people over there in the Adamese Islands in India? What's their name?
The Adamese people of the Ottoman Islands, they'll be labeled as Australoid.
No. Don't they have another name besides
Angi people or Jawawas. The Jawawas.
No, yeah, Jawawas or something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So over there on the Adamese Island, those very dark people who lived there and were isolated for a while, everyone, even the scholars, are kind of confused about their origin. I don't expect you to know, but if you were to just guess, what time period do you think they got there and how? And I mean, or do you think they evolved on the continent of Asia to be what they are phenotypically? So it's like a two-part question. Do you think they evolved that way already on the Asian continent? Or do you think they, go ahead.
So what you speak of is a possibility of polytopicity or convergent evolution, when organisms can be in similar environments and develop the same traits like equatorial Africa. So in some cases, you do have throwback polymorphisms. But here's the thing. Looking at the Adamese people Y chromosome, which is haplogroup D, it's associated with African haplogroup E. It split somewhere before going over there. Their mitochondrial DNA is M2, M3, M4, M5.
And where's that from?
That split somewhere in Arabia.
Who that?
So the Adamese people, if you guys go to type up the Adamese people and look at their genetics, their Y chromosome D and their mitochondrial DNA M. Where did they come from?
Music.
Go ahead.
Somebody play music in the background.
So what you're looking at with these people is basal Eurasians. What is basal means branch off base. What's the base?
You're saying they evolved to look how they are phenotypically, exactly where they are in Asia.
No, they're completely Asian. They're absent of African mutations, but they split somewhere in between Arabia before going over there. They already look like that. Now, some of their phenotype may be a result of convergent evolution, because here's the thing. We know that the earliest hair texture and hair shaft wasn't like that. So we have to think about, what did these people develop at? Because when you look at the Australoids in Australia, who was also isolated, The hair texture is not like that. It range. If you look at the people in Papua New Guinea, they're like mostly, they come off as your color, brother, your skin tone, brother Chief X. So could it be that the people that they represent was an intermediate phase and they went through a conversion evolution to become what they look like independently on their own? But genetically, they're completely Southeast Asian. They're not African at all. So they split somewhere from Africa or in between Arabia, the same place where haplogroup E split from before going back into Africa. So they're absent of a lot of mutations that we have.
Because they do have a slight Cambodian look.
Yeah, if you look at them morphologically, people could pseudo say, oh, they look like Africans. But if you look at them long enough, it's a distinction. If you look at them long enough.
Yeah, their body type is like a Southeast Asian.
They're Southeast Asians. They are Southeast Asian. They're actually the first people, like most of those Australoids, which branch off proto-capoids, they all look like that. But when it comes to the hair texture, based off hair, and people don't want to hear it because people are biased. They want the original man to look like Shaka Zulu or Patrice Lumumba, as I always say. And some of the traits that we have,
I'm a mute.
Some of the traits that we have phenotypically is fairly new. Like, for example, when they looked at Jebel Hood in Morocco, the molar in his mouth area, he had the teeth that was similar to European children. He lacked prognathism. So the mandibular didn't even protrude out. So when introduced Negroid morphology really stand, no one's denouncing dark skin. That's not a question or a doubt. I mean, that's not a question that people is going backwards and forward about. We're talking about human beings developing certain traits independently on their own and what's fair, what's new, and what's not. So when it comes to the Adam and Eve people, looking at them, some of their phenotype may be a result of conversion evolution that they developed independently, but whoever they came from didn't look that far off from them. And in the intermediate phase, if you look at the people in Papua New Guinea, Malaysia, or the Australian Aborigines are mainly CB20 paternally, mtDNA N at the basal, some M, and they also have an independent S marker, which splits from early K2. So if we look at this, it gives you an idea of what's going on with these people. But they're completely Southeast Asian. But what did that YAP marker split from, which is what gave rise to African haplogroup E and Asian haplogroup D? And the only bridge that I can find is around the Arabian Peninsula. When these dudes leave out of North Africa through Sudan, who left those tools around, those Lafayette tools that they call the Nubian complexes, split through the Arabian Peninsula, and some of these people split and back migrate into Africa, bringing haplogroup E back in. E diversifies in Ethiopia. It starts to spread from Ethiopia through the Red Sea, and then it starts to go in multiple directions. While D goes further east all the way into Southeast Asia, into the Andaman Islands. And if you look at mitochondrial DNA, M2, M3, M4, where does haplogroup M come from? She split somewhere in Arabia from East African L3. So some traits that these people have outside of Africa is absent in what people developed in Africa. This is why Africa is the most genetically diverse people. We have more variants because we went through a lot of recent mutations and we have ancient mutations that some people lost.
All I know is this is a Sante gang. Straight Kumasi. Straight Kumasian. Asante gang. Asante gang for life. Throwing up the W, throwing up the West. I'm just getting out of here. Hey, Stu, peace. Peace out, man.
I'll leave it too. Yeah, Ngozi.
What's up, brother?
Good to hear. The question I'll ask is this, right? Because I said it earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Egypt, because of proximity to the Mediterranean, right? It was almost a gateway to the world.
Correct.
And because of its natural topology, the flooding of the Nile, it had some of the best agricultural land in that section of the world at that time.
Correct.
Would you agree with me?
Yeah, the northern delta of Egypt is definitely the Mediterranean, and a lot of those pan graves and Mediterranean, you see those farmers are similar to Neolithic farmers that were crossing through Anatolia.
Wait, what you say about the delta?
I was saying the delta is definitely near the Mediterranean. The delta of Egypt is the Mediterranean. All North African countries at the far banks is all part of the Mediterranean Sea. It's like Morocco, for example. You go further north into Morocco, Mediterranean. You go far west of Morocco, south, you're near the Atlantic Ocean. So it's like when it comes to Egypt, when you look at Egypt, Further north is the Mediterranean. You go southeast of Egypt, it's near the Red Sea. So yes, this is this, and then you can see the people and going back. I mean, Egypt location, just like
because I was just reading 90% of Egypt population is close by the Nile Delta.
Yeah, and then it's close. The population in the north is next to the Nile Delta. As you go south towards Luxor and Thebes, you go next to further south of Luxor, you go into Aswan, and Aswan is the intermediate bridge between Nubia.
That's Mediterranean.
I wouldn't say Sudan's Mediterranean. They get tricky.
No, not Sudan. No. Did you say Sudan?
No, I wouldn't say Sudan.
No, were you saying Sudan? No, I'm saying so where the Delta, I said where the Delta is what you're saying is Mediterranean.
The Delta of Egypt is definitely part of the Mediterranean. Absolutely. No one that's all further North African banks is part of the Mediterranean.
Right. So we're deducing that if 90% of Egypt's population is near the Delta, they're Mediterranean.
Right, but the thing, yes, but the thing about being, I want to add on to that. But being Mediterranean doesn't determine ethnic group. You have diversity in that area. So like for example, most Berber man or Egyptian man paternally is EM78.
No, I just meant they live in the Mediterranean area.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, the Delta, definitely. The population of the Delta, yes, they will be considered that. They have their own ethnic group that may be distinct, but they have a lot of similarity because these people have been trading for thousands of years. But yes,
right. And guess what grows abundantly or used to grow abundantly in the Delta?
What's that?
Papyrus plant.
Oh, yeah, that was something that they used. Absolutely.
So all that writing they was doing on paper comes from probably a lot of papyrus plants in the Delta.
Yes, there are a lot of stuff
in the Mediterranean, aka the Mediterranean.
Yeah, they had things that they had things. And the thing about the reed plant that they use and the papyrus plants that they use, the Egyptians was getting shit from the further north. They also got the lapis lazuli from the Oxen River, the cedar ebony wood from Lebanon. If you look up, you can look this up too right now, Chief X. Some of the bricks that they used to build the pyramids was some of that shit came from Sudan, believe it or not. So I mean, yeah, no one. I mean, it's a creolization. These people were a bunch of people. It's weird. It's a zigzag thing. Y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I was just reading this. I was reading a stupid comment, but I told myself I'm gonna get out.
I can't hear. Later, guys.
Okay, y'all. I'll see y'all later. Peace, Chief. I'll catch all y'all tomorrow.
All right, I'm out.
All right.
All right, good show. I appreciate everybody for coming in. Everybody contribute. Google Scholar, appreciate you. Stupies, Jolanda, man, everybody who joined the panel. Stupies, you got any last words? I mean, Google Scholar.